There are people who were never meant to become heroes, yet fate forces them to be. And Wang Lin is one of them. Born into an ordinary family, he carried a simple wish in his heart to cultivate immortality and repay his parents' kindness. But the world is never that kind. No talent, no background, no guidance, everything seemed to whisper to him, the path of cultivation is not for you. Yet in the midst of that hopelessness, Wang Lin chose something that very few have the courage to do. He kept going. He walked forward with stubbornness. He walked forward with longing. He walked forward with everything left in his resilient heart. A strange opportunity came to him, opening a path of cultivation drenched in blood and loneliness. There, every improvement required a sacrifice. Every step forward meant losing something precious. To grow stronger, he had to endure 100 times more than ordinary people. Renegade Immortal is the tale of a man who never submits. A man willing to defy the heavens, defy fate, and defy the world just to protect what his heart refuses to let go. This is not merely an immortal cultivation story. This is the journey of a soul so powerful that even eternity must bow. And today, I invite you to step into that journey, the journey of Wang Lin, the man who walks against the will of heaven to find the answer meant for himself. As he was approaching, Void Master suddenly turned around, his right hand forming a hand seal, about to unleash his divine power. At that moment, Heavenly Fortune Master's lips moved slightly, and the divine power Void Master was about to unleash suddenly stopped, as if an invisible force had severed it. Void Master's expression changed drastically in an instant. At that very moment, Zhou transformed into a sword light, tearing through the flames and flying straight towards Void Master. The speed was incredibly fast. In a flash, he was already at Void Master's chest. A deafening explosion resounded within the Great Hall. Void Master spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, staggering back several steps. After landing on the ground, the spot where he stood immediately cracked and crumbled into fragments. The sword light dissipated, once again transforming into Chuyi's appearance. Chuyi's face was pale, his entire body almost transparent. A large amount of spiritual energy had dissipated from his body, and he seemed as if he could vanish into nothingness at any moment. Obviously, this attack that injured Void Master had also taken a great toll on Chuyi. Retreating to the side of Wang Wei and Hu Huan, Chuyi transmitted a message to Wang Lin. Wang Lin, I didn't kill him with that sword, but it triggered his previous injuries, making him even more severely wounded. After saying this, Chuyi sat down cross-legged beside them, quickly recovering his spiritual power. He then produced a pill from somewhere and swallowed it. This pill was specifically for spiritual bodies, not a pill but a round pouch surrounded by flowing spiritual energy. Void Master's face was devoid of any color. His injuries were already severe, and he had constantly suppressed them throughout his journey to prevent them from worsening. However, under Chuyi's attack, his injuries flared up, and his cultivation level plummeted. Although he hadn't yet reached the early stage of the Shattered Nirvana realm, if things continued like this, it wouldn't be long before he was completely defeated. At this moment, even someone with such profound cultivation felt a chill for the first time, trembling uncontrollably. Void Master retreated a few more steps, his right hand repeatedly pressing down on his body to barely suppress his injuries. However, this action caused him to immediately spit out fresh blood again. With a ferocious and ruthless expression, he didn't look at Wang Lin and Chuyi, but stared intently at Heavenly Fortune Master. Xia Yunzi's expression remained unchanged, seemingly unaffected by Su Kongzi's gaze, calmly saying, Su Kongzi, it is only in your current state that I dare to offer my assistance. After saying this, Xia Yunzi looked towards Wang Wei and Hu Huan, clasped his hands, and smiled saying, I hope that Yanxian and her companion will grant me a favor. Let's put aside all personal grudges and enmities today, and proceed to the next level as soon as possible. Is that all right? Ling Tianhu's expression darkened. He had clearly seen through Xia Yunzi's subtle attack. He stood beside Su Kongzi, his icy gaze fixed on Wang Lin and the others. The old man with the gourd also stood silently, coldly observing everyone. His position clearly indicated that he sided with Xia Yunzi and Su Kongzi. At the same time, sitting silently in the distance, the pink-robed woman, the Kungsu Saintess, stood up and gently walked to the side of Su Kongzi. Her beautiful eyes swept over them, finally settling on Wang Lin, and she lowered her voice, saying, Wang Taoist, let's postpone this matter for now. After you all leave this place, I will not interfere in the affairs of the Kungsu realm. Except for the man in black, the crowd had almost clearly split into two sides. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he bowed to Wang Wei, saying, "This matter has nothing to do with me. Please, senior, decide everything." Although Wang Wei was somewhat displeased with Wang Lin's earlier preemptive action, he nodded, seeing Wang Lin's restraint. His gaze rested on Tia Yunzi and the others, and he calmly said, "All right, let's put aside all personal grudges and animosities for now. These last 3 layers are full of danger. Fellow Taoists, please don't hold back. We'll teleport in later and meet at the center of the 7th floor." After Wang Wei finished speaking, Tia Yunzi and the others smiled and nodded. Hu Qian stood up and walked to the stone in front of her. She placed her hand on it and gently pressed down. The stone immediately emitted a dazzling light, and the ground rumbled, as if it were being shaken. In a short time, a huge crack appeared in the ground of the Grand Hall, revealing a brilliant starry sky below. Everyone present immediately jumped inside and disappeared one by one. As for Zhou Yi, he was led by Wang Wei and stepped forward, entering the teleportation array in the starry sky. The 7th floor of this immortal mansion was completely different from the previous 6 floors. There were no buildings or pavilions here, but a sea of fire, as if it were a world of its own. Within this small space, at the center was an erupting volcano. A large amount of black mist permeated the surroundings, accompanied by a constant rumbling sound. Occasionally, a thick flame would erupt from the volcano, raining down from the sky. The ground was cracked and fragmented, floating above the lava. Waves of black gas rose from the lava, emitting extremely high temperatures. Everyone who had been teleported here immediately separated, stopping at different locations. Wang Lin's figure flashed, appearing here. The moment he clearly saw his surroundings, his eyebrows furrowed. "Something's wrong. This place is completely different from the description of the 7th level in the Jade Slip map. There's absolutely no resemblance." Wang Lin's eyes darkened as he looked into the distance. He saw Hu Qian, more than 100 feet away, looking around in astonishment, her eyes filled with the same bewilderment. When Wang Lin looked towards her, she looked back. She had long suspected that Wang Lin had some kind of fortuitous encounter and was very knowledgeable about this immortal mansion. Seeing the look of doubt in Wang Lin's eyes, a wry smile appeared on her face as she shook her head. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze. Seeing that Hu Qian's expression didn't seem feigned, it was clear she was also very confused about the changes here. This place is a flat area with only one volcano. Therefore, the entrance to the 8th level must be inside this volcano. Hu Qian's voice rang out, reaching the ears of everyone present. Void Master, far away, had a pale face. Even under the firelight, it remained as if there wasn't a hint of color. His right hand clutched his chest, and intermittent pain surged through him. Furthermore, a strange sword energy lingered on the wound, preventing it from completely closing. Tia Yunzi, Wang Lin, and that sword spirit. I will remember this grudge. If I don't repay it 10-fold or 100-fold, I will never be at peace. His face darkened as he looked around. Damn it, even this immortal mansion is causing trouble for me. This place is unexpectedly overflowing with fire elemental power. I fear it will be advantageous for that little bastard. Void Master roared inwardly, only recovering after a while, but immediately his mind was shaken, and a cold sweat broke out. My cultivation level has unexpectedly changed my state of mind. Why am I so easily angered? Void Master took a deep breath, suppressing the frustration in his heart, forcing himself to calm down. Wang Wei took a step forward, walking to Hu Qian's side. The two transformed into 2 streaks of light, being the first to fly straight towards the volcano in front of them. At this time, the group of people including Tia Yunzi also moved, heading towards the volcano. The beautiful village girl, the gourd old man, and the man in black all flew up at the same time. Void Master coldly looked at Wang Lin and likewise flew away. Wang Lin walked forward neither quickly nor slowly, stepping on the void and slowly moving forward. He knew that his cultivation was no match for the old monsters who had gone before him, so he naturally wouldn't take the lead and therefore walked slowly. In the distance, someone else also walked slowly. This person was the pink-clothed woman, the Kungsu Saintess. Her beautiful eyes looked towards Wang Lin, and her steps slowed as if waiting for him. Wang Lin's expression was icy cold. Seeing the woman in pink stop, he quickly walked past her, avoiding any further entanglement, and gradually approached the volcano before him. The woman in pink snorted softly at Wang Lin's departure, ignoring him completely. She transformed into a streak of light and flew rapidly towards the volcano. Seeing the woman in pink leave, Wang Lin's eyes flashed with a strange light. Although this place differed from the description on the jade slip map, along the way, Wang Lin had seen some remnants of immortal jade in the cracked ground. Evidently, countless years ago, this was indeed the 7th level of the Immortal Mansion. It was only due to some unexpected event that this place had been reduced to a pile of ruins in a sea of fire. Looking at the towering volcano shrouded in clouds, Wang Lin closed his eyes and spread his consciousness. After a moment, he opened his eyes wide, further confirming his judgment. This volcano absolutely did not appear naturally. It was moved here by someone using divine power. The closer he got, the more this idea was confirmed. At the foot of the volcano, Wang Lin clearly saw that the rocks and the structure of the ground were completely different. So, others have also noticed the strangeness of this volcano. Wang Lin stood at the foot of the mountain, not rushing to climb up, but instead sat down cross-legged. His eyes flashed as he looked around, finally settling on a crevice overflowing with lava nearby. The extremely high temperature emanating from within didn't bother Wang Lin at all. On the contrary, it made him feel extremely comfortable. Even the elemental power in his body seemed to come alive again. This incident here also has another benefit for me. Wang Lin lowered his right hand and entered the lava. Immediately, he felt a surge of fire elemental power, seemingly boundless. His right hand remained immersed in the lava. For him, the extremely high temperature inside was surprisingly comfortable. His mind stirred slightly, and the elemental energy in his body suddenly circulated, forming a swirling vortex. This vortex spun, immediately emanating a powerful suction force from within Wang Lin's body. Using his right hand as a bridge, the fire elemental energy in the center of the lava surged and moved, unexpectedly being slowly drawn into his body through Wang Lin's right hand. I've learned the third of the 6 great divine techniques of Immortal Emperor by Fan, but according to senior brother Qing Shui, the last 3 techniques are the most exquisite. The first of these 3 is Mountain Collapse. In the Killing Domain, I once saw senior brother perform it. It's very similar to a volcanic eruption Wang Lin pondered as he absorbed the fire elemental energy, simultaneously gazing at the boundless volcano before him. To Wang Lin's right, the black-robed man with the hidden black dragon mark also didn't enter the volcano but sat cross-legged. His left hand also dipped into the lava. Like Wang Lin, he was absorbing the fire elemental power within the lava. His gaze occasionally flicked towards Wang Lin, his eyes filled with apprehension and malice. Fire vermilion bird, if I could devour another fire vermilion bird, could my flame dragon awaken a second time? Meanwhile, as Wang Lin continued to absorb, a large amount of fire elemental power, like flowing water, surged into his body, swirling around his primordial spirit, calming it as it adapted to this fire elemental power. A feeling of extreme comfort arose in Wang Lin's mind. Previously, in the 6th level, although he had consumed many elixirs and his injuries had healed, he still couldn't fully recover to his original state. At this moment, as he continuously absorbed the fire elemental power, Wang Lin's injuries gradually healed even further. Although it was slow, it gave Wang Lin hope. However, by this time, most people had already entered the volcano. Wang Lin sighed inwardly. During the month of healing on the 6th level, he had asked Wang Wei about the method to counteract the immortal dying death poison. However, back then in the immortal realm, Wang Wei and Hu Qian had very little contact with poisons, and although they had heard of the immortal dying death poison, they only knew a little about it and not the specifics. Therefore, the hope of removing the poison from Siju Nan's body rested solely on the immortal Emperor Qinglin or Qing Shuang. Having stayed on this 7th level for quite some time, Wang Lin took a deep breath. Within his body, the swirling elemental energy transformed into a vortex, instantly emitting an even more boundless suction force. In a short time, after absorbing some fire elemental energy through his right arm, Wang Lin withdrew his hand, stood up, and rushed straight towards the entrance at the summit of the volcano. The moment Wang Lin stood up, the black-robed figure in the distance also rose, approaching the summit from a different direction. Wang Lin had already noticed this black-robed figure. Like himself, the other party could absorb fire elemental energy. This person also had a mark on their forehead, making Wang Lin very wary. Wang Lin's speed wasn't fast, like a gentle breeze blowing towards the summit, gradually approaching. There was a huge volcanic crater there, with thick black smoke billowing out in all directions, reaching the horizon. This place was also extremely hot. Even the rocks near the crater were eroded over time. Although they hadn't collapsed, they were glowing red, a terrifying sight. Standing on a crimson rock near the crater, Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged. The extremely high temperature didn't cause him any discomfort. He lowered his head and looked down. Inside, a fiery red glow enveloped the area, and black smoke, like a ghostly apparition, occasionally rose from the crater. Without hesitation, Wang Lin stepped forward, his body like a shooting star, hurtling straight into the crater. Along the way, Wang Lin's divine consciousness spread out, descending almost in a straight line. As he entered, the swirling black smoke immediately dissipated. Waves of heat rushed towards his face, and upon hitting Wang Lin, they were absorbed by his hair and skin, quickly entering his body, transforming into a stream of primal energy, and merging into his inner radiance. A strange light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes, and his descent accelerated. Behind him, the man in black also flew down, but maintained a certain distance from Wang Lin. He didn't want to provoke Wang Lin's killing intent by getting too close. From their brief encounter and what he had witnessed, Wang Lin knew that this man in black was no ordinary person. He was a ruthless and decisive killer, cold-hearted and cunning. Even Void Master had repeatedly suffered humiliation at his hands, his cultivation level dropping significantly. If it were anyone else in Wang Lin's position, it would be very difficult to do what he did, skillfully navigating among so many powerful individuals, overwhelming his enemies, and even daring to attack Void Master, leaving him in a dilemma. Thinking of this, the black-robed man's apprehension towards Wang Lin deepened, especially when a scene from the first level flashed through his mind: Wang Lin's arrogant words and the look in his eyes before leaving, which could repel the aura of Void Master, was still fresh in the black-robed man's memory. Moreover, here, even though he could absorb fire elemental power, compared to Wang Lin, the world's #1 iron fire spirit, the Vermilion Bird, he still couldn't compare. To devour this person is very difficult. Very difficult, the black-robed man sighed inwardly. Wang Lin, of course, couldn't possibly know the black-robed man's complex thoughts. At this moment, his speed increased even more, continuously absorbing the powerful heat waves coming from the front. The temperature contained in those heat waves was growing stronger and stronger. Even the rocky cliffs around the volcano's mouth had countless cracks, their color no longer dark red but pitch black, obviously containing even more fire poison. The volcanic cliffs here weren't smooth, some areas protruded. Wang Lin's body flashed, stopping on one of these protruding cliffs. This rock had many cracks and was dark red in color, with plumes of black smoke rising from within, drifting upwards. Wang Lin stood on this rock for a moment, and immediately a large rock beneath it crackled and shattered, sinking into the endless sea of fire below. As Wang Lin descended, he took a deep breath, instantly swallowing the continuous waves of heat surging up from below. This scene made Wang Lin seem to devour the sea of fire. The heat waves seemed to materialize, forming flames that Wang Lin absorbed into his body. Wang Lin took a step back, his face flushed, but his eyes shone brightly. The elemental power in his body surged wildly, continuously absorbing this fiery energy. Half an incense stick later, Wang Lin looked up briefly, snorted coldly, and then plunged back into the volcano. Not long after Wang Lin's figure disappeared, the black-clothed man stopped on a protruding rock, a look of terror in his eyes. To devour the power of the flames like that, this person is truly insane. The power of the flames was the most violent. Even this black-clothed man wouldn't dare devour it like that, only able to open a small opening to absorb it. Wang Lin's speed increased rapidly. Before long, he gradually reached the bottom of the mountain. From afar, piercing through a wave of heat and smoke, he could see everything below. The bottom of the volcano was entirely filled with dark red lava. This lava formed a sea of molten rock. Occasionally, bubbles would rise. When these bubbles burst, another wave of heat would immediately emanate from within, spreading upwards. Black smoke also rose, and under the impetus of this heat wave, they finally erupted together. Above the sea of lava, a palace was embedded in the volcanic cliff. The appearance of this palace was exactly the same as the 6-story imported palaces before. However, on the palace's main gate, black blood seemed to write a complex script, like a flying phoenix. At first glance, this script looked like a talisman, but upon closer inspection, it was not. Its appearance exuded a sense of madness. Upon reflection, each stroke seemed to transmit a heaven-shattering, universe-reversing aura. The moment Wang Lin saw this script, his pupils contracted. He immediately recognized that this script belonged to the language of the ancient god tribe, the script of the ancient demons and ancient monsters. Demon, this is the character demon. Outside the palace, Wang Wei, Hu Kuayan, Guya Beiluo, and the group including Tia Yunzi and Su Kangzi were floating in the air, divided into 2 groups, staring intently at the palace gate. Ling Tiaho, the old gourd, and the beautiful woman from the village were unleashing their divine abilities, continuously attacking the palace gate. Loud rumbling sounds echoed, but under the impact of the heat waves, the sounds were fragmented, unable to travel far or produce any echoes. Wang Lin's approach caused Su Kangzi to raise his head, his eyes revealing murderous intent, but he quickly suppressed it. With a flash, Wang Lin arrived beside Wang Wei and Hu Kuayan. He stared intently at the palace gate, his brows furrowed. At this moment, Ling Tiaho let out a low growl. 6 primordial spirit swords materialized, striking the gate with incredible speed. The word demon on the gate flashed violently but remained unharmed. I can't break this seal to enter the 8th level. Ling Tian, who snorted coldly and retreated. The beautiful woman from the village and the old man with the gourd also shook their heads in defeat. Wang Wei and Hu Kuayan also frowned. They had tried this seal but ultimately couldn't break it. With this seal, they couldn't enter the palace. Wang Wei stared at the word demon on the door, knowing that with his cultivation level, he shouldn't act in front of these old monsters. He decisively retreated, sat cross-legged on a nearby protruding rock, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. Although he was meditating, his consciousness remained highly alert. Not far from Wang Lin, on a slightly lower rock, a woman in pink stood, countless snowflakes swirling around her body, resisting the extremely high temperature. The overwhelming snowflakes seemed to freeze even the rocks beneath her feet. Time slowly passed, and the black, clothed figure behind Wang Lin also arrived, hovering cautiously to one side, staring intently at the palace, lost in thought. The word demon on the palace's main gate contained an unimaginable sealing power. Wang Wei, Hu Huan, Tia Yunzi, and Beiluo had almost simultaneously launched attacks, their relentless assaults creating a deafening roar that, surprisingly, broke through the heat waves, causing the sound to reverberate within the volcano, instantly tearing apart and sending many rocks tumbling down. The rumbling grew louder and louder with each person's use of their divine abilities. Finally, it almost formed a single piece, and even from outside the mountain, a deep, muffled sound could be heard emanating from within. Finally, under a single strike from Beiluo, combined with all the divine powers of everyone present, it instantly transformed into a whirlwind that swept across, hurtling straight towards the palace. A deafening roar echoed. The entire volcano seemed to tremble, the lava below boiling and surging, as if the earth was shaking and the mountains were moving. The enormous demon character on the main hall immediately collapsed. The great gate opened, but a shocking event immediately occurred. The moment the word demon vanished, the great gate opened, and immediately the lava below began to churn violently. A series of deep, rumbling sounds unexpectedly surged from within the sea of lava. It was like a rolling wave directly impacting upwards. This scene seemed as if an insoluble force was pushing it upwards, causing the volcano to erupt. Compared to before, the temperature was countless times more intense from the raging lava. This extreme heat caused many surrounding rocks to shatter, and before they could even break apart, they turned into a cloud of black gas carried upwards by the impact. At this moment, anyone looking at the volcano from the outside would immediately feel the ground shaking violently. The volcano itself seemed to tremble, and large plumes of black smoke, with an intensity far greater than before, spewed out from its mouth, shooting straight into the sky, forming a continuously expanding column. This black smoke blanketed the sky, as if trying to obscure the entire atmosphere. In fact, that was exactly what happened. As the black smoke continuously spewed out, almost in an instant, the entire sky was engulfed in black smoke, making it impossible for any light to penetrate, plunging the ground into darkness. Only the cracks where lava flowed emitted a faint, deep red light, dimly illuminating the surroundings. The moment the palace gate opened in the volcano, Beiluo rushed forward, entering the interior as the lava surged into the sky. Then, everyone around immediately followed suit. However, everyone's speed was still a step slower. The rising lava almost didn't attract the attention of these powerful cultivators. But the moment the lava rose beside them, a ferocious arm suddenly reached out from within the deep red lava towards the beautiful woman of the village. The beautiful village woman was terrified and tried to dodge, but her body was too slow compared to that arm. Almost instantly, the flames engulfed her, and she was dragged into the lava. This unexpected scene immediately shocked the surrounding monks. But it wasn't over yet. As the lava surged upwards, an angry roar erupted from within, transforming into a deafening din that caused the surrounding rocks to crumble. Following this furious roar, a red coffin emerged from the turbulent sea of lava. As the coffin flew out of the lava, the roar from within intensified. Wang Wei and Hu Qian's expressions changed drastically. They clearly recognized the coffin, and without hesitation, they simultaneously performed hand seals and struck each other. Instantly, their figures became transparent, and in a flash, they passed everyone else, directly entering the main hall. The moment the two of them flew into the main hall, the coffin let out a loud crash and collapsed, shattering into countless fragments that swept in all directions, striking everyone. At the same time, an old man in a red robe emerged from the shattered coffin. This old man in the red robe was devoid of life, radiating an aura of death. Immediately upon appearing, his body flashed, and he charged straight towards everyone. Jie Yunzi's eyes flickered, his lips curling as if he were about to say something. Suddenly, the old man's charging body paused. In that instant, Jie Yunzi swung his sleeve and lunged towards the main hall. But at that moment, the old man in the red robe also collapsed with a thunderous roar. From within, a deafening scream erupted. Following this scream, a sea of fire erupted. This sea of fire, upon appearing, instantly transformed into a gigantic fire dragon, lunging towards everyone to devour them. The woman in the white dress, with snowflakes swirling around her, turned pale. She wanted to leave the rocky ground and rush into the main hall, but before she could enter, she was devoured by the fire dragon. Her body instantly transformed into a beam of light and was swallowed by the fire dragon. Seeing everyone else rushing into the main hall at incredible speed, there was no time to be wary of others. From the moment the coffin appeared, Wang Lin had already left the rocky block and was heading towards the main hall. But just as he was about to enter, Void Master, who was only one step away from entering, suddenly turned around and coldly stared at Wang Lin. Before Void Master could act, the fire dragon below roared and lunged. This fire dragon was enormous. With a single gulp, it swallowed the entire palace. Wang Lin's body was enveloped by a powerful suction force, and in an instant, he and the palace were swallowed by the fire dragon. After devouring everything, the fire dragon plunged into the lava. As it thrashed about, the lava surged even more violently. A continuous roar echoed, causing the lava to rise higher and faster. Finally, it erupted from the volcano's mouth. A large amount of lava was spewed out, flying across the land, and upon descending, it transformed into a blazing inferno that burned the earth fiercely. After a long time, it all ceased. The mountain stopped erupting, only countless plumes of black smoke continued to rise. The lava inside the volcano gradually subsided, becoming quiet once more. Only the Grand Hall had disappeared. At this moment, deep beneath the sea of lava, the Grand Hall that had clearly been swallowed by the fire dragon reappeared. However, the outside of the Grand Hall was now covered in lava, so even inside, the extremely high temperature could be felt. Outside the main hall, Wang Lin's figure appeared in the distance amidst the molten lava. The intense heat emanating from the surrounding lava not only didn't harm him, but actually alleviated his internal injuries. The lava was incredibly thick, and Wang Lin, being inside, immediately felt an unbelievably boundless fire elemental force. The vermilion bird totem on his body radiated deep crimson light, accompanied by the sounds of the vermilion bird. He sat cross-legged, gradually sinking to the bottom of the lava, about 1,000 feet from the palace. He formed hand seals, and a dense stream of fire elemental force was immediately drawn into his body. As he absorbed it, Wang Lin's entire body turned a rosy hue. Time passed slowly. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Lin opened his eyes to complete silence. The elemental force circulating within his body not only continued but also progressed further. Lost in thought, Wang Lin didn't leave immediately but continued to sit cross-legged. This opportunity was extremely precious to him. It would be very difficult to find another place with such a concentrated fire elemental force. With his eyes closed, Wang Lin continued to absorb the fire elemental force within the flames. As time passed, the lava gradually diminished as Wang Lin absorbed more and more. During this time, Wang Lin woke up 3 times. Each time, it was because the surrounding lava violently fluctuated, causing volcanic eruptions. Each time he woke up, he carefully observed the volcanic eruption. After the eruption subsided, he would immerse himself in absorption again. One day, Wang Lin woke up for the 4th time. There was still an abundance of fire elemental force within the lava, but Wang Lin didn't dare absorb any more. As he continuously absorbed the fire elemental force, he gradually felt as if he had become one with the lava. Therefore, he vaguely sensed that a strange spiritual entity existed within this lava. Absorbing too much could easily disturb this strange spiritual entity. According to Wang Lin's analysis, this peculiar spiritual entity must be the fire dragon that had devoured everything. Lost in thought, Wang Lin slowly stood up and walked through the lava towards the main hall ahead. But after only a few steps, Wang Lin suddenly stopped and looked into the distance. He saw a bubble of air slowly approaching the main hall from outside the gate. Carefully observing the bubble, Wang Lin's expression became strange. At this moment, the cultivator inside the bubble had also seen Wang Lin. Inside the bubble were 2 people, the woman in pink who had been devoured by the fire dragon and the beautiful village woman. The village woman was currently unconscious, her entire body glowing with a rosy hue, seemingly in a state of profound enlightenment. The snowflakes surrounding the woman in pink had melted, leaving a snowflake mark on her forehead, emitting a cool sensation that allowed her to survive inside the bubble. She glanced and saw Wang Lin approaching, her eyes filled with surprise and fear. Although she knew that Wang Lin's Vermilion bird had awakened, she didn't expect that inside this lava, Wang Lin was not only unharmed but also seemed to be walking on solid ground. No wonder those people were so wary of the 4 sacred sects. Unexpectedly, after the Vermilion bird awakened, this person has such terrifying fire resistance. The woman in pink stared at Wang Lin. She had been inside the lava for several months, unable to move too quickly. Fortunately, they found the unconscious village maiden, whose body was strangely filled with fire. The pink-clothed woman's cultivation level was insufficient to save her. Inside the lava, although she possessed the protective artifact given to her by her senior sister, movement was still extremely difficult. After months, she finally reached this grand hall, only to unexpectedly encounter Wang Lin there. The moment she saw Wang Lin, the pink-clothed woman's heart pounded, her expression filled with anxiety. She controlled the speed of the bubbles to increase, hurtling straight towards the grand hall. Because of the sudden acceleration, the bubbles immediately became unstable, seemingly on the verge of collapse. But at this moment, the pink-clothed woman couldn't worry about that. She only hoped to quickly close the distance to the grand hall. Wang Lin's expression was cold as he walked step by step through the lava, approaching the bubbles carrying the pink-clothed woman and the village maiden. Seeing them getting closer and closer, the pink-clothed woman's anxiety intensified. She couldn't guess Wang Lin's intentions, but she knew that Wang Lin and the group led by the beautiful village woman also had a feud. Approaching now, she suspected it was precisely to kill this village woman. Wang Lin, you and Void Master have a feud, but we to have no grievances with you. The woman in pink, seeing that the distance to Wang Lin was less than 10 meters, immediately shouted loudly. Wang Lin's expression remained icy cold. In an instant, he traversed a distance of 10 meters, arriving outside the bubble containing the 2 women. He coldly stared at her and the unconscious woman from the village. The pink-clothed woman's eyes showed fear, and the snowflake mark on her forehead flickered incessantly. Her heart was extremely tense. In the eerie silence of the lava, she was powerless to stop any of the opponent's actions. Her only reliance was the snowflake mark on her forehead, a protective artifact given to her by her senior sister. You are the Kungsu Qing woman. Wang Lin stared at the pink-clothed woman, calmly transmitting his divine sense. This divine sense merged with the lava, transforming into ripples that unexpectedly caused the bubble around her body to fluctuate violently, as if it could collapse at any moment. The woman in pink immediately turned pale, biting her lip and shaking her head, saying, "I am not the Kungsu Saintess. That is my senior sister. What is your relationship with her?" Wang Lin pointed to the beautiful woman from the Valley of the Void and asked. "She is an elder of the Kungsu realm." The woman in pink dared not refuse to answer. At this moment, if Wang Lin were to toy with her and pierce this bubble, even with her protective magic, she could resist the lava here. But the beautiful woman from the Valley of the Void would immediately be engulfed by the lava, making the fire poison in her body even more severe, and could even lead to her complete annihilation. "The Void Master may have offended you, but we haven't." Before the woman in pink could finish speaking, her pupils contracted, and she quickly retreated a few steps. The snowflake on her forehead instantly transformed and flashed before her. Just as she was speaking, Wang Lin took a step through the bubble, standing opposite the woman in pink. "Withdraw your magic weapon." Entering the bubble, Wang Lin crouched down, his gaze fixed on the unconscious woman, his eyes revealing a strange glint. As for the woman in pink, Wang Lin didn't even consider her a threat. Even with her snowflake magic weapon, he didn't take her seriously. "What do you want to do?" The woman's heart suddenly raced. Seeing Wang Lin's right hand placed on the woman's forehead, she immediately exclaimed. But just as she was about to act, Wang Lin didn't turn around, but casually pointed his left hand behind him. "Silence!" He suddenly unleashed his immobilization technique. The woman in pink froze. Although her body was immobilized, the snowflakes in front of her transformed into countless, swirling around her, providing a tight defense. Wang Lin ignored the woman in pink and instead pointed his right hand at the forehead of the beautiful woman from the devouring sect. Taking advantage of the fact that her body was ravaged by the fire poison, her primordial spirit was extremely weak, and her mind was in a coma. His consciousness suddenly entered her body through his finger, sweeping through her mind. A series of memories of the beautiful woman from the devouring sect instantly appeared in Wang Lin's mind. Although this woman from the devouring sect had a higher cultivation level than Wang Lin, due to the important reasons mentioned above, Wang Lin had used his consciousness to scan her memories. For Wang Lin, whether this woman lived or died was unimportant. What he needed was her memories. All the memories related to the Kungsu realm. This was due to Wang Lin's circumstances. He wanted to understand the Kungsu realm, to truly know the reason. Previously, when his cultivation had increased to the great perfection of the Nirvana realm, his mind was filled with the starry sky, and within the Kungsu realm, he saw a figure that caused him extreme pain. His consciousness swept through the memories of the beautiful village woman, and Wang Lin gradually gained some understanding of the Kungsu realm. His expression became increasingly serious. However, these things were not what he wanted. As he continued to search through the village woman's memories, her body trembled, her eyelashes twitched, and her mature face flushed with an unusual blush that was captivating. Under Wang Lin's soul-searching technique, the fire poison in her body was clearly uncontrollable and showed signs of erupting. The woman in pink, immobilized beside her, showed anxiety in her eyes, but her gaze towards Wang Lin was filled with hatred. However, her cultivation was insufficient. Under Wang Lin's immobilization technique, she was powerless to resist. As he swept through the village woman's mind, Wang Lin's body suddenly trembled. He had found what he was looking for. A proud figure clearly appeared in her memories. That figure was the very person who had filled Wang Lin's mind when he was in the Kungsu realm. Kungsu Saintess Mu Bingmi. Wang Lin's expression became complicated as he continued to search through this woman's memories. The village girl greatly revered the Kungsu Saintess but didn't know much about her, only that the Saintess's cultivation method was very strange. Almost all successive Saintesses cultivated this method, and once they reached perfection, they would become the strongest in the Kungsu realm. Unfortunately, this method seemed very difficult to cultivate, so except for the first Saintess, almost no one had succeeded. Only the seventh Saintess, Mu Bingmi, seemed to have achieved some success. Liu Mi, Mu Bingmi. A wave of pain surged from within Wang Lin's mind, and he could sense that Wang Ping inside the heaven-defying pearl, due to his mental turmoil, also showed a glimmer of awakening. Remembering Wang Ping, Wang Lin's heart felt as if it were being cut by a knife. Throughout his life, Wang Ping had a single wish when he only mentioned once, and after receiving no answer, he never spoke of it again until his death. He desperately wanted to see his mother one last time. Wang Lin silently stood up, looking at the woman in pink. From the memories of the beautiful woman from the village, Wang Lin knew that this woman was Lumi's junior sister, also cultivating the same technique. Their relationship wasn't just that of ordinary elders. The village woman had watched her grow up until she became Lumi's junior sister. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light as he calmly said, "If I don't save her, within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, she will undoubtedly die." The beautiful woman from the village flushed with color. This rosy hue was extremely strange, and a lot of sweat poured from her body, but in the blink of an eye, it turned into white mist and floated away. If this continued, the beautiful village girl wouldn't last long and would surely turn into a dried corpse. Moreover, her primordial spirit would be annihilated. In fact, even if Wang Lin didn't rummage through her memories, the beautiful village girl wouldn't live much longer. Although she might live a little longer, the outcome would still be the same. "If you agree, we can make a deal. I will save her and bring you into the main hall into the 8th level, but you must let me collect your memories," Wang Lin said calmly. He gave the woman a choice. If she agreed, then so be it. But if she didn't, Wang Lin would still take action. The woman in pink smiled subtly. She had seen the determination in Wang Lin's words. Being intelligent and sharp-witted, she naturally knew that Wang Lin was rummaging through her memories to find something. Moreover, observing from below, what he was searching for was definitely related to her senior sister. Even if she disagreed, it would be useless. Nodding, the woman in the white robe gave up resisting. Wang Lin said nothing more, but with a flick of his sleeve, he enveloped the two women and took a step forward. Unexpectedly, he directly passed through the bubble and rushed straight ahead. Very quickly, he approached the main hall and instantly entered inside. After entering, Wang Lin's right hand formed a hand seal and pointed forward. Immediately, the lava in the main hall surged and flowed outwards. In just a moment, there was no more lava left in the main hall. The main hall door slammed shut. Although there was no more lava here, it still radiated an extremely hot temperature. Wang Lin waved his sleeve, and the woman in pink and the village girl stopped to one side. Wang Lin's right hand, without touching her, instantly lifted her body, causing her to fly up and land in front of him. He grasped her, disregarding the fact that she was a woman. With each lift and lower of his hand, her skin became even more rosy. After half an incense stick's time, her entire body was almost a sea of red flames. Suddenly, Wang Lin placed his right hand on her head and fiercely sucked, causing the fire poison in her body to surge wildly and completely enter his hand. Gradually, the beautiful woman's body recovered, though she was extremely weak and collapsed beside him. "Now it's your turn." Wang Lin looked at the woman in pink. The woman in pink bit her lip, remained silent for a moment, then sat down cross-legged, placing her right hand on her forehead. Immediately, the snowflakes floating around her body quickly dissipated, finally disappearing completely. She closed her eyes and sat there motionless. Wang Lin showed no mercy or pity. This was merely an exchange. His right hand flicked to the forehead of the woman in pink. His divine consciousness spread out, beginning to search through her memories. The woman in pink trembled, but she gritted her teeth and persevered. Although the memory gathering was harmful to her, Wang Lin wasn't cruel. As long as she didn't resist during the search, he wouldn't forcibly break through. Therefore, the woman in pink completely gave up resisting. Through the search, Wang Lin gradually gained more understanding of Mu Bingmi. After a long while, he raised his right hand, the complex expression on his face deepening. Heavenly Soul Dao, a hypothetical heavenly Dao with a soul. Cultivating this soul Dao results in countless clones, each cultivating countless different techniques and attaining countless insights, yet always retaining their original essence. Finally, the clones merge, reaching the Heavenly Soul Dao. The Heavenly Soul Dao is the peak divine ability of the Kungsu realm. Only the first saintess succeeded. Since then, all successive saintesses have failed, losing their true selves and dying. Mu Bingmi, as the 7th saintess, unexpectedly took the path of heartlessness. After cultivating the Heavenly Soul Dao, she manifested clones, not retaining the clones' true selves, but allowing them to exist independently, generating a new consciousness, completely unaware of the original body's existence. Only when a certain requirement is met will the inherited memories be unlocked, merging back with the original body. The Heavenly Dao is heartless, so the clones must also be heartless. and her clones are not as numerous as those of the previous saintesses, but only 9. She chose these 9 clones from various cultivation planets after meticulous planning. Over countless years, the first 8 clones have all reached perfection, preserving their virgin bodies and awakening. But the 9th clone on Vermilion Star encountered an unexpected incident. The woman in pink didn't know what kind of incident it was. She only knew that the 9th clone was named Liu Mi. Because of this clone, her senior sister had become embroiled in a fierce battle. The woman in pink was pale, sweat constantly beaded on her forehead, and her body was extremely weak. However, the memory search hadn't caused any major damage. She could recover with a little effort. Wang Lin sighed softly. He already had an answer regarding the Kung Fu Saintess, though not entirely complete, but with his intellect and understanding, he could discern the problem. After a moment of silence, Wang Lin's gaze swept across the main hall, finding the place to open the formation. Open this formation, and you two can enter the 8th level. Make your own arrangements. Wang Lin stepped forward, opened the teleportation formation, and his figure disappeared. Although he hadn't killed the beautiful village woman during the memory search, he had erased all memories related to Wang Lin's secrets and secretly placed a restriction on her. If this beautiful village girl continues to cause him trouble, he will activate a forbidden spell that will cause her mental state to collapse. The 8th floor of the Immortal Mansion. The moment Wang Lin entered, he immediately heard a series of rumbling sounds, along with countless frantic fluctuations of elemental energy. This 8th floor was pitch black, completely enveloped in a black mist, making it impossible to spread his divine sense or discern any clues. However, the rumbling sounds grew more and more intense, and a faint roar of anger echoed around. The sounds seemed to belong to Ling Tianhu. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed, and after listening silently for a long time, he immediately retreated. But just as he retreated, the black mist in front of him suddenly swirled, and Ling Tianhu suddenly rushed out. This time, Ling Tianhu emerged looking extremely disheveled, his pale face showing signs of terror. A black palm print was imprinted on his chest, tearing through his clothes and deeply embedded in his skin. As he rushed forward, the dense black mist surged towards the palm print. Behind him, from within the black mist, a demonic figure relentlessly pursued him, swirling the mist into a massive demonic head that lunged towards Ling Tianhu, who was fleeing ahead, ready to bite. The terror in Ling Tianhu's eyes intensified, but he gritted his teeth, spun around, and unleashed a burst of spiritual energy, pointing it forward from a distance. Immediately, a crack appeared before him, from which a red light flashed. Ling Tianhu's killing beast instantly leapt out, letting out a low growl as it charged towards the demonic head. The killing itself was also wounded, bleeding profusely. Ling Tianhu's eyes showed pain, but in this moment of danger, he couldn't think much, and he whispered, bloodthirsty. While shouting, he clapped his right hand against his forehead, and immediately the 2 remaining primordial spirit swords flew out, not aiming at the demon, but straight at the killing. The killing beast let out a cry but did not resist, allowing the 2 swords to pierce its body. Its fresh blood gushed out, instantly filling an area of 200 feet. Beast's soul appears. Ling Tianhu shouted loudly, and immediately the entire body of the killing collapsed with a loud crash. The moment fresh blood rained down everywhere, the killing soul instantly appeared from its collapsing body. As soon as the killing soul appeared, it immediately tilted its head back and roared. This roar was inaudible to the ears, only the primordial spirit could perceive it, and in Wang Lin's primordial spirit, it sounded like a thunderclap. The roaring killing soul rushed out, immediately attacking and biting the demon, intending to stop its pursuit. Seeing the fresh blood of the killing king filling the sky, Ling Tianhu's eyes were also bloodshot. His heart felt like it was bleeding. This killing beast had followed him for countless years, becoming an inseparable part of his life. At this moment, he had personally cut the beast's blood, sacrificing it to its soul, urging it to appear. Ling Tianhu roared softly, his hands forming a hand seal and pointing forward. Immediately, a sea of blood surged up, rushing straight towards the killing soul entwined with the demon. This sea of blood, filling the sky, was also tinged with a golden light, penetrating and dissipating more than half of the black mist. All of this blood seemed to encounter no obstacle, all converging towards the demon. Wang Lin, help me. The danger here is not something one person can withstand. Fight with me, and then I will explain. He chose to flee in this direction because he sensed someone teleporting in. In his mind, among those who hadn't entered yet, the most qualified was Wang Lin. Having just entered the 8th level, Wang Lin immediately encountered Ling Qian, who's struggling so much, even sacrificing his killing beast. Wang Lin had a bad feeling about what had happened to everyone after entering the 8th level. He absolutely had to find someone to ask about what had happened. Wang Lin's eyes showed determination, and with a flash, he rushed out of the black mist, not wasting any words on Ling Qianhu, and directly jumped up, intending to unleash his divine abilities. All divine abilities are useless against it. It'll just devour it. Ling Qianhu immediately shouted, and at the same time, he potted his storage bag, and a small red sword instantly appeared in his hand, which he threw forward. This small red sword instantly shot forward like lightning. As he drew closer to the demon, Ling Qianhu cried out in anguish, "Explode!" As soon as these words were spoken, the small sword immediately crumbled with a thunderous roar, forming a destructive force that surged into the demon's body. The demon instantly let out sharp, agonizing screams. In Wang Lin's eyes, this demon was clearly an ancient demon. However, this ancient demon was very strange. It had the appearance of a rogue demon, but surprisingly, its left eye had a star-like point. A total of 8 star-like points. 7 of them were dim, but 1 emitted bursts of demonic energy. At this moment, the ancient demon was suffering. The star-like point in its left eye spinning rapidly, the single shining point emitting even denser demonic energy, making the ancient demon look incredibly sinister. With a howling scream, the ancient demon's body flashed, unexpectedly breaking free from the struggle with the killing soul, and lunging straight towards Ling Qianhu. Wang Lin's pupils contracted, his right hand clenched, and he directly punched forward. The illusory image of the ancient god materialized, merging into the black mist, its form still unclear. But the moment this punch was thrown, the ancient demon's body suddenly trembled. His body, which had been charging towards Ling Qianhu, abruptly stopped, spun around, and his demonic eyes stared intently at Wang Lin. Unexpectedly, he let go of Ling Qianhu and transformed into a shadow, charging back towards Wang Lin. Clearly, he recognized Wang Lin's ancient god aura. Wang Lin's mind shifted slightly, and immediately behind him appeared a Tai Chi diagram with swirling black and white energies, descending into Wang Lin's right hand, gradually transforming into a magical artifact imbued with his Dao, the Kanji Immortal Staff. With the Kanji Immortal Staff in his hand, Wang Lin trembled. Immediately, a banging sound emanated from the staff, and a piece of leather appeared, emitting dazzling golden light. The moment the demonic shadow approached, the Kanji Immortal Staff swept horizontally, striking the ancient demon with a resounding thud. The ancient demon's body instantly froze, and where the immortal tree passed, a large amount of demonic energy unexpectedly erupted. It suffered another blow, its eyes flashing with bloodlust, ready to charge again. But the Kanji Immortal Staff in Wang Lin's hand swept out once more, tearing through the air and striking the ancient demon. With a pop, the ancient demon's body trembled again. Wang Lin didn't stop, continuously striking and withdrawing. The ancient demon seemed very wary of this immortal tree, constantly retreating. But as soon as it moved 10 meters away, its body unexpectedly contracted rapidly, instantly transforming into a huge black palm print, accompanied by a howling sound, striking directly at Wang Lin. Wang Lin, be careful, this demonic palm can penetrate all defenses. The moment Ling Qianhu saw this demonic palm, his mind was instantly shaken. The injury on his chest was also caused by this demonic palm. The moment Wang Lin saw the demonic palm, his eyes instantly flashed with brilliance. This enormous demonic palm gave him a very familiar feeling. The moment it approached, Wang Lin's eyes flicked, and he simultaneously raised his right hand. In his mind, a heaven-shattering technique he had comprehended in the immortal realm of martial arts appeared. I will withstand this palm strike. Back then, Wang Lin's cultivation was insufficient, but now he was at the peak of the Nirvana realm, possessing the body of an ancient god. As he raised his hand, the enormous palm strike from the immortal realm of martial arts instantly appeared in his mind, finally replacing everything, becoming eternal, transforming into a powerful thought, surging into his right hand, and unleashing with this palm strike. This palm strike instantly caused the heavens and earth to change color. A rumbling sound suddenly erupted from the ground. The surrounding black mist was swept away as if by a raging storm, immediately retreating frantically in all directions. Within this palm strike was hidden a Tao concept, a kind of aura of supreme dominance over heaven and earth. With a single palm strike, a colossal palm print instantly materialized, as vast as the heavens and obscuring the sun, unleashing an unimaginable pressure. Almost in an instant, this palm print slammed into the ancient demon's palm print. A deafening explosion resounded, shaking the very foundations of heaven and earth. The ancient demon's palm print crumbled, transforming into countless demonic energies that coalesced into the ancient demon's form. Its eyes widened in terror, and it let out a scream, attempting to flee. But Wang Lin's palm strike, far from dissipating, swept forward with a frenzied force, instantly dispersing the black mist in the 8th layer of the immortal mansion. Unexpectedly, under Wang Lin's palm strike, a long passage seemed to open up. The ancient demon, unable to escape, was caught by the palm print and pierced through its body. A mournful, heart-wrenching scream echoed. The ancient demon's left eye suddenly flashed, and in the instant his body disintegrated, he unexpectedly flew straight forward. The palm print did not stop but continued its attack. Along the way, all the buildings that obstructed it collapsed with a thunderous roar. Following the frenzied palm print, it finally struck the outside of the central palace. With a deafening explosion, half of the massive central palace was destroyed, revealing 99 candlesticks inside. In the blink of an eye, this palm strike swept through, and of the 99 candlesticks, only 2 were still burning, one of which also flickered violently before finally going out. Only 1 candle remained, showing signs of extinguishing but still struggling. Ling Jian, who stared in astonishment, taking a deep breath, his eyes filled with disbelief. He was utterly terrified by Wang Lin's divine power. Go! Wang Lin's words were concise. His body glided along the passage created by the palm print, heading straight forward. At this moment, his heart was not as calm as his outward appearance suggested. The power of that palm strike had only been unleashed to a very small extent. If it could be fully unleashed, it could shatter the 1st to the 9th floor of this immortal mansion with just 1 palm strike. Hearing this, Ling Jian, who immediately followed behind Wang Lin, his apprehension deepening. He couldn't see through this person at all. Although he considered his cultivation far superior to Wang Lin's, if they were to truly engage in a fight, Ling Jian, who admitted he wasn't sure he could win. Wang Lin's speed was like lightning, rushing straight ahead. A moment later, he arrived in front of the half-destroyed central palace. He coldly glanced at Ling Jian, who following behind him. Wang Lin took out a handful of pills, put them into his mouth, then patted his storage bag. A silver light flashed, and the silver-robed woman reappeared beside him, her icy gaze sweeping over Ling Tianhu. Ling Tianhu's pupils contracted, and he felt even more that Wang Lin was mysterious. I can't figure this person out, whether it's his divine abilities, cultivation, or anything else. Only 2 words can describe him: mysterious. Ling Tian, who had only ever used the word mysterious to describe one person in his life, now Yunzi. Now, there was another one. He didn't use the pill Wang Wei had given him earlier, but instead swallowed ordinary immortal pills, quickly replenishing his primordial spirit and recovering a large amount of lost primal energy. This loss of primal energy was surprisingly no less than the previous time he used the Tai sword. However, Wang Lin had just emerged from the lava. Besides the fire primal energy circulating within his body, he possessed a large amount of free primal energy, which had been absorbed by the vermilion bird totem on his body over the past few months of cultivation. During those months of meditation, Wang Lin discovered that the fire elemental power absorbed by the vermilion bird totem could flow into his body. This discovery was also the reason Wang Lin stayed in the lava for such a long time. After swallowing this pill, he no longer needed to use the fire elemental power from the vermilion bird totem. After absorbing the free elemental power in his body and the medicinal power, Wang Lin's body had somewhat recovered. Very quickly, he arrived at the dilapidated main hall in the center, where the only remaining candle was still flickering. There was not a soul in the hall. After entering, Wang Lin's gaze swept around, and he calmly opened his mouth to say, "What happened here?" After following Wang Lin into this place, the fear in Ling Tianhu's heart was still evident on his face. He said, "When our group entered through the 7th floor, there was no black mist here. But after entering the main hall, as soon as we opened the entrance to the 9th floor, 3 demonic figures rushed out from the entrance, instantly filling the place with fog. Those 3 demonic figures were incredibly bizarre. Void Master was instantly severely injured. Even Wang Wei nearly died from Beiluo's sneak attack, and Tia Yunzi also intervened to help Beiluo. As for Hu Huan, she was immediately sucked into the 9th floor before she could even act. I was also injured by a demonic figure, especially under this black mist. I couldn't see anything clearly. My divine sense couldn't penetrate anything. Ling Tiaho briefly recounted everything that had happened. The more Wang Lin listened, the more his brows furrowed, secretly feeling apprehensive. Wang Lin wasn't too surprised that Tia Yunzi had helped Beiluo. This demon spirit land, where Tia Yunzi had been several times, was absolutely unbelievably connected to the ancient demons. Furthermore, recalling his time at the Chaiyun sect, Wang Lin had witnessed the senior disciple of the purple lineage performing a kind of demonic technique. That scene remained deeply etched in his memory. As time went on, the more he remembered it, the more certain he became of his judgment. Especially since, in this demon spirit land, Wang Lin had obtained a body of a rogue demon. Clearly, that body was none other than Ling Jianhu before him, only much younger. This body was still in Wang Lin's storage bag. Wang Lin believed that if he were to reveal this body, Ling Tianhu's expression would change drastically, and even Tia Yunzi's expression would likely be affected. Ancient demon, ancient monster, heavenly fortune master, Ling Jianhu. There must be some strange connection between them. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged as he surveyed the remaining hall. His gaze once again fell on the single burning candle. How can I open this place? Wang Lin couldn't find the entrance to the 9th level. Whether it was for Zhou Yu or Sichuan, he needed to continue. Although Sichuan hadn't entered, Wang Lin believed that with his cultivation, the previous levels were certainly not dangerous. But Zhou Yu was on the 9th level, and the antidote for Sichuan was also on the 9th level. Since it concerned the lives of these two benefactors, how could Wang Lin abandon them? Even knowing the 9th level was full of dangers, if he gave up because of that, Wang Lin would feel like he had wasted his life. Do you really want to go in? Ling Jianhu hesitated slightly. Wang Lin nodded. Lord Ling Tia pondered for a moment, a flash of madness appearing in his eyes. Well, you've spent far less time cultivating than I have, but you still possess such courage. My beloved beast was destroyed because of that demonic creature, and I've spent my entire life cultivating the domineering intent. If I were to leave because of this, I wouldn't be willing. If Tia Yunzi dares to enter, what do I have to fear? He took a step forward, walking straight towards the candles on the ground. Recalling the method Hu Qian had used earlier, he quickly tapped the candles on the ground. Immediately, 99 candles slowly rose, emitting a rumbling sound, and began to move, seemingly forming a massive formation. A dark light emanated from the formation, and the rumbling sound intensified. The 99 candles merged, and a phantom sphere of light appeared. A black mist surged out from within. Ling Jianhu gritted his teeth and leapt into the light sphere, his figure disappearing in an instant. Wang Lin didn't hesitate either, taking a deep breath, retracting the silver-robed woman, and stepping into the light sphere. Just as Wang Lin and Ling Jianhu entered the final level of the Immortal Mansion, inside the main hall, identical to the previous 8 levels, a figure in the black mist sitting on a chair suddenly raised their head. Their eyes flickered, and a single point of light flashed on their forehead. Around this point of light, endless black energy relentlessly attacked, as if trying to devour it. Outside the main hall, a deafening roar resounded, a thunderous roar echoing through the air. Clearly, a fierce battle was raging outside. Almost everyone was present outside the main hall, though they were all injured. Countless demonic figures hovered around them. These ghostly figures were a bloodthirsty, frenzied horde, relentlessly clashing with the cultivators. No matter how the cultivators attacked, these ghostly figures refused to dissipate. If they attacked forcefully, some would directly collapse, forming a destructive force that spread in all directions. Therefore, for a short period, the area remained engulfed in battle. Void Master's face was pale. He sat cross-legged not far away, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. He quickly touched his body with his right hand, suppressing his injuries. Beside him, the black-robed figure, his face devoid of color, also sat cross-legged, his eyes fixed on the front. Heavenly Fortune Master's sleeves swept across the area, each time transforming into earth-shattering divine abilities, constantly shattering all the ghostly figure's attacks. Meanwhile, Wang Wei's expression was grim. A watery barrier enveloped his body as he frantically attacked forward. There were two reasons for his frenzy. Firstly, his master Qinglin. Secondly, after the 9th level was opened, Hu Kuiyan was immediately sucked in, causing Wang Wei's clone to be created, giving Bei Luo an opportunity. Jie Yunzi then attacked, instantly injuring Wang Wei. However, Wang Wei had many elixirs, and after consuming them, he didn't continue fighting Bei Luo and Jie Yunzi, but immediately jumped into the 9th level to search for Hu Kuiyan. Meanwhile, Bei Luo's entire body was raging with demonic energy, forming a towering demonic manifestation. Within this demonic energy, a phantom image of an ancient demon materialized. This demonic image, though seemingly phantom, was almost tangible, emitting an eerie aura. When it raised its hand, it conjured up divine abilities, relentlessly attacking countless demonic figures in the black mist, shouting, "Taga!" These demonic figures consumed the most demonic energy. "I want to see how much more you can consume." Responding to Bei Luo was a hoarse, earth-shattering voice that instantly sent chills down everyone's spines. The voice was ethereal and illusory, yet contained a demonic power. "Bei Luo, wait until I complete the final step of possession. Then you'll know just how much demonic power I possess." Hearing this, Wang Wei's eyes turned red again. He formed hand seals, and immediately a blue light enveloped him, transforming into a vast, surging ocean. This ocean stretched across the heavens and earth, like a true great ocean. With a low roar, this boundless ocean descended from the sky, crashing directly into the black mist outside the Great Hall. The old man with the gourd also unleashed his divine power, transforming into countless spells that rushed towards the black mist, unleashing a barrage of attacks on the demonic figures. At this moment, Juyi was also present, but his body was weakened, and a worried expression appeared in his eyes as he gazed at the black mist ahead. But the demonic energy in this place was too powerful. As a spiritual being, he found it difficult to resist the constant infiltration of demonic energy. It was at this moment that Wang Lin and Ling Jian who suddenly appeared. This 9th floor wasn't large apart from the main hall. There was nothing else. Upon appearing, the two immediately witnessed the most intense battle they had ever seen. Especially the ancient demon phantom of Bei Luo and the raging sea of Wang Wei. At this moment, Jie Yunzi's eyes also revealed a strange light, his right hand raised, pointing to the sky, softly chanting, "Heavenly Fortune Finger." As soon as these words were spoken, an boundless vortex immediately appeared from the overwhelming ocean conjured by Wang Wei, and a powerful pressure descended from the heavens. Under this pressure, a huge finger stretched out from the ocean, fiercely stabbing towards the black mist that enveloped the palace. The vast sea in the sky roared down, seemingly intent on destroying everything in this world. Within the celestial sea, the heavenly fortune divine power descended with a single finger. The ancient demon, with his twin palms, extended his hands, causing the illusory ancient demon to detach from his body. In an instant, 24 small banners materialized, swirling around the illusory ancient demon's body. Following the illusory ancient demon's pointing finger forward, 23 small green banners immediately radiated unimaginable pressure. Inside, statues of ancient gods and demons instantly materialized, even depicting some ancient beasts. The heavens and earth were filled with power. At this moment, various divine powers appeared, all descending from the sky. They headed straight towards the demonic mist outside the palace. Void Master gritted his teeth fiercely, extending his right hand. But noticing Wang Lin approaching from behind, he immediately ceased his attack. The man in black beside him didn't make a move, but a hint of greed flickered in his eyes. If this palace were opened, it would reveal the severely wounded immortal Emperor Qing Shuang. Although there were ancient demons present, they were numerous and possessed many powerful cultivators. Even the ancient demons would likely have to retreat in defeat. As long as I obtain 3 drops of Qing Shuang's blood, my mission will be accomplished. At that time, Lord will surely help me increase my cultivation. Even the old man holding the gourd's eyes flashed. He withdrew his divine power, then took a few steps back, his eyes revealing greed. He had followed Jie Yunzi all the way here without encountering too much danger. His purpose in coming here wasn't the secret of the 3rd stage of cultivation, but to obtain Qing Shuang's immortal techniques. According to Jie Yunzi, Du Yao and Wang Wei, the 3 great powerhouses, unleashed their divine abilities with thunderous force. The entire ground trembled instantly, countless cracks appearing, as if on the verge of collapse. With another gesture from Jie Yunzi, The ground completely crumbled. Even the Immortal Emperor's cape began to shake violently. Upon reaching the 9th level, almost everything was affected. Furthermore, numerous illusory figures appeared within the strange green banner, shaking not only the Immortal Emperor's cave but the entire demon spirit land. The collapsing ground instantly reduced the 9th level to a pile of ruins. In the instant the 3 great divine abilities descended, Gumo let out a hoarse, furious roar. The black mist outside the palace swept across the heavens and earth, directly colliding with these 3 powerful figures. Boom! Earth-shattering sounds suddenly echoed. Wang Lin and Ling Jianhu immediately flew forward, but before they got close, they felt an unimaginable force attacking them. However, as the divine power and the black mist collided, the heavens and earth changed color, instantly disrupting the scene in the 8th floor Grand Hall. Finally, the candle flame flickered violently a few times before slowly extinguishing. In the instant the candlelight went out, the man sitting on a chair in the Grand Hall amidst the black mist on the 9th floor had his forehead instantly lose its radiance. Demonic energy surged in from all directions, occupying the entire spiritual platform. In a flash, the man forcefully raised his head. His dark eyes had vanished, replaced by an unimaginably terrifying demonic flame. 8 points of light also rapidly rotated within it. A sinister smile played on his lips as he slowly rose from his chair. He sat there for countless millennia, his body barely moving an inch during those countless millennia, but now he moved. The moment the middle-aged man stood up, a surge of demonic energy rushed towards the great hall where he sat. Cracking sounds echoed, countless fissures appeared, and with a loud bang, everything shattered, sweeping outwards in all directions. The palace collapsed, and even the demonic mist outside was instantly swept back, all frantically entering the middle-aged man's body, forming a black armor around him. In that instant, Wang Wei, outside the palace, watched the palace collapse, seeing the blurry figure appearing in the ruins, his eyes revealing fear and pain. Master! A rare hint of madness appeared in Taeyongji's eyes. He had waited for this day for a long time. Beside him, Duyabeluo swallowed hard. He's just successfully possessed a body. It's not stable yet. We absolutely cannot let him consolidate it. The moment this man stood up, all 8 layers of the Immortal Emperor's cave dwelling's restrictions erupted with dazzling light in a short time. It seemed as if everything was about to collapse. Even more terrifying was that even the demon spirit land was shaken when this man stood up. Originally, the demonic energy had been dispelled, and this place had become a celestial realm of immortal spirits. But in an instant, endless demonic energy surged out. This demonic energy swept across the heavens and earth, covering the entire celestial realm in a flash. The immortal beasts, which had only recently recovered, were instantly swept away by the demonic energy. After the demonic energy passed, all that remained were monstrous beasts with bloodshot eyes filled with bloodlust. Not only in this demon spirit land, but even in the boundless sky above the demon spirit realm, illusory figures were constantly transforming, laughing loudly with their heads turned towards the heavens. This laughter was soundless, yet it instantly enveloped the entire Star Alliance. It was an unimaginably powerful force. The northern part of the Star Alliance had been at war for half a year, and the conflict was still ongoing. Cultivators from both sides were constantly attacking, but the relentless fighting had already turned the eyes of both sides red with rage. A large number of Luoxia cultivators had rushed to the Luoxia Star Alliance, and the Cultivation Alliance had deployed a large number of cultivators. The entire northern part of the Star Alliance seemed to be permeated with the pungent smell of blood. Even Yin Lazy was now slaughtering like a madman. But just as the two sides were engaged in endless slaughter, the soundless laughter permeated the air. In an instant, Lazy's body trembled, and even the Alliance elders engaged in battle showed fear in their eyes. Not only them, but even the ordinary cultivators around them inexplicably trembled, bewildered and unable to understand the reason. Further away, at the headquarters of the Cultivation Alliance, a few immortals who had miraculously escaped the catastrophe of the immortal realm, such as Wang Wei and Hu Qian, were now the core force of the Cultivation Alliance, preparing to leave and join the war in the northern part of the Alliance. But suddenly, a silent laugh echoed through their ears, and the expressions of the former immortals instantly changed drastically, their eyes filled with terror. Is this a voice-shifting technique? Immortal Emperor Qing Shuang. A commotion erupted, and even deep within the Cultivation Alliance headquarters, on a planet suspended above a vortex, a middle-aged man sitting in a secret room suddenly opened his eyes wide. In an instant, as he opened his eyes, the spiritual seal above the secret chamber unexpectedly collapsed with a thunderous crash. Immortal Emperor. At the same time, in the Kungsu realm, the old man who had previously discovered Wang Lin suddenly raised his head, his gaze seemingly able to see through countless things, looking towards the demon spirit land. His expression wasn't overly serious, and the Kungsu Saintess Mubingmi, with her extremely cold expression beside him, was also slightly stunned. He's awake. No, it's not him. The old man's expression changed, then he let out a sigh of relief, but seemed somewhat disappointed. Meanwhile, in the Vermilion Bird sect of the Four Saint sects, in the Fire Sea Star domain, a place considered forbidden to the Cultivation Alliance, in the deepest part of the star domain, the very source of the Sea of Fire, there stood a massive rock about 10 meters in diameter. This rock had no irregular shape, and its color wasn't crimson red, but snow white. But this rock was incredibly hot, unimaginably intense. Even if Wang Lin approached within 100 meters, his body would be instantly melted. Even the Vermilion Bird would die in an instant. 5-star ancient gods would survive within 100-meter radius. This seemingly ordinary rock was the origin of the Fiery Sea Star domain, and it was its existence that made this place seem like an eternal moon, constantly burning. Yet, on this rock, an old man sat cross-legged. The old man's appearance was extremely weathered, his skin cracked, and a thick aura of death permeated the air. From afar, he didn't look like a person, but rather a pile of flesh and blood. But no one dared to underestimate this old man. He was the Holy Emperor of the Vermilion Bird Holy Sect, one of the 4 holy sects. Even back then, he was renowned throughout the starry sky. If it weren't for special circumstances preventing him from entering the immortal realm, he wouldn't have been so insignificant. The old man opened his eyes, gazing into the distance, a hint of astonishment in his expression. Could it be that my Vermilion Bird Holy Sect truly cannot rise again? Meanwhile, on a 6th-level cultivation planet, a planet not valued by cultivators, this planet is called Vermilion Bird Star. On this Vermilion Bird Star, where the mist transformed into a sea years ago, the dwelling place of the ancient gods, in the blood-soaked ancient god land, a man with red hair slowly raised his head, a hint of contempt in his eyes. 8-star ancient demon, just trash. In another 100 years, I, Faxam, can leave this place. By then, the world will only be at my feet. Following Faxam's voice, the blood-soaked sea roared, surging and rising, forming blood waves that reached the sky. On this Vermilion Bird Star, the ancient god land, was the space that Tut had opened up alone years ago. His body was located within this space. It was impossible to imagine how enormous this body was. Even in the presence of a cultivator, it resembled a child's toy. Its colossal fists, along with its earth-shattering pressure, continuously filled this void. But at this moment, as the sea of blood rose to the sky, and according to Thaxam's words, the index finger of this gigantic ancient god's right hand suddenly twitched. The palace collapsed, like a swirling whirlwind suddenly cut short, forming a colossal point of pressure that roared outwards in all directions. The man who stood up was once the number 1 of the 4 great immortal realms, the most powerful immortal emperor, Than Swang. However, at this moment, his eyes were filled with intense demonic flames, and a black armor covered his entire body. This armor seemed to layer upon layer, completely covering every part of his body. After his resurrection, under the demonic energy, it transformed into a cloak that fluttered without wind. When the cloak lifted, a clearly visible phantom image of an ancient demon could be seen within. Beneath the thick armor, his appearance was completely concealed, revealing only his eyes. His eyes emitted bursts of crimson light, and in the instant the palace collapsed, he took a step outside. At this moment, outside the crumbling palace, Wang Wei's divine power transformed into a boundless ocean, the Diman Chaji. The sudden collapse of the palace gave Wang Wei no time to dissipate his divine power. A fierce wave descended from the sky, furiously attacking the palace's debris. In a short time, the entire world seemed to be replaced by a raging storm. The world was filled with water, and a terrifying, earth-shattering immortal power surged forth. In a short time, it spread around, almost tangible, causing everyone's minds to tremble. With this divine power alone, Wang Wei was enough to be considered one of the top-tier powerhouses of the present. The seawater, carried by the heavens and earth, seemed to engulf everything. Wang Lin took a deep breath. Wang Wei's strength was comparable to Qing Shui's, of course, not counting Qing Shui's extreme realm. But as the raging waves roared towards them, the man in the palace took a step forward, appearing in midair. A mere trifle. With a hint of bloodthirsty madness, the man raised his right hand, casually grabbing at the air. Immediately, a surge of black energy erupted from his hand. In the blink of an eye, it filled the air. The black energy rushed towards the vast sea, directly engulfing it. The waves unleashed by Wang Wei immediately collapsed, turning into countless raindrops sweeping across the surroundings. It seemed that this divine ability was just a joke in front of the man. "Master, I arrived late." Wang Wei's face turned pale. His body retreated more than 10 meters, standing near Zhou Yi in the distance, staring in astonishment at the armored man in midair. A look of pain flashed in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. "This place is dangerous." Qi Yi, still recovering from his injuries inflicted by Voidmaster, would be in grave danger if he stayed here. Wang Wei swiftly raised his right hand, and Qi Yi, understanding his intention, glanced at Wang Lin in the distance. He transformed into a beam of light and entered Wang Wei's hand, where he was placed into a storage bag. In the sky, after Wang Wei's divine power was unleashed, a single finger strike from Tianzi followed. This strike seemed capable of supporting heaven and earth, entirely composed of boundless heaven and earth elemental power. It slowly descended from the sky, appearing leisurely but moving with incredible speed. A rumbling sound echoed, as if a hole had been pierced in the sky by this single finger strike. Although a black mist obscured the sky, this single finger strike pierced straight through the mist towards the man below. A sudden roar echoed around, but before it could reach the middle-aged man, his right hand, which had just been raised, came down. A single finger-shaped transformation appeared, and with an unexpected crash, the space collapsed. It was as if a force far exceeding the power of a single heavenly fortune finger had violently severed this finger, causing everything to shatter into pieces. The earth-shattering roar, the heavenly fortune finger that had made Wang Lin tremble years ago, vanished in an instant. All of this happened in a flash. Almost in the blink of an eye, the man stepped out, and the two great divine abilities of Wang Wei and Heavenly Fortune Master completely collapsed. But the armored man did not stop, taking another half step. This time, his figure was incredibly fast, unimaginably fast. Almost instantly, he arrived in front of the ancient demon Beiluo. 8 star points under his left eye flashed, directed towards the 23 small flags in front of Beiluo. The endless black mist in the sky instantly contracted and swirled wildly around him and Beiluo. Everything happened so quickly that by the time everyone reacted, they were surrounded by a black mist. A rumbling sound immediately echoed within the black mist. From within the swirling mist came Beiluo's angry roar. "Tower, although you have possessed Qing Shuang's body, you cannot completely integrate it in a short time. Nor can you devour Qing Shuang's soul. You certainly cannot unleash Qing Shuang's full power from back then. So what? Just killing you is enough." A hoarse voice, filled with waves of magical energy, resonated in the ears of those around, like bones grinding against each other, sending chills down their spines. Yanzi's eyes gleamed with a strange light, and with a flash, he leapt into the black mist as well. Immediately, even louder sounds erupted from within the black mist. Wang Wei gritted his teeth and directly plunged into the black mist. The 3 strongest experts had now entered the black mist. Immediately, the sounds of spells clashing echoed incessantly, and many immortal techniques also radiated outwards. Void Master stared intently into the black mist, as did the black-robed man beside him, and the old man with the gourd also hesitated slightly, stopping beside the black mist. As for Ling Tianhu, he looked at the black mist with a gloomy expression. Wang Lin immediately retreated without thinking. Although he didn't know everything about what was happening before him, the armored man, the palace he had seen before, everything was the same as what he had seen in the world inside the bottle. Obviously, the golden crystal was this armored man. Wang Wei's words to his master confirmed Wang Lin's prophecy. This person was indeed the strongest in the immortal realm, Immortal Emperor Qing Shuang. When the immortal realm collapsed, the immortal emperor was severely wounded and returned. He was then seized upon by the ancient demon tower and the ancient demon Beiluo, who sought to seize Qing Shuang's body, and even more so, Qing Shuang's robes and memories. However, Qing Shuang was incredibly powerful. Even in her severe injuries, she remained unbelievably strong. The ancient demon and the ancient demon, working together, were unable to completely defeat Qing Xuan. Finally, after a struggle, Qing Xuan escaped to the immortal spirit realm where her battle with the ancient demon and ancient demon reached its climax. In this battle, the ancient demon Beiluo was shattered into 9 parts, reluctantly transforming into 9 spirits hidden within the immortal spirit heavenly realm, awaiting countless millennia before the 9 spirits could reunite once again. The ancient demon tower master successfully entered Qing Shuang's body, intending to possess her, but under Qing Shuang's resistance, he eventually reached the 9th floor of the cave, sat down, and unleashed the 99 candlelight grade technique to counter her. However, the ancient demon tower master was also a person of great divine power. Unexpectedly, he used demonic energy to defile the entire cave, taking some of Qing Shuang's guards who had remained there that year, infusing them with his demonic thoughts, making them his subordinates. As for the rogue demon who had possessed Ling Tianhu's body that year, why did he appear outside? And how did he find a body like Ling Tianhu's? There are likely other clues. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with his mind in half a moment. He could roughly guess the scene in the Immortal Emperor's cave that year. As soon as Wang Lin's mind shifted, he retreated. Immediately, a deafening sound echoed in the black mist. Following the reverberating sound, the black mist violently stirred, pushing outwards. Wang Wei's body was pushed out of the black mist, suspended in midair, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. His expression immediately became listless, but his face was filled with sorrow, and his heart ached intensely. The moment Wang Wei was pushed back, the black mist instantly dispersed in all directions, then condensed again, suddenly transforming into a black streak of light, heading straight towards Wang Wei. The speed was too fast, directly piercing through Wang Wei. Wang Wei, still in midair, immediately spat out a large amount of snow mist, his entire body sinking downwards. This scene was so sudden that the expressions of everyone around changed drastically. The man in black took a deep breath, suppressing his greed, and immediately retreated. Void Master did the same, though a flash of killing intent flickered in his eyes as he also retreated towards the severely injured Wang Wei. Although Void Master was severely injured, his cultivation was still at the shattered Nirvana stage. With a swift movement, he almost transformed into a blur, instantly approaching Wang Wei. He raised his right hand and fiercely struck Wang Wei's head. He revealed a ferocious expression and whispered, "Dare to help that little bastard. You're asking for death." Wang Lin, retreating, also saw Wang Wei's serious injury and imminent danger. He immediately shifted his footwork, changing direction, but his speed was no match for Void Master. Seeing Void Master approaching Wang Wei, a palm strike was raised, and a yellowish-brown light emanated from Void Master's hand, containing the wind power of an early shattered Nirvana stage cultivator. In this moment of crisis, Wang Lin didn't have time to think. His ancient god body suddenly flashed, pointing at Wang Wei with the fastest speed, shouting, "Swap positions." Wang Wei's body instantly glowed with light. In the instant Void Master reached out, Wang Wei's figure vanished, replaced by Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes gleamed with divine light. As soon as his body appeared beneath Void Master's palm, a shield of pure light suddenly appeared between him and Void Master. Void Master's right hand slammed down on the shield of pure light. The shield slammed down, pressing against Wang Lin's chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He recoiled backward, his eyes bloodshot, embracing the unconscious Wang Wei. At the same time, he reached into Wang Wei's chest, took out a pill, crushed it, and shoved it into Wang Wei's mouth. Void Master stared intently at Wang Lin, the killing intent from the previous encounter in this immortal emperor's cave now uncontrollable. At this moment, he forgot that with his cultivation level, he couldn't possibly control his mind. His entire body transformed into a blur, charging straight towards Wang Lin. "Little bastard, today I will kill you in here." Wang Lin retreated rapidly, a cold glint in his eyes. Just as Void Master pursued Wang Lin, a sudden, deafening explosion of magic erupted from within the black mist, unexpectedly spreading outwards in all directions. At this moment, Heavenly Fortune Master emerged from within, his face pale, but not disheveled. After breaking out of the black mist, he transformed into a black and crimson form, just like Wang Wei before, and with incredible speed, shot straight towards Heavenly Fortune Master. Tia Yunzi's eyes flashed. His feet didn't stop for a moment, and as he rushed out, his right hand touched his forehead. Immediately, a 7-colored light transformed on his forehead, forming a dazzling 7-colored halo that collided with the black and red light. With a loud bang, the black and red light and the 7-colored light collapsed, and Taeyunzi, without hesitation, quickly retreated. This sudden scene instantly shocked Su Kongzi, but he didn't give up pursuing Wang Lin, and his speed increased even more. The old man with the gourd arrived beside the retreating Taeyunzi, his eyes showing fear, and without thinking, he immediately jumped backward. The swirling black mist behind them reached its peak, and earth-shattering roars continuously emanated from it. A clear cry of pain reached everyone's ears. Beilu was thrown out of the black mist, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. The demonic energy surrounding Beilu seemed to dissipate, then instantly reformed, but his eyes revealed an intense sense of unwillingness to accept defeat. Behind him, the black mist rapidly contracted, almost instantly converging towards the center, surrounding the armored ancient demon. The ancient demon held a thick, black, 3-foot-long demonic saber in his right hand. His pace was neither fast nor slow. After only 2 steps, he was close to the gourd-shaped old man in front. The old man's expression showed fear, and he immediately recoiled. But in the instant he moved away, the ancient demon took another step forward, casually swinging the saber in his hand, sweeping it across the old man's body. An unimaginably sharp force instantly caused the old man's expression to change drastically. Without thinking, he instantly sent the gourd beneath his feet flying up to block in front of him, his right hand reaching for it. But in that instant, the gourd unleashed its divine power. A flash of sword light, and the gourd immediately let out a cry, splitting into 2 pieces. The old man in the gourd trembled, looking down to find his body split in 2. Even his soul had no chance to escape, swept away by the sword within his body. All of this happened in a flash. The ancient demon tower master didn't hesitate for a moment, passing by the old man in the gourd, causing his body to shatter with a loud crash. This scene shocked the surrounding onlookers, and the man in black showed a look of terror, fleeing even faster. A drop of fresh blood dripped from the tip of his sword, the ancient demon's face ferocious as he pursued Beiluo. Beiluo, back then, your ancestors and I were both from the ancient clan. I didn't kill you, but now you are seeking death. I can only grant your wish. Damn it, the agreement we made that year, I took the body, you took the memory. If you hadn't betrayed me, this Qing Shuang's body should rightfully belong to me, Beiluo. Beiluo recoiled, his voice sharp and piercing. The armored ancient demon's eyes showed a mocking expression as he chased after him with his sword, calmly saying, "It's just that I reacted a little faster. If I had been slower, my position today would certainly have been reversed." He finished speaking, swinging his sword forward. "Show me your demonic spirit body." A dazzling, earth-shattering light flashed, seemingly a heaven-shattering, earth-splitting sword strike descending from the sky. Under the ancient demon's slash, countless rumbling sounds suddenly erupted from the ground. A sword beam tens of thousands of feet long suddenly appeared in the air, relentlessly pursuing Beiluo. Beiluo's face changed drastically. The sword beam was too fast. He had no time to dodge and was instantly struck by the blade. With a loud bang, the blade pierced through Beiluo's body and landed directly on the ground. The already crumbling ground immediately rumbled, and a trench over 10,000 feet long and of unknown depth appeared. Beiluo's body was split in 2, instantly shattering into blood and flesh. But as his body disintegrated, a green demonic energy burst out in an instant. It condensed in the air, forming a gigantic ancient demon, approximately 100 feet tall. This was the true body of the ancient demon. As soon as his demonic spirit body appeared, it flashed and fled at an incredibly fast speed. The ancient demon snorted coldly, chasing after him with his blade. He didn't even bother to glance at the others. To him, they were nothing more than ants. What made him take notice was this ancient demon, and also a powerful ancient god aura that he intensely disliked, which he had detected the moment he appeared. During the pursuit, the ancient demon's cold gaze swept over Wang Lin. At this moment, Wang Lin was pushing his speed to almost its limit, dodging the Void Master who was chasing him like a mad dog. But his speed was still too slow compared to the Void Master. When Wang Lin was in the greatest danger, he immediately took out the speed talisman of the Talisman clan, and after sticking it on his body, his speed reached its peak for a short time. "Go to the palace ahead. That's where my wife lives. She was taken away before Master was possessed, so she'd surely be fine." Wang Wei's voice reached Wang Lin's ears from behind. After consuming the elixir, his injuries had completely healed. After saying this, Wang Wei's body flashed, instantly leaving Wang Lin and heading straight towards the Void Master. Wang Lin didn't hesitate, immediately changing direction and flashing towards the collapsed palace ahead. His divine consciousness swept across the area and discovered Hu Qian lying unconscious in the ruins. Approaching Hu Qian, Wang Lin, without hesitation, used his right hand, imbued with a trace of flame power, to quickly touch Hu Qian's forehead. The flame merged into Hu Qian's body, instantly waking her up. "Senior, please leave this place quickly." Wang Lin didn't have time to explain. The moment Hu Qian woke up, he immediately transmitted a message. Hu Qian, after waking up, was momentarily disoriented, but quickly recovered, standing up and chanting a spell. Pointing a finger into the air, a rumbling sound echoed in the sky, and 6 pillars of light appeared in the heavens, stopping within a 10-jang radius around Hu Qian. In the distance, Wang Wei chanted a spell with his right hand, and a terrifying water curtain rose up, trapping Void Master. Wang Wei's eyes flashed with murderous intent, but at this moment, there was clearly no time to continue fighting with Su Kongzi. He snorted coldly, and the water screen suddenly transformed into countless water arrows, instantly contracting. Without waiting to see the result, Wang Wei immediately retreated, moving to Wang Lin's side. Under a flash of light, the 3 instantly disappeared. At the same time, the man in black also rushed forward in panic, jumping into the column of light and vanishing. Su Kongzi's body was pierced by the water arrows. He let out a low growl, and a swirling vortex of earthy yellow formed, barely resisting. But a mouthful of fresh blood spurted out, his whole body shuddered, and he gradually regained his senses from his frenzy. To outsiders, everything before him was unbelievable. In this place full of danger, how could he not control his murderous intent and attack? A slight carelessness would have meant his death. Void Master's eyes revealed fear and bitterness. His body flashed, heading straight towards the pillar of light ahead. As for Heavenly Fortune Master, he unexpectedly vanished without a trace. Something strange is ahead, but now it seems certain. I didn't expect that day to come so quickly. Void Master swiftly leapt into the pillar of light and disappeared. Ancient Demon Beiluo, pursued by the Ancient Demon, roared in anger. Seeing the teleportation array open, he charged forward without hesitation. But just as he approached, the Ancient Demon chasing him behind revealed a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes. He loosened his grip on the saber and suddenly extended both hands, demon devouring myriad spirits. With a low shout, the armor surrounding Ancient Demon Bauga's body instantly dispersed boundless black energy. Unexpectedly, in just a moment, it filled the heavens and earth, transforming into a huge mouth, seemingly devouring the entire sky, directly engulfing Beiluo as he fled. Beiluo let out a mournful groan. His 100-foot-tall body instantly shattered, half devoured, the other half disappearing into the formation. The black mist devoured itself, quickly absorbing half of Beiluo's spiritual body and wrapping around the tower of the ancient realm, transforming into a black mist demonic dragon, leaping into the teleportation array and violently colliding in the air. Immediately, the space rumbled several times as if a large hole had been torn open, heading straight upwards. None of you will escape. Meanwhile, Wang Lin and the 3 of them, including Yan Xian, instantly appeared in the remaining grand hall on the 8th floor via the teleportation array. Hu Quan immediately said, "Master only said one thing before taking me away. The martial realm's venerable hall, the primordial spirit crystal, the blood of Qingxuang." Wang Wei's eyes were solemn. Without waiting to speak further, he immediately jumped out of the 8th floor teleportation array. The man in black and Su Kongzi also suddenly appeared, their ancient demon spiritual bodies also appearing in a miserable state. At the same time, the ground rumbled and collapsed. From within the collapse, a furious stream of black energy surged out from beneath the earth. Before the ground completely crumbled, the black energy transformed into a demonic dragon, leaping forward, its mouth wide enough to devour the heavens and earth, and furiously swallowing everyone. In that instant, Wang Lin's mind raced with Hu Qian's earlier words, "Qing Shuang's blood, Qing Shuang's blood." Just before the demonic dragon devoured him, Wang Lin patted his storage bag, and the immortal jade tower immediately appeared. Regardless of how precious the tower was, Wang Lin grabbed it with a palm, and the immortal jade tower instantly collapsed, leaving Qing Shuang's corpse floating before him. "Offense," he muttered to Zhou Yi, seizing the moment. He grasped Qing Shuang's index finger with his right hand, and blood gushed out. A drop of blood directed towards the black mist before him. This drop of blood was somewhat ordinary, but when Wang Lin threw it, it shattered upon impact with the ground in front of him, rushing towards the black mist demon dragon. The demon dragon opened its mouth wide, its dense, icy aura roaring as it frantically devoured everyone present. But in an instant, a drop of Qing Shuang's blood struck the black mist in the demon dragon's mouth. In a flash, everyone around was wide-eyed and open-mouthed. The black mist emitted a crackling sound, like pouring water into a fire. As soon as the sound echoed around, the black mist unexpectedly dissipated quickly, as if unable to withstand this drop of blood. Boom! The drop of blood directly pierced through the black mist and landed on the demon dragon's head. The demon dragon immediately roared. Following this roar, its body twisted and contorted, and with a thunderous crash, it fell, instantly turning the remaining structures below into a pile of ruins. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. He took another drop of blood from Qing Shuang's body and fiercely flicked it forward, his right hand chanting a spell. His sleeve fluttered, and boundless primal energy surged forth. Immediately, the drop of blood in front of him transformed into a dark red mist with a loud bang, spreading forward. It instantly collided with the writhing demonic dragon, causing it to struggle even more violently, its roars echoing. The demonic dragon's body contracted, as if being swept away by a gust of wind, revealing the ancient demon's body before everyone. A drop of fresh blood clung to its pitch-black armor, emitting a faint red aura that lingered around the ancient demon's body for a long time. No matter how the ancient demon tried to move it, it couldn't dispel the drop of blood. Even wiping it away with his hand seemed to pass right through him. Qing Shuang, is this the trick you devised after countless years of being possessed by this demon? Whoever occupies a body, if they want to kill your descendants, all their divine abilities will lose their effectiveness. Even non-attacking divine abilities will be useless, instantly suppressed by the fresh blood of your descendants. This rule is certainly not ordinary, but a rule created by nature. How clever of Qing Shuang! The ancient demon's eyes blazed ferociously as he took a step straight towards Wang Lin. This demon wants to see how a mere piece of flesh and blood can subdue this demon. The ancient demon roared, his right hand grasping the void, and immediately a black saber appeared in his hand. After grasping it, he furiously slashed at Wang Lin. I can't kill your descendants, Qing Shuang, but I can kill a small ancient god. Wang Lin's face turned pale. This sword light was sky-covering. Even the old man with the gourd couldn't dodge it. Wang Lin's mind was shaken, yet he remained perfectly clear-headed. The illusory figure of the ancient god on the great cauldron suddenly flashed, pointing forcefully at the black-robed figure observing from afar. The reason he didn't choose Void Master, who was also far away, was because in this moment of crisis, Wang Lin had to succeed. Although Void Master was severely injured, his cultivation was still at the shattered Nirvana stage, and Wang Lin wasn't confident. The black-robed figure's face instantly changed drastically, and his body emitted a radiant light in a short time. At this moment, the sword light roared closer, and Wang Lin could even feel the terrifying coldness of the sword light. Swap positions. Wang Lin roared, and the great cauldron around his body immediately flashed with intense light, almost instantly reaching its peak. The black-robed figure in the distance showed fear in his eyes. As his body was moved away, the black-robed figure no longer concealed himself. The fiery dragon mark on his forehead instantly transformed and reappeared, then burst out from his forehead, turning into a fiery dragon. As soon as the fiery dragon appeared, it roared beside the black-robed figure, attempting to resist the strange power of the ancient god cauldron. This resistance created an obstacle, allowing the blade to come closer, directly piercing through Qing Shuang's body. However, under the rules of body possession, the blade didn't harm Qing Shuang in the slightest, but instead unleashed its full power directly on Wang Lin. If this blade had landed even with Wang Lin's ancient god body, it would have been only 2/3 of a blow, since his ancient god was only 5 stars. In the instant the blade descended, Wang Lin's right eye flashed, immediately blocking it, crashing violently against the blade. With a deafening explosion, Wang Lin's light shield unexpectedly cracked, a fissure appearing in it. Although it didn't shatter, it was damaged. While Wang Lin hadn't possessed this light shield for long, it had previously been able to withstand all attacks. Even someone as powerful as Void Master could only retreat from the shield, unable to crack it. The cracking sounds on the shield intensified, and Wang Lin seized the opportunity to continuously retreat with Qing Xuan, but no matter how far he retreated, he couldn't escape the enveloping blade energy. A chill ran down his forehead. But as the icy blade prepared to strike, in this moment of life and death, Wang Lin looked up to the sky and let out a roar, no longer concealing his whereabouts. The ancient god star point in his forehead instantly transformed, 5 points emitting dazzling light, spinning wildly, as if a whirlwind of starlight had risen in Wang Lin's forehead. The boundless power of the ancient god merged into his entire body, flowing into the ancient god's great cauldron, causing the ancient god's great cauldron outside Wang Lin's body to radiate even more intensely, almost instantly illuminating the entire ground. Shape-shifting. Wang Lin retreated, roaring wildly. This hoarse roar, in the ears of others, seemed to tear at their very souls. Under his heart-wrenching roar, the flame dragon surrounding the black-clothed man seemed unable to withstand the radiance. The black-clothed man immediately flashed backward and fled. But before his body could move too far, a sudden flash of light enveloped him, and he vanished. At the moment the azure light shield could no longer withstand the attack, Wang Lin's body simultaneously disappeared. When he reappeared, Wang Lin was already far from where the black-robed man had been, and the black-robed man's figure reappeared beneath the blade's edge. The black-robed man's eyes were filled with blade energy. With a loud bang, the blade energy flashed past, and the black-robed man's body instantly shattered, his flesh and blood bursting open, splitting into 2 pieces. But in the instant his body shattered, the black-robed man's primordial spirit was pulled back by the swirling flame dragon. His primordial spirit showed intense fear. The danger was not yet over. The blade energy, which had destroyed the black-robed man's body, had pierced straight towards his primordial spirit. It seemed the black-robed man's primordial spirit was about to be pierced by the blade's energy. The man in black immediately panicked and transmitted a telepathic message. Ancient Demon Lord, I am the 7th disciple of Grand Master Luo Kuang. The moment the man in black's telepathic message was transmitted, the blade energy surrounding his body paused briefly, then swept across, unexpectedly bypassing the man in black and heading straight for Wang Lin. The events unfolded incredibly quickly. Wang Wei and Hu Wan's bodies flashed, and they both simultaneously approached, each unleashing their divine abilities to counter the pursuing blade energy. Wang Lin narrowly escaped death, but his expression turned ferocious as he glared intensely at the ancient demon. Ancient demon Tajia took half a step forward, not approaching Wang Lin, but instead went to the side of the man in black's primordial spirit, embracing it. Then, taking another half step, he instantly appeared beside Wang Wei and Hu Huan along with the blade energy. As they approached the ancient demon tower, the old man suddenly opened his mouth wide and let out a loud roar. Roar! The ancient clan possessed many divine abilities. Although their forms differed, each possessed immense power. The roar of the ancient demon, though inferior to that of the ancient god, was superior in its demonic sound, shaking the mind and spirit. Under this roar, a black shadow with a huge horn suddenly appeared above the ancient demon's head. This black horn seemed to embody all the origins of evil in the world. Following the old man's roar, the black shadow immediately opened its mouth wide and let out a similar roar. Hu Qian's body trembled, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Wang Wei also spat out blood, his whole body weak, but he gritted his teeth and quickly retreated, clinging to Hu Qian's neck. His right hand chanted a spell and swept forward, instantly causing countless water curtains to appear wildly. In this critical moment, Wang Wei, as if risking his life, unleashed a torrent of water, boundless and endless, instantly stretching over 10,000 feet. But in front of the ancient demon tower, it was merely a joke. With a furious roar, each newly appeared water curtain shattered, collapsing with a resounding crash. Wang Wei and Hu Huan spat out fresh blood, flying straight towards Wang Lin. Hu Huan's face was pale, her hands continuously casting spells, merging with the water curtain. But even so, under the tower's roar, it continued to crumble. If the two of them were in such a state, imagine what would happen to Void Master. He retreated, his hands forming incantations, and immediately countless grains of sand surrounded his body. But almost as soon as these grains of sand appeared, they collapsed, sweeping back into Void Master, leaving him drenched in blood. Only Beiluo, being of the same clan, could barely withstand it and quickly retreat. As for Wang Lin, under the roar of the ancient demon, a rumbling sound immediately emanated from his body, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his expression becoming increasingly ferocious. Roar! Under the ferocity of the ancient demon, Wang Lin simultaneously let out a roar of anger. This was the furious roar of an ancient god, and in this roar, Wang Lin's body suddenly grew wildly larger. At this moment, he disregarded everything, almost instantly transforming into a 100-jun-tall figure, seemingly capable of supporting heaven and earth. 5 star points immediately rotated at his forehead, and waves of ancient god power continuously swirled around his body. Even more bizarrely, the vermilion bird totem, formed by the fusion of the Su clan with Wang Lin, unexpectedly magnified when Wang Lin transformed into a 100-jun ancient god. It resembled a drop of fresh blood covering half of Wang Lin's upper body, especially the vermilion bird's tail, which enveloped his face. At first glance, Wang Lin now looked like both an ancient god and a vermilion bird. Transforming into his true form as an ancient god, Wang Lin roared angrily, forming a swirling vortex that instantly collided with the invisible ancient demon roar. At the same time, the fleeing ancient demon Beiluo stopped abruptly, a hint of madness in his eyes. Today, the 3 ancient clans unexpectedly appear here together, truly magnificent. If I, ancient demon Beiluo, continued to flee, I would be betraying my identity as an ancient demon. A fierce light emanated from Beiluo's eyes, and his entire body instantly expanded. His 7-star ancient demon form, nearly 100 feet tall, matched Wang Lin's true form as an ancient god. In a short time, it seemed the war here no longer belonged to cultivators, but to the 3 ancient clans that still existed today. Beloved Beiluo transformed, instantly roaring in anger. With a roar of an ancient demon, he unleashed an invisible attack, joining forces with Wang Lin, charging madly towards the ancient demon tower. Unexpectedly, it's the ancient god royal family. The ancient demon tower stared at Wang Lin, clearly seeing a hint of golden light within the 5 star points on Wang Lin's forehead. This golden light represented the royal family. The 3 ancient clans roared simultaneously, instantly forming an unimaginable whirlwind that swept across the entire 8th floor of the Immortal Emperor's cave, causing the surrounding structures to crumble. Even the sky itself seemed on the verge of collapse. Fine cracks appeared, and bursts of scorching heat swirled around. Ancient god, do you dare to fight the ancient demon with me? Ancient demon Beiluo stepped forward, shouting. Wang Lin clenched his right hand, and with a grab in the void, a huge crack immediately appeared in front of him. Purple lightning bolts shot out wildly, forming a nearly 100-foot-long god-slaying spear, which Wang Lin held in his hand and shouted, "What's there to be afraid of?" Ancient demon Beiluo laughed loudly and also grabbed in the void. Immediately, a 100-foot-long banner appeared, sweeping across the heavens and earth, heading straight towards the ancient demon. Wang Lin stepped forward and charged towards the ancient demon. The ancient demon's eyes showed mockery. He raised his saber in his hand and swept it horizontally, instantly unleashing a torrent of saber energy. He laughed maniacally. Just a 5-star ancient god and a 7-star ancient demon, yet you dared to fight me. Amidst his laughter, the saber energy shook the heavens and earth, roaring forward in a short time. This saber energy consisted of only 2 streams, the first sweeping horizontally, the second slashing downwards. These 2 streams of saber energy represented heaven and earth. Once they intersect, they will create a force of immense destructive power. Ancient demon Beiluo raised his right hand, and instantly the 100-jun-long banner transformed into countless demonic energies, heading straight towards the blade light in the air. His entire body was enveloped in surging demonic energy, shaking the heavens and the earth. Wang Lin, holding the god-slaying spear, swung it forward, and instantly, purple lightning appeared. The god-slaying spear, enveloped in endless purple light, slammed into the blade light. A sudden rumbling sound erupted as the blade light collided with the god-slaying spear, instantly generating a boundless force that spread outwards. The ground suddenly crumbled, and from then on, the Immortal Emperor's cave dwelling would no longer have a 9th floor. Only the 9th floor would be connected to the 8th. Under the attack, Wang Lin's ancient god body felt an unimaginable force impacting him. Loud begging sounds emanated from within, as if his bones were shattering. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and the ancient god's star point on his forehead immediately dimmed. The ancient demon's massive banner in the sky, upon contact with the blade, emitted a deafening roar. A circle of attack force continuously spread outwards, sweeping across the space. Under this attack, cracks multiplied, and within them, countless threads of blood seeped in, molten lava overflowed, as if the space itself would collapse with the slightest touch. Wang Lin, you and I will fight him to the death today, otherwise, neither of us will escape from the immortal emperor's cave. Ancient demon Beilu warded anger, taking a step forward, heading straight towards the ancient demon. But the moment his body moved, he instantly retreated like lightning. This speed was so fast it almost became a blur, bypassing the critical point of the space. However, although ancient demon Beilu's speed was fast, Wang Lin's speed was even faster. As Beilu's shout rang out, he had already grabbed Wang Wei and Hu Quan with one hand, and with a single step, his body shot straight into the air, even faster than the ancient demon Beilu. He punched straight into the air. The space was already incredibly weak, and under Wang Lin's punch, it immediately collapsed with a thunderous roar, the air completely shattering. In the instant the air shattered, endless lava descended from the sky like a lava rain, pouring down in a short time. Wang Lin leapt into the lava, heading straight upwards. The ancient demon cursed inwardly, but his speed didn't decrease, continuing straight upwards. Having cultivated for many years, Void Master, though somewhat mentally disturbed by the recent events, was now remarkably clear-headed. As the space collapsed, he spat out blood and used the blood escape technique to leap into the lava. Disregarding the intensely hot lava and the ancient battle of the three clans that had aggravated his injuries. After entering the lava, he didn't want to cause Wang Lin any more trouble, but instead focused on escaping this place as quickly as possible. He was severely wounded, his cultivation level having unexpectedly dropped from shattered nirvana to the peak of pure nirvana. A profound unease enveloped him, transforming the once majestic Void Master into a pathetic figure. Wang Lin leapt into the 7th layer, facing layers of intensely hot lava. His body rapidly shrunk, transforming him into an ordinary human, his face pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was racked with excruciating pain, causing his speed to slow down considerably. He had transformed into his true ancient god form, but under the ancient demon's blade, even with the god-slaying spear, he was still severely injured. If he hadn't acted that way earlier, neither Wang Wei nor Hu Quan would have been able to escape. Even he himself might not have had the chance to reach the 7th level. After all, Wang Lin's cultivation was only at the peak of the late nirvana stage. At this moment, Hu Quan embraced Wang Lin and Wang Wei, rushing upwards. Having just consumed the remaining elixir, Hu Quan's cultivation had recovered, and she was relentlessly running through the molten lava with Wang Lin and Wang Wei. The lava flowed out, continuously merging into Wang Lin's body, causing his spirit to tremble slightly. He quickly transmitted his thoughts, saying, "Senior, please go ahead." That's where I discovered a fire spirit during my previous cultivation practice. It can temporarily halt the ancient demon's advance. Hu Quan's eyes showed hesitation. Previously, although she and Wang Wei admired Wang Lin, they wouldn't have hesitated. But Wang Lin had just saved them both. This great favor was etched in her heart. She didn't understand why Wang Lin had previously saved Wang Wei from the Void Master's sneak attack. This kindness absolutely needed to be repaid. Hu Quan glanced at Wang Wei, who had just helped her fend off most of the sword strikes, only to be severely wounded by the ancient demon's roar. At this moment, healing was the urgent need. Hu Quan had no time. "Senior, rest assured." Wang Lin's body flashed, leaving Hu Quan inside and heading straight into the depths of the 7th layer of lava. Hu Quan gritted her teeth, took Wang Nui with her, and rushed forward, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. Waiting until Hu Quan left, Wang Lin's eyes flashed. The reason he risked his life like this was to make Wang Wei and Hu Quan remember his kindness. As long as these two were grateful to him, even if Qingshuan didn't awaken, they wouldn't be able to refuse to help with Sichu Nan's matter. Even with Zhou Yi's matter, they would remember his kindness and act differently. In the lava, Wang Lin didn't hesitate, fiercely inhaling. Immediately, the lava continuously flowed downwards, as if a reverse force was at work. The fire attribute was frantically drawn into Wang Lin's body, circulating through his meridians, soothing his flesh and blood, and merging into his bones, restoring his severely injured body. At this moment, Wang Lin was not as cautious as before, but extremely frenzied. A vermilion bird transformed and circled around him. Then, the firepower in the surrounding lava intensified. As the lava from the 7th layer flowed down to the 8th ancient demon Belu and Void Master rushed out, followed by the ancient demon tower. In that instant, Wang Lin frantically absorbed all the firepower in the lava, devouring most of it, causing the volcano to collapse. At this moment, an earth-shattering roar, causing the lava to rumble and shake, emanated from deep within the volcano. In the lava, an extremely powerful jet of water rose up. In a flash, regardless of whether it was lava Wang Lin hadn't absorbed or had fallen into the 8th layer, it all seemed to possess sentience, immediately condensing and swirling towards the jet of water. In an instant, all the lava from the 7th layer disappeared, leaving only an unimaginable fire dragon staring intently at all living beings below. At the same time, in the vast starry sky, outside a land transformed from the demon spirit land, a half-burning light, as if scorching the starry sky, rushed towards them. In the flames, a gigantic vermilion bird's head, accompanied by a clear, resonant cry, gradually approached. This vermilion bird possessed sentience, searching not for the East Sea entrance on the demon star, but for a dusty place within the demon spirit land. Behind the vermilion bird's colossal body were numerous cultivators. 6 elders led the group, each clad in a dark red robe, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. Surprisingly, all of them were shattered nirvana cultivators. Where to find the true spirit is the place where our clan members awaken. A premonition has been transmitted from ahead. This is likely to be extremely dangerous, but even if it costs me my life, I will ensure the safety of those awakened clan members. The 6 exchanged glances, their eyes filled with determination. Behind them, a group of people from the Vermilion Bird Holy Sect also displayed resolute expressions. Simultaneously, from the headquarters of the Cultivation Alliance, an extremely majestic voice emanated from the planet above the vortex. Let's postpone the war with Lachia and focus all our efforts on reaching the Qing Shuang Cave. The sound echoed, and outside the Cultivation Alliance, the figure of Qing Shui slowly materialized. He stared intently at the Cultivation Alliance headquarters, his eyes radiating an intense crimson light. Meanwhile, within the Star Alliance, in the Kangsu realm, the old man who had previously discovered Wang Lin showed a complex expression. After shaking his head, he took half a step forward, then turned to look at the cold Kangsu saintess behind him. Your 9th clone has been destroyed by a calamity. Since this calamity has arrived, why are you still trying to escape? The stunningly beautiful woman, who had always been cold, lowered her head in silence. Your 9th clone, you can no longer avoid it. You must face it back then. You saved the little girl Chu, are you? And I understood that your mind was already in turmoil because of your 9th clone, the old man said inwardly, hovering in midair, gazing up at the void. Remember, you are the Kangsu Saintess Mu Bingmi, not the Vermilion Bird Star or the ordinary deceased cultivator Liu Mi. You bear the mission to restore the Kangsu realm, and the responsibility to confront outsiders, both within and outside the realm. The time for its restoration is not far off. He is not an ordinary cultivator. Before the old man could finish speaking, the cold woman, capable of making anyone's heart pound, who would willingly abandon everything for the sake of beauty, calmly spoke. You still stubbornly deluded? The old man frowned. I'm only telling you, he is not an ordinary cultivator. The cold woman's voice was calm, but her tone was slightly heavy. Okay. Even though he is not an ordinary cultivator, even though I don't know what method he used to bring his mind here, even though his cultivation has finally reached the 2nd stage, the wine condensation stage, so what? The old man's expression revealed a hint of disdain. He, after all, is just a cultivator. This old man didn't know that this seemingly insignificant cultivator was the awakened being whom the entire Vermilion Bird secret sect had to protect with all their might. This young cultivator possessed the ancient god bloodline. This ancient god bloodline wasn't inherited. After Wang Lin's body shattered, using Tut's memories and cultivating the ancient god technique, he recondensed his body. This body was the origin of the bloodline. He also didn't know that this seemingly insignificant cultivator possessed such a formidable power. You were once just a cultivator too, the stunning woman said calmly, glancing at the old man. A bitter smile appeared on the old man's face. He didn't know what to say. Rest assured, I, the Kangsu Sacred Maiden, will fulfill my responsibilities. But you cannot interfere in my personal affairs, nor do you have the right to. My relationship with him is none of anyone else's business. The stunning beauty's voice was firm and unwavering, without the slightest hint of compromise. The old man sighed inwardly, not continuing the topic, and looked up at the sky, saying, "My old friend's body has been possessed. I want to go see him. Will you come with me?" The stunning beauty pondered, her expression complex, but finally, she firmly said, nodding, yes. On the 7th level of the Immortal Emperor's cave, all the lava condensed into a fire dragon. This enormous fire dragon raised its head, staring down at everyone below, an overwhelming pressure filling the air. Within this pressure, extremely hot streams of heat spewed from its nostrils, and its two crimson horns radiated intense heat. But its imposing form now gave the fire dragon an air of arrogance and dominance. With a furious gaze, it swept over everyone present. The fire dragon's gaze first fell upon Wang Lin. It sensed a familiar aura emanating from Wang Lin's small body, and aura of firepower. Under the fire dragon's gaze, Wang Lin's mind trembled, but he didn't lower his head. Instead, he slowly retreated. However, after a moment, the fire dragon withdrew its gaze and stared intently at Su Kongzi, Gu Yao, and Gu Mo. Its massive head lowered, charging straight towards the three to devour them. Wang Lin breathed a sigh of relief, instantly retreating. Looking back with his divine consciousness, he saw the fire dragon roaring, instantly transforming the entire 7th floor of the Immortal Emperor's cave into a sea of fire. Under the intense flames, Gu Yabeluo's eyes flashed. Unexpectedly, instead of fleeing, she clasped her hands together and chanted a spell. Demonic energy surged, transforming into a green monster that lunged straight towards Gumo behind her, intending to devour him. Void Master chanted a few incantations, and a whirlwind of golden sand formed around his body, creating a barrier of golden sand about 10 meters in diameter, blocking the flames from the outside. However, with his current cultivation level, he couldn't hold out for long. The whirlwind of golden sand, upon contact with the flames, unexpectedly shattered with a few loud bangs. Ancient demon Tajia, his expression icy cold, his eyes filled with bloodthirsty demonic light, took half a step forward and chuckled hoarsely, "Let's see how you escape." The fire dragon spirit in this cave back then unexpectedly dared to betray its master. After saying this, Ancient Demon chanted a few incantations with his right hand, pointing upwards, and softly shouted, "Let me show you the divine technique of the immortal Emperor Qingshuang from back then, the demonic burning heaven." As soon as he finished speaking, a black flame erupted from Ancient Demon's finger, instantly shooting outwards. Intense heat filled the 7th layer of the heavens and earth. Even the sky was swept by the flames, turning into a black expanse. The boundless demonic flames emitted intense heat, imbued with demonic energy. Not only could they incinerate everything, but the demonic energy could also penetrate the body, causing the soul to shatter. In a short time, the demonic flames engulfed the sky. The roaring fire dragon's head instantly caused the flames to scatter wildly, shaking the 7th layer of the heavens and earth upon contact. The fire dragon's colossal body charged straight towards the ancient demon. The ancient demon sneered, extending his right hand and pointing downwards, a single finger striking the roaring fire dragon. In an instant, the demonic flames in the sky roared down, like a meteor shower, hurtling towards the fire dragon. This scene was earth-shattering. The boundless demonic flames struck the fire dragon in a flash. The flames relentlessly descended, engulfing its entire body in the blink of an eye, making it appear to be completely enveloped in demonic energy. Angry and mournful roars echoed throughout the air. The fire dragon, struggling, lunged forward, but just as it approached the ancient demon tower master pressed his right hand forward, instantly unleashing an invisible force that unexpectedly seized the fire dragon, which was 10 yards away from colliding with him. No matter how much the fire dragon roared, it couldn't escape. This scene startled even the ancient demon Beiluo, who was watching. You unexpectedly managed to unleash the divine power of Qingshuang and even wield the invisible force within your body. Beiluo's eyes showed fear. He clearly understood that the ancient demon tower master before him had possessed Qingshuang's body to the point of mind and body merging. Without hesitation, the ancient demon Beiluo abandoned his business and all his plans to attack, retreating backward. He understood that with his strength, even with everyone in the cave working together, they couldn't change the fact that Qingshuang had been possessed. That year, the ancient demon spared no expense, fighting here against Qingshuang within his body for countless millennia, all for Qingshuang's consciousness, memories, and cultivation. The most crucial element is this body of his. The ancient demon clawed at the fire dragon in the air, stepping forward. a maniacal laugh escaping his lips. Ancient demon, you and I were great enemies in the outside world back then. Now you are like an ant before me. Wait until I completely merge with Xing Shuang's body. With this true body, refined by Qing Shuang for countless years, I can break all rules. There will be no place in this world that can stop the power of the rule-bound body from advancing. With this body, I can trace back the ancient ancestors, reaching the true 9-star realm of the ancient demon tribe. Once I reach 9 stars, I, the ancient demon tower, can enter the ancient ancestral ruins and obtain the true anti-ancient power. Ancient demon tower laughed maniacally, his body striding forward. The fire dragon struggled backward, roaring angrily, but when ancient demon swung his hand, the fire dragon was instantly flung away. Azure Frost Divine Technique, Demonic Burning Heaven and Boiling Sea. In Tower's eyes, demonic flames surged, and in an instant, the 7th floor was filled with demonic energy. This energy was so dense it seemed to become tangible. Unexpectedly, in just a blink of an eye, it transformed into a sea of demons. Raging waves swirled, and Wang Lin's eyes showed terror. Not only him, but Void Master and Ancient Demon Beilu also felt the same. The fire dragon in the distance simultaneously roared in the sea of demons, but its eyes also showed fear. Following Ancient Demon Tower's command, Burning Heaven and Boiling Sea, the demonic energy instantly transformed into seawater, surging forth. In a flash, countless bubbles of demonic energy appeared on the surface, containing terrifying heat. This part of the heavenly burning sea is meant to incinerate the entire ocean, causing everything to vanish, trapping anyone deep within, rendering them incapable of escape. Through his brief contact with the ancient demon tower, Wang Lin discovered that the more time passed, the stronger this person seemed to become. For example, their divine abilities, which were difficult to utilize at the 9th level, were now surprisingly capable of employing the divine techniques of the Immortal Emperor from back then. Thinking of the countless divine abilities of Immortal Emperor Qing Shuang, Wang Lin couldn't help but feel a shiver down his spine. But at this moment, he couldn't dwell on it. His body was submerged in the boundless sea of demonic energy, the waves surging violently. Demonic flames continuously descended from the sky, and countless water vapors appeared throughout the sea. The seawater was dwindling, as if the descending demonic flames could incinerate everything. When the danger was overwhelming, Void Master, far away, revealed a tragic smile on his face. Gritting his teeth, he clapped his right hand against his left, and immediately his body shattered with a loud bang. As it shattered, a frenzied force erupted, pushing outwards. Unexpectedly, it caused a whirlpool to appear on the surface of the sea, even suppressing the demonic flames in the sky. In that instant, Void Master's self-destructing body and his primordial spirit burst forth. Today, in this life-or-death crisis, I would rather sacrifice my weakened body than be boiled to death here. As Void Master's primordial spirit flew out, he suddenly extended both hands, his eyes filled with determination. Following the outstretched hands, instantly, outside the demon spirit land where the Immortal Emperor's cave resided, in the boundless starry sky where the people of the Vermilion Bird Holy Sect were located, 5 stars suddenly scattered, emitting an unimaginable light. A radiant light shone, illuminating the entire expanse of the starry sky. No matter the location, within the Star Alliance, suddenly more than 5 stars appeared in the heavens. Whether day or night, nothing could prevent these 5 stars from emitting their brilliance. At this moment, the radiance of one of these stars surged, instantly overshadowing the other 4. As the radiance reached its peak, this star suddenly plummeted from the sky, straight into nothingness. In the starry sky, the old man and the stunning beauty from the Kungsu realm, who were walking along, suddenly looked up into the distance. The old man, his expression unchanged, muttered, "Someone has undergone the first heavenly tribulation and destroyed one of the 5 stars." This star fell at an incredibly fast speed, a speed no cultivator could achieve, almost frantically searching for the Vermilion Bird's true spirit. It rumbled and swirled in the starry sky, its light filling the heavens, before instantly disappearing into a cloud of dust. Piercing through the dust, entering the demon spirit land, and stirring up the demonic energy within the demon spirits, the starlight pierced through the ground, heading straight towards the Immortal Emperor's cave. Amidst the incessant rumbling, it continuously descended 6 layers, directly reaching the 7th layer, into the burning heaven boiling sea, stopping above the Void Sun's primordial spirit. In an instant, Void Sun's cultivation surged wildly, but his expression showed agony, and he let out a mournful cry. Using the power of the first heavenly tribulation, Void's son unexpectedly opened a space above him and launched himself forward. His primordial spirit, under the overwhelming starlight, was rapidly dissipating. For a shattered nirvana cultivator, this first heavenly tribulation was only just beginning. Ancient Demon Tower, who had intended to seize Void's son from afar, suddenly lowered his hand. Taking advantage of your severely injured state and undergoing the first stage of the heaven-human tribulation, if you don't die and succeed, you can also become one of my rogue demons at this moment. Wang Lin and Bei Luo were trapped in the demon sea, along with the fire dragon, and it was clearly a matter of life and death. The immortal emperor's divine power, coupled with the ancient demonic energy, made the power of this burning heaven-burning sea incredibly terrifying. The seawater had been greatly depleted, and the temperature inside was rising higher and higher. Even with Wang Lin's Vermilion bird and ancient god bodies, this extreme heat was still incredibly painful. But no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't break out of this ocean. The demonic fire in the air had now completely fallen into the sea, immediately causing the burning heaven, burning sea divine power to reach its peak. Wang Lin's eyes showed anxiety. A constant wave of intense heat assaulted his body, making him feel as if he were being cooked alive. His body trembled, and in this critical situation, a bitter expression appeared in his eyes. He had rarely miscalculated in his life, but at this moment, he had to admit he had made a mistake. If he had left with Hu Qian and Wang Wei earlier, he wouldn't have fallen into such great danger. But even so, the three of them couldn't escape this place. They would still be pursued. Ultimately, they would face the terrifying ancient demon tower. Before and after, the outcome was the same. Wang Lin's life had been fraught with danger, whether facing the blood ancestor, the Yao family's pursuit, or the process of forming his core in the ancient god land. Danger came one after another, but Wang Lin never surrendered. At this moment, although he was unwilling to give up, the reality was incredibly cruel. However, all of this did not shatter Wang Lin's Dao heart. He could not let go of everything. Wang Lin's eyes gleamed with brilliance. He still had the heaven-defying technique. He still had the origin. At this moment, the sea demons had almost completely dissipated, leaving only endless demonic flames engulfing the surroundings, relentlessly burning, wanting to incinerate all living beings. The fire dragon looked dejected, its body gradually shrinking. Even it could no longer endure it. Bei Luo's entire body was filled with demonic energy, but at this moment, everything was in vain. The maniacal laughter of the ancient demon echoed. He stared intently at the demonic flames, and at this moment, a small figure sat on his shoulder. This small figure was the primordial spirit of the black-robed man from before, but now it had shrunk and was sitting cross-legged. Outside the black-robed man's primordial spirit, a fiery dragon circled, and the black-robed man stared at the fire dragon within the demonic flames, his eyes revealing greed. This fire dragon spirit was created by Qingshuang back then, and it's loyal and devoted to Qingshuang. With its intelligence, it naturally recognizes that this demon is not Qingshuang. If you are a disciple of the Grand Elder, you can devour this fire dragon. The old man's voice was calm as he grasped the black-robed man's primordial spirit with his right hand and threw it forward. Immediately, the man's primordial spirit transformed into a fiery dragon, roaring within the demonic flames, filled with intense greed, and charging straight towards the weakened fire dragon. "Thank you, ancient demon lord." The black-robed man, overjoyed, transmitted his thoughts and charged towards the fire dragon. But in an instant, the dragon's head lifted, its eyes revealing an unyielding and arrogant expression. A thunderous dragon roar erupted, transforming into a series of deafening sonic booms that echoed within the demonic flames, causing them to momentarily pause. The black-robed man's primordial spirit, transformed into a dragon, immediately retreated slightly, but the greed in its eyes intensified. He wasn't impulsive. Under the divine power of the ancient tower, he concluded that this fire dragon wouldn't last much longer. With a greedy gaze, the black-robed figure's primordial spirit looked at Wang Lin, who was struggling, a strange light appearing in its eyes. "And his vermilion bird, that's also mine." In an instant, the scene that unfolded shocked the black-robed figure's primordial spirit. The fire dragon let out a roar, its body instantly shifting, unexpectedly transforming from a colossal figure into a smaller one. In a flash, it became a 10-jan tall body, charging straight towards Wang Lin. In its dragon eyes, a look of suicidal determination appeared. I will die, but I won't let you devour me. If I must die, I'd rather choose this person. Being near him might offer a sense of familiarity. This scene was unexpected for the black-robed figure's primordial spirit. Before he could react, the fire dragon had already lunged forward, its speed incredibly fast, almost reaching Wang Lin in the blink of an eye. Wang Lin was stunned. The fire dragon let out one last roar, leaping into Wang Lin's forehead and transforming into an endless flame. In an instant, it merged into the primordial spirit within Wang Lin's forehead. Immediately, the vermilion bird totem on his body, which had been sluggish, awakened, as if infused with new power, transforming and emitting the sound of the vermilion bird. The fire spirit dragon contained fire elemental power. Although it was different from the vermilion bird flame, its origin was the same. From the moment the fire dragon leapt into Wang Lin's forehead, the elemental power in Wang Lin's body instantly surged wildly. Under the fusion of two different types of fire, an unexpected transformation occurred. It was like parched land receiving spring rain, or a dying candle being given more fuel. Wang Lin's entire body trembled, sweat beaded on his forehead, and the power within him exploded. He stood up forcefully, surprisingly able to move a single step under the power of the demonic fire. In his eyes, a raging fire appeared, forming a whirlwind around his body, roaring and surging outwards. Within this whirlwind, the vermilion bird circled, and a phantom fire dragon also permeated, causing the whirlwind to instantly reach an unexpected peak, sweeping outwards in all directions, absorbing the heaven-burning demonic fire. The frenzied absorption formed a massive vortex, emitting terrifying suction forces. This scene was completed in an instant. Even the ancient demon tower was stunned. The black-robed man's primordial spirit showed disbelief and fear in his eyes. At this moment, he no longer had the thought of devouring, and quickly retreated. But his position was too close to the vortex. As he tried to retreat, he was immediately absorbed by the vortex. The ancient demon raised his eyebrows, raised his right hand, and instantly captured the black-robed man's primordial spirit. But at this moment, a glint of light flashed in the eyes of the ancient demon Beiluo. He was already in despair, but he didn't expect that after Wang Lin absorbed the fire dragon, a mutation would unexpectedly appear in his body. He clearly saw that within the vortex, a white flame was frantically condensing within Wang Lin's body. The primordial fire seed. Seeing such a scene, even the ancient demon Beiluo, with his status, was startled and terrified. His despair instantly gave way to a glimmer of hope. Just a little more, this person can completely condense the fire seed. Once the fire seed is formed, all the fire in the world can be controlled. Although there is will within the demonic fire, the tower of the ancient demon hasn't perfectly possessed him yet. There's still a chance. All sorts of thoughts flashed through Beiluo's mind. Just as the ancient demon tower of the ancient demon was about to retrieve the black-robed man's primordial spirit, Beiluo gritted his teeth fiercely. 7 star points in his eyes spun rapidly, and in an instant, one shattered. Ancient demon star shattering. A shattered demon crystal instantly transformed into a powerful force that surged into Beiluo's body. His body immediately struggled free, unable to escape the demonic flames or break free, but he could still unleash his divine abilities. His right eye flashed, and another demon crystal shattered. The 2 shattered demon crystals caused Beiluo's body to suddenly enlarge, and with a single step, he appeared before the black-robed figure that the ancient demon wanted to retrieve. He lunged forward, instantly transforming into a whirlwind of demonic energy directly colliding with the retrieving force of the tower of the ancient demon. With a loud bang, Beiluo spewed out a large amount of demonic energy, his body weakening further. But with this attack, the black-robed figure's soul escaped the ancient demon's control. The black-robed figure's soul, terrified, tried to flee, but Wang Lin, within the whirlwind, suddenly extended his right hand and seized the black-robed figure's soul. The man in black was about to resist, but immediately an endless flame roared out from Wang Lin's right hand, tightly enveloping the man's primordial spirit. With a single grab, Wang Lin instantly pulled the man's primordial spirit into a vortex. Inside the vortex, Wang Lin's eyes flashed with killing intent, and without a word, he devoured the man's primordial spirit. The moment he swallowed the man's spirit, a rumbling sound echoed within Wang Lin's body. Absorbing the fire dragon, devouring the man in black's flame dragon, and merging with the vermilion bird. These three types of fire in the world had elevated the fire elemental power within Wang Lin to a high level. In his Danshan, the fire elemental power grew increasingly intense and ferocious, and a small, fingernail-sized fire seed condensed. In the blink of an eye, the fire seed appeared, and all the demonic flames in the seventh layer of the Immortal Emperor's cave immediately paused for a moment, unexpectedly all rushing towards Wang Lin. Within the vortex Wang Lin created, the demonic flames merged into it at an extremely fast speed. Demonic flames, fire dragons, and flame dragons, these three types of fire power merged with the vermilion bird. With the vermilion bird as the main source, the remaining flames underwent a fire mutation, giving rise to a fire seed. But all of this was unimportant. The most important thing was that after the fusion, the majority of the flames achieved such a level of creation. Wang Lin's vermilion bird showed signs of a second awakening. In the vermilion bird holy sect, the number of awakenings of a person possessing the vermilion bird seal determines their cultivation level and is crucial to whether they can become a vermilion bird holy emperor. In the long history of the vermilion bird, each awakening of the vermilion bird would lead to a battle. The winner would become the emperor, and the loser would become an elder. But if someone achieves 2 awakenings, then there's basically no need for a fight. The vermilion bird holy emperor title naturally belongs to that person. As for 3 awakenings, it's unprecedented in the history of the vermilion bird holy sect. At this moment, a whirlwind rose up around Wang Lin's body, supporting the heavens and earth, constantly absorbing. An unimaginable whirlwind of fire flew up to the summit of the volcano in the 7th layer. In an instant, countless cracks appeared above the volcano. In the moment the whirlwind of fire erupted, the volcano crumbled with a thunderous roar, countless fragments flying out, and the volcano completely collapsed. Following this collapse, an enormous flame shot straight up into the sky, colliding with the top, immediately unleashing an extremely hot force that caused the 7th and 6th layers to merge with a thunderous roar. The 6th layer of heaven and earth was instantly revealed. The woman in pink and the beautiful village girl were located on this layer. The 2 women, currently in the 6th floor main hall, immediately felt the ground shaking. In horror, they glanced around and discovered the ground beneath them collapsing with a thunderous roar. The structures crumbled, and all the protective enchantments shattered. The scene was like the end of the world. But the whirlwind of fire didn't stop, continuing upwards, instantly breaking through the 5th floor. The entire 5th floor crumbled and fell apart. Wang Wei, having just regained consciousness, and Hu Qian, without hesitation, rushed forward, following the flames. The whirlwind of fire relentlessly attacked, breaking through the 5th floor. The 4th floor. Sichu Nan stared in astonishment, terrified, and without thinking, followed the flames. The 3rd floor shattered. The 2nd floor shattered. In the 1st level of the Immortal Emperor's cave, a raging inferno appeared, only stopping here. But it didn't dissipate. Instead, it frantically contracted inward, continuously condensing. The endless whirlwind of fire suddenly vanished, completely merging into the body of a figure. Wang Lin's eyes were devoid of flames, but an invisible flame enveloped his body. If one were to look closely, they would see a distorted aura surrounding Wang Lin, his gaze seemingly impenetrable. His hair, too, had completely transformed, now a flowing silver. Wang Lin took a deep breath and clenched his fist. Behind him, the vermilion birds had materialized. Surprisingly, this vermilion bird wasn't dark red, but white. This white was like snow, yet anyone who saw it could feel an unimaginable heat within. The white vermilion bird circled around Wang Lin's body, its expression arrogant, as if all living beings in this world were unworthy in its presence and could not even face it. As it circled, the vermilion bird tilted its head back and let out a sound that pierced the heavens and earth. Vermilion bird, second awakening. In an instant, the entire world trembled. Void Master, who was hiding in a corner of the collapsing 4th layer, was now sitting cross-legged, struggling in agony, hoping to survive the first heavenly tribulation. Once I succeed, not only will my injuries be completely healed, but my cultivation will also increase exponentially. At that time, killing Wang Lin will be as easy as crushing an ant. Just as he was struggling, the sound of the vermilion bird's second awakening echoed in his ears. Void Master was momentarily stunned, his eyes revealing disbelief. He could understand the first awakening of the vermilion bird, but this second awakening was something he simply couldn't have imagined. It's important to know that the second awakening of the vermilion bird was vastly different from the first. If the first awakening caused the vermilion bird holy sect to protect it with all their might, then the second awakening drove the entire sect into a frenzy. This level of protection was unimaginable, a willingness to sacrifice everything. While the first awakening might have drawn attention from the Cultivation Alliance, and they would certainly have killed it, they wouldn't have been shaken. But this second awakening would shake even the Cultivation Alliance. Moreover, Void Master knew that the time between these two awakenings was very short, almost negligible. Thinking this, and then relating it to himself, Wang Lin, who had brought himself to this fate, unexpectedly managed to awaken a second time. He, on the other hand, was trapped in his first heavenly tribulation. He didn't just spit out a mouthful of primordial essence. A loud bang echoed in his head, instantly causing chaos, and the primal energy in his body surged wildly. His first heavenly tribulation showed the first signs of failure. This first heavenly tribulation was bizarre and unpredictable. Often, every wavering in his heart could cause him to fail at the last moment, and once he failed, the result was the complete annihilation of both body and soul. At the moment the vermilion bird awakened for the second time, in the starry sky beyond the dust clouds surrounding the demon spirit land, the enormous vermilion bird true spirit simultaneously emitted a vermilion bird sound. In an instant, the people of the vermilion bird holy sect surrounding the vermilion bird true spirit widened their eyes, especially the cultivator at the shattered nirvana stage, who was startled and terrified. A second time a second awakening. In such a short time, I never expected him to awaken twice. My Vermilion Phoenix Holy Sect, hope has arrived. If this person is safe, the Vermilion Phoenix Holy Sect will rise again. Again in the starry sky, within the Vermilion Phoenix Holy Sect star domain, on a white stone behind the star domain, the Vermilion Phoenix Holy Emperor, after countless years, his aged eyes instantly burst with starlight. Awakening a second time, his breathing quickened, becoming heavy. He unexpectedly tried to stand up, but ultimately, his aged body failed. My time is running out. Sacrificing the remaining time for this second awakening is worthwhile, the old man sighed, closing his eyes. But as soon as he closed his eyes, an indescribable power of flames erupted from his body. Even the entire burning star domain trembled instantly. A rumbling sound echoed around, as if the star field was about to collapse. Immediately afterward, the old man's body slowly disappeared. His primordial spirit, instead of appearing aged, was that of a middle-aged man. He bowed his head, glancing at his body, his eyes filled with weariness. It's been so long since my primordial spirit left my body. He shook his head, took a step forward, and instantly the sea of fire before him transformed into a vortex. He stepped into it, and the vortex vanished. Meanwhile, in the Immortal Emperor's cave, on the 7th floor, Ancient Demon Tower gazed at the raging fire vortex. For the first time, his eyes showed a look of solemnity. He wasn't afraid of the Vermilion Bird awakening. Rather, he sensed an inexplicable terror emanating from the ancient god's true form. The ancient divine royal family, the Vermilion Bird sacred beast, unexpectedly appeared and merged, but that's not the main point. The main point is that just now, in the moment I was about to take half a step forward, my mind suddenly stirred, and I felt danger. What else does he have on him at this moment? The ancient demon Beilu also took advantage of the Vermilion Bird's second awakening, forming a whirlwind and rushing out. Hiding in the demonic flames, he no longer had the will to continue fighting and only wanted to escape from this place. Leave this place, quickly return to the outside world. I can't defeat this tower of the ancient demon. Beilu felt bitter in his heart. He had suffered a great loss at this moment. Just now, to escape the encirclement in the demonic flames, he was severely injured. At this moment, his figure was like lightning, rushing straight upwards. The ancient demon tower of the ancient demon's eyes flashed. The person he least wanted to let go of here was the ancient demon. After briefly considering Wang Lin's matter, he took a step and went straight towards the ancient demon. The longer the time passed, the more agile he became in controlling this body, and the greater its power he could unleash. His speed was now several times greater than before, instantly closing the distance with the ancient demon Beiluo. His speed increased rapidly, and seeing that escape was impossible, he gritted his teeth and shattered the third demon spirit. Using the shattered spirit's energy, he leapt directly into the 6th level of the Immortal Emperor's cave. A flash of light instantly focused on the two women fleeing ahead. He swiftly moved closer to them, his right hand suddenly extended, aiming directly at the woman in pink. The woman's face immediately turned pale, but she showed no signs of panic. The moment a demon claw reached her, the snowflake mark on her forehead flashed, and a howling sound filled the air. At that moment, a swirling snowflake wind appeared around the woman's body. The ancient demon's claw, upon contact, was instantly struck by the snowflake whirlwind. With a few loud bangs, the ancient demon's right claw was instantly flung into the air. The woman in pink spat out a mouthful of blood, standing the snowflakes in front of her, and her body was thrown backward. The ancient demon let out a soft cry, but without hesitation, he swept his right hand across, this time with lightning speed, directly grabbing the beautiful village girl. With the ancient demon's divine power and cultivation, the village girl, who had only recently recovered from serious injuries, had no strength to resist. After being captured by the ancient demon Beluo, his demonic power surged, immediately sealing off all the meridians in her body. At this moment, the ancient demon tower stepped forward. Beluo didn't think much. After capturing the village girl, his eyes flashed with demonic light, and he retreated, his left hand continuously chanting incantations onto the village girl's body. With each incantation, a little demonic energy merged into the girl's body. Almost instantly, the beautiful woman's entire body trembled, the blue veins beneath her skin bulged, strangely transforming into a massive mark. As the old ancient demon tower pursued, ancient demon Beluo grabbed the beautiful village girl and threw her forward, his eyes flashing with demonic light, shouting, "Demon spirit transformation." As soon as he spoke, the village girl's veins burst open, her whole body turning into a cloud of blood mist, utterly annihilated. But in that instant of disintegration, a mark materialized, and the rune, upon appearing, immediately emitted a powerful suction force. In a flash, it absorbed all her flesh and blood. Even the shattered soul of the village girl was not spared. Having absorbed everything, the rune suddenly flashed with dazzling light and swiftly flew towards the 5th level. Having accomplished all this, Ancient Demon had consumed a great deal of demonic power, and the 4 demonic stars in his right eye had dimmed considerably. But instead of continuing to flee, he forcefully turned around, staring intently at the Ancient Demon Tower with a hint of madness. "I'll risk it. I'll buy you some time, so the demon spirit can escape." This demon spirit transformation was a life-saving divine ability of the Ancient Demon clan, but an ancient demon wouldn't easily unleash it unless absolutely necessary. The biggest drawback of this divine ability was that it required using someone else as a vessel to succeed. Moreover, even if successful, it would cost a large portion of one's cultivation, leaving only a remnant of their consciousness. Beluo was also forced into a desperate situation, and seeing those 2 women, he had no choice but to use this divine ability. At this moment, his eyes were like madness, his right eye spinning rapidly, and with a rumbling sound. 1, 2, 3, then 4 demon spirits shattered in an instant. The 4 demon cores shattered, instantly causing the body of the ancient demon Bila to swell wildly. The madness in Bila's eyes intensified, and he ferociously shouted, "Tower, although I couldn't kill you, I couldn't let you truly succeed in possessing my body. It's all your fault." With a roar, the ancient demon Bila lunged forward, suddenly transforming from 1 into 2, then 2 into 4, then 8. Almost instantly, the shadows of the ancient demon Bila filled the heavens and earth. Under the attack, near the ancient demon tower, a thunderous sound erupted. The ancient demon Bila chose self-destruction. "Better to die than to make you suffer," a deafening roar echoed incessantly. All of the clones of the ancient demon Beluo in this world shattered, forming a frenzied attack force. This force spread throughout the later levels of the Immortal Emperor's cave dwelling, causing it to collapse instantly. The woman in pink showed a look of indignation. At this moment, she couldn't think much, and in the instant the ancient demon attacked the ancient demon tower, she leapt into the 5th level. However, she hadn't gone far when she immediately felt the attack force behind her. Meanwhile, Wang Lin was in the 1st level of the Immortal Emperor's cave dwelling, the sound of the vermilion bird echoing behind him, an invisible flame engulfing him. His gaze fell upon the passage formed by the clash of fire and the layers of the Immortal Emperor's cave dwelling. Looking down, his hands didn't hesitate for a moment, countless seals flashing. Each seal that landed in the passage caused a large amount of rubble to be torn away. At this moment, Hu Qian and Wang Wei also rushed out through the passage. The two glanced at Wang Lin and, without hesitation, stood beside him, simultaneously unleashing their divine abilities to strike the ground. The ground began to shake incessantly, as if the entire demon spirit land was experiencing an earthquake. Sichuanan jumped out of the deep pit, cursing incessantly. Damn it, this cursed place. If I ever get out of here, I'll definitely go into seclusion. Sichuanan rushed out, immediately gasped upon seeing Wang Lin, and looked at him. Without a second thought, he instantly flew into the air, unleashing a fierce barrage of divine abilities towards the ground below. The ground shook even more violently, as if the entire Immortal Emperor's cave dwelling was about to collapse. At this time, everyone who had originally entered the second level also began to fly out. Jia Dao, Tren Dao Tan Tiu, and Lei Ji were also inside, along with two disciples of the beautiful village woman, and even Fu Chenzi was among them. After rushing out and seeing Wang Lin, these people were all stunned, their eyes showing fear, and they scattered. Fu Chenzi understood, obviously guessing what Wang Lin was planning, but he was somewhat confused as to why he would do this. After all, he hadn't experienced the terror of the ancient demons below, and these people didn't even know about the existence of the ancient demons. Just as the ground shook even more violently, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light, his hands suddenly pointing downwards as he chanted a spell. A low growl came from his mouth, and immediately the giant vermilion bird behind him let out a cry, leaping out of Wang Lin's body, circling the deep pit, carrying a frenzied attack force. In a short time, they had already leapt forward, and at that moment, blood vessels appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. He chanted incantations with both hands, closely following the vermilion bird, and jumped into the deep pit. Hu Qian and Sichuanan did the same, simultaneously unleashing their strongest divine abilities, and then followed the vermilion bird, both jumping into the deep pit. At that very moment, a chilling aura emanated from the abyss, and a woman in pink, surrounded by countless snowflakes, leapt out. In the instant the incredibly powerful attack struck, the snowflakes swirled around her, helping her escape danger. Jojo fell into the passage that ran through the layers of the Immortal Emperor's cave dwelling. In an instant, the entire second layer of the Immortal Emperor's cave dwelling began to rumble incessantly. Under various divine abilities, the Immortal Emperor's cave dwelling began to truly collapse. The deafening roars filled the sky, echoing continuously. The ground suddenly caved in, sealing off the entire passage, as if it were imbued with a divine power. A rumbling sound emanated from beneath the earth, along with the howling of ancient demons. After unleashing his divine abilities, Wang Lin clasped his hands together, chanting incantations, and immediately a restriction quickly descended. Hu Huan also didn't stop joining Wang Wei in casting a restriction. The three men, moving at top speed, cast a large-scale restriction on the desolate land. The restriction formed a massive net. Below, the ground collapsed, and the howling sounds grew increasingly frenzied. As the sounds echoed, the ground trembled violently, as if a force was acting upon it, as if someone wanted to leap out from within, shattering everything and slaughtering all living beings. The surrounding cultivators, unfamiliar with the ancient demon, were all greatly alarmed. Fu Chenzi was particularly terrified. He sensed the boundless, malevolent aura emanating from below, causing his heart to tremble. Without hesitation, he immediately cast several restrictions, continuously descending. Everyone else who knew about restrictions also cast them, intending to contribute their strength. The howling sounds from beneath grew closer, the tremors becoming more intense, and large rocks covered the ground below, shattering the surrounding debris. It's too late! Wang Lin gritted his teeth, patted his storage bag with both hands, and instantly Qing Ai's body appeared before him. Ignoring Wang Wei and Hu Quan's senses, he struck Qing Ai's back with his right hand. This strike wasn't meant to injure Qing Ai, but to prevent her blood from dissipating. Under the force of the palm strike, Qing Ai immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. As soon as the blood appeared, Wang Lin swept it away, transforming it into a cloud of blood mist that covered the ground. He continued to release his primal energy, and more blood gushed out, soaking all the restrictions on the ground. In an instant, a deafening roar erupted from the ground. A surge of demonic energy roared forth, shattering the rocks completely. Within the demonic energy, the ancient demon pagoda slowly rose. But when this demonic energy surged up and struck the densely packed restrictions above, it instantly dissipated. Strangely, after the ancient demon tower, four figures full up, Tia Yunzi, Ling Jianhu, Su Kongzi, and the humanoid figure that emerged from within the ancient god's head. The humanoid figure's beard and hair swayed, and surprisingly, it obediently walked beside the tower, as if the tower were its master. Seeing this scene, a flash of insight struck Wang Lin. Previously, he had seen the humanoid figure without any connection to the ancient demon. But now, after witnessing this scene, he had a hunch. Within the ancient god's body was the moon-gazing artifact, and naturally, within the ancient demon's body was also the moon-gazing artifact. This humanoid figure was clearly of that type. This thing didn't exist when the ancient god was alive, but rather after being released into this place, after the ancient demon and the immortal emperor's struggle caused them to separate. It somehow entered the immortal burial pool inside the ancient god's head. Although Void Master was also behind Ancient Demon Tower, his state was extremely bizarre. His eyes revealed madness. A talismanic mark on his forehead emitted dense demonic energy, clearly sealed by Tower. But Wang Lin clearly sensed that Void Master's aura was dissipating significantly, trapped in the abyss of death. Ling Tianhu's expression was extremely complex. She avoided Wang Lin's gaze, looking to the side, lost in thought. But the most unpredictable was Tia Yunzi. Tia Yunzi's expression was calm, just like when he first entered the Immortal Emperor's cave. A hint of color flickered in his eyes, and when Wang Lin looked back at him, Tia Yunzi unexpectedly smiled. Seeing Tia Yunzi and his group appear, Wang Lin sighed inwardly. He knew that the blood on this forbidden formation only affected the ancient demon tower, and was useless against Tia Yunzi and his group. However, since they were already in the first level of the Immortal Emperor's cave, getting out wouldn't be difficult. But for some reason, he felt that what he had just experienced was somewhat strange, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was odd. A vague sense of unease arose in his heart. Looking at Tia Yunzi standing behind Tower, this feeling of unease intensified. In fact, everything that happened before happened in such a short time that he basically didn't have time to think. Now, reflecting on it, it seems that everyone's actions were forced by the ancient demon. It's as if all these actions were deliberately orchestrated by the ancient demon. Just like Tia Yunzi's scheme, making people feel terrified. This feeling constantly lingered in Wang Lin's heart, causing his body to sink slightly as he quickly retreated. Sichu Nan continued to stare at Wang Lin. Seeing Wang Lin retreat, he immediately rushed towards him without hesitation, simultaneously backing away. Wang Wei and Hu Quan did the same. In an instant, all the cultivators quickly retreated in all directions. Tia Yunzi's face showed a smile. He raised his hand and pointed forward, and immediately a light flashed within his body. A gray-robed Tia Yunzi materialized. He coldly glanced at the original Tia Yunzi, snorted, and charged straight towards the barrier. Countless murderous auras surged into the barrier in a short time, leaping into it. Loud rumbling sounds echoed, and the barrier immediately flickered violently. However, this barrier wasn't set up by Wang Lin alone. Wang Wei and Hu Quan were also involved. Especially Hu Quan's barrier, which had reached the pinnacle of perfection, far surpassing Wang Lin's. Therefore, this barrier was not something the gray-robed Tia Yunzi could easily break. This gave everyone a chance to seize the opportunity. Wang Wei retreated, pointing his right hand, and immediately a water curtain surged out, unexpectedly transforming into a giant water figure. This figure swung its arms and punched violently, causing the mountain to shake and large chunks of rock to crumble. Hu Quan did not leave, but stood in place, her hands forming incantations, continuously striking large blocks of forbidden formations, reinforcing the power of the formations on the ground. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, his hands forming incantations, his divine power swirling around, launching a fierce attack upwards. Everyone around him also attacked without hesitation. Loud rumbling sounds echoed throughout the first level of the Immortal Emperor's cave dwelling. At this moment, in the starry sky outside the demon spirit land, the cultivator behind the vermilion bird true spirit sat cross-legged, his hands forming incantations, chanting spells, and occasionally pointing his finger into the vermilion bird true spirit's body, causing the flames on the vermilion bird true spirit to intensify. A moment later, the vermilion bird true spirit suddenly let out a resounding cry, and immediately a sea of crimson flames erupted in all directions. It contained intense heat, ineffective against the people of the Vermilion Bird Holy Sect, but capable of burning away all the dust obscuring their divine senses. Under the burning, the surrounding dust shattered, leaving only one thing intact, the demon spirit land. The only remaining dust here now blazed up, making the place clearly visible to everyone. The Vermilion Bird True Spirit let out another roar and charged forward, rushing towards the small dust particles. Loud rumbling sounds echoed as the Vermilion Bird True Spirit continuously collided with the seal on the dust, each collision causing the seal to loosen slightly. The cultivators at the shattered Nirvana stage behind it unleashed their divine abilities, relentlessly bombarding the seal that Qing Shuang had personally left behind, causing it to shake even more violently. The sounds of the external collision clearly echoed into the demon spirit land, causing the entire area to tremble violently. Even those inside the cave dwelling clearly felt the increasingly intense tremors. But at this moment, no one paid attention to this. Everyone continued their attacks. And the rampart between the demon spirit land and the immortal emperor's cave dwelling collapsed with a thunderous crash. Almost instantly after the rampart collapsed, the gray-robed heavenly fortune master broke through Hu Qian's restrictions and rushed forward. Hu Qian, her face pale, retreated, and Wang Wei pulled her, rushing straight towards the collapsed rampart. The ancient demon tower master stepped out, a sinister smile on his face, and suddenly opened his mouth and inhaled. Immediately, a surge of demonic energy erupted, then unexpectedly transformed into a black dragon, roaring and charging towards everyone. The second of Chen Dao's three sons was instantly entangled by the demonic dragon, his eyes filled with despair as he was devoured by the ancient demon. Wang Lin wanted to save him but was too late. There was also the village beauty's female disciple, who was also entangled by the black dragon. Even Tia Qin's face turned pale, seeing herself being ensnared by the black dragon. At this moment, the woman in pink suddenly flashed forward, snowflakes swirling around her, holding her tightly as they rushed towards the collapsing wall. The black dragon landed on her, colliding with the snowflakes. The woman in pink spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and the snowflake-like magical artifact, having repeatedly blocked the attacks, shattered with a loud crash. But the woman in pink managed to pull Tia Qin out. Although that was the case, Da Tou, Sichuan, and Fu Chenzi, with the help of the silver-clothed woman in Wang Lin's storage bag, all managed to escape. However, the danger was not over. Gumo Taijia took half a step forward and fiercely swiped his right hand forward. Under this claw, everyone who had just emerged from the demon spirit realm immediately felt an immense force. Tia Qin's cultivation was insufficient. Under this power, she spat out fresh blood, her body shattering. Even the woman in pink beside her trembled, her body similarly shattering, turning into a mist of blood. However, the woman in pink's primordial spirit was protected by a Kungsu realm artifact. At this moment, the artifact flashed, enveloping her and Tia Qin's primordial spirits. The primordial spirits of the two women were severely injured and, being enveloped by the artifact, although they didn't shatter completely, unexpectedly merged together not only the two of them, but the remaining two of Chen Dao's three sons, except for Yi Chenzi, had their bodies instantly shattered. Yi Chenzi saved their primordial spirits, and they quickly fled. Lei Ji, though his cultivation was mediocre, possessed extraordinary physical prowess. Even so, their bodies shattered with a loud crash, leaving only half of them intact. Fortunately, during their struggles, Big Head was rescued unharmed. As for Fu Chenzi and Sichuan, both of them were at the pure nirvana stage of cultivation. In this critical moment, although they spat out fresh blood and suffered serious injuries, their bodies did not shatter. However, Sichuan's face showed a strange expression. Unexpectedly, under the severe injuries, the toxins in his body had acted up. The ancient demon's divine power, originally intended to annihilate these people completely, was all greatly related to Hu Huan and Wang Wei. The moment the ancient demon tower attacked, they immediately exerted their strength to resist, enduring the vast majority of the divine power. They did this because they knew that some of these people were connected to Wang Lin, and they had to repay Wang Lin's kindness. Simultaneously confronting the ancient demon's divine power was Wang Lin. After sharing the attack force with Wang Wei and Hu Huan, Wang Lin spat out fresh blood, his expression gloomy. His primordial spirit was constantly severely injured, showing signs of extreme exhaustion. Although the fire elemental power in his body was immense, it was unable to prevent his primordial spirit from dissipating. This kind of continuous injury was unbearable even with the ancient god's armor. The illusory palace in the sky above the demon spirit land gradually materialized as HUAFVI appeared, swirling as if it had flown out of Wang Lin's cave dwelling. The moment HUAFVI emerged, this seemingly real palace released thousands of roses swirling around it before shrinking completely, instantly becoming as small as a hand. Under the intoxicating fragrance of the flowers, the palace fell into HUAFVI's hand, becoming an exquisitely miniature object. HUAFVI clenched her hand, and this miniature palace immediately dissipated and merged into her body. HUAFVI raised her hand, a gesture that could make one's heart pound. She calmly looked at the ancient demon tower, her beautiful eyes reflecting a mixture of sorrow and bitterness. After so many years of separation, though the distance was short, it felt as if they were separated by a vast ocean. It's only today that we meet again, and this time, our encounter is like the moon reflected in water, a flower in a mirror. What I see is not the soul of the past. It was like standing on the riverbank, gazing at the scenery. The riverbed was a deep blue, and before him were towering mountains. But after crossing the river and looking back, something felt missing. The mountains and blue water were gone. Something was missing. The soul. A red light flashed in the eyes of the ancient demon tower elder. He looked at HUAFVI, his eyes revealing bloodlust and greed. He laughed heartily, saying, "I've heard that Qinglin was blessed with extraordinary fortune in the past, with 8 concubines, all of whom were exceptionally beautiful, especially HUAFVI. I heard that in the immortal realm, HUAFVI was the younger sister of the immortal Emperor Lin Yun. Seeing her today, it's indeed true. Your husband Qinglin may be dead, but his body remains. Wouldn't it be a joyous occasion for me to simply turn HUAFVI into a cauldron?" The tower elder laughed as he took a step forward, suddenly swinging his right hand in a clawing motion. Although the ancient demon tower elder laughed heartily while speaking, he remained extremely cautious inwardly. He wasn't afraid of HUAFVI, but he greatly feared Qinglin. According to what HUAFVI had said earlier, when he successfully possessed someone's body years ago, Qinglin had anticipated future failures and made numerous preparations. HUAFVI's appearance now clearly indicated that this was a setup orchestrated by Qinglin. This Qinglin was once the most powerful immortal emperor. Even for us cultivators from the outside world, his reputation was like thunder in our ears. Besides his immense cultivation, he showed no weakness whatsoever, like the sky itself, every inch concealing the power of heaven. As the ancient demon tower elder moved, the demon spirit territory immediately shook violently. Black mist suddenly appeared in the sky and spread in all directions. The moment the tower elder swung his right hand forward, the black mist suddenly transformed and condensed into an extremely gigantic, pitch-black hand. This hand descended from the sky, hurtling straight towards HUAFVI to grab her. At this moment, the humanoid figure beside the ancient tower island cast a cold glance at Wang Lin, then stared intently at him. Its body suddenly flashed and it lunged straight towards Wang Lin, its movements so fast that even before it got close, a series of whistling, tearing sounds erupted. Voidmaster's appearance was extremely disheveled. Although he stood there, his breathing was incredibly rapid. His heavy, panting sounds could be heard clearly from a distance. These were clearly not human sounds, but rather those of a wild beast. What was terrifying was that Voidmaster not only breathed heavily, but saliva dripped from the corners of his mouth onto the ground. This saliva was like a viscous fluid, forming transparent strands as it flowed down, a sight that was nauseating to behold. Voidmaster's eyes were wide open, bloodshot and filled with madness and a vacant stare. His aged face no longer resembled a human form. His facial features were contorted as if he had gone mad. Voidmaster also stared intently at Wang Lin, his memory finally filled only with hatred and murderous intent. Heavenly Cloud Master's expression remained calm, his eyes revealing a knowing and tranquil look, as if this journey to the immortal emperor's cave dwelling had been entirely under his control. Nothing unexpected. Ling Jian, who still bowed his head, his expression a mixture of struggle, complexity, bewilderment, and restlessness. As the humanoid figure and Void Master approached, Wang Yan and Hu Huan naturally tried to stop them. However, these two Cloud Immortal Dao companions were injured, and the humanoid figure was extremely bizarre, making it difficult to determine a winner in such a short time. Void Master let out heavy gasps and the moment Wang Yan and Hu Quan prepared to stop him, the madness in his eyes intensified. He wanted to find Wang Lin, and he would disregard anyone who stood in his way. As Void Master approached Wang Yan, he let out a low growl, his entire body writhing in an extremely bizarre manner. Wang Yan's expression changed instantly, and he retreated without hesitation. But as Wang Yan took a step back, Void Master opened his mouth wide and spat forward a mouthful of dark, foul-smelling blood. As Void Master spat out the blood, his body trembled uncontrollably. He expelled an enormous amount of blood, almost all the blood in his body. After spewing out an enormous amount of blood, the fresh blood seemed to possess sentience, transforming into a blood net that shot straight towards Wang Yan. As Wang Yan retreated, he formed a hand seal and swung it forward. A deafening explosion resounded, and a mountain of ice suddenly appeared in front of him. This mountain appeared so suddenly that it immediately blocked the massive amount of blood. However, the black blood seemed to have an extremely high temperature, instantly melting the ice mountain and staining it black. Wang Lin, this is a cultivator at the first decline of the 5 declines of heaven and man at the great perfection of the shattered nirvana realm. This person will continuously deteriorate until their entire body rots away, their form and spirit utterly destroyed. Wang Yan said urgently, trying to stop Void Master. But at this moment, Hu Quan and the humanoid figure were fighting, and because of her previous serious injuries, Hu Quan was constantly retreating. In this critical moment, Wang Yan immediately waved his hand, and a gigantic ice mountain range stretched across in front of Wang Lin. Wang Yan flashed and directly rushed towards Hu Quan to help fight against the monstrous humanoid creature. When there was no one left to stop him, saliva and black blood continued to drip from the corner of Void Master's mouth as he continued to attack Wang Lin. The madness in his eyes intensified. He no longer resembled an elder of the Cultivation Alliance, but clearly a hideous beast. Wang Lin looked at Void Master and was shaken. It wasn't that he was moved by Void Master, but this was the first time he had heard of the 5 declines of heaven and man. This is the first decline of heaven and man. When cultivation reaches the second stage, lifespan is almost limitless, and the primal energy in the heavens and earth transforms into boundless life force that envelops the entire body. But the heavenly Tao will not allow any living being to have a lifespan equal to that of heaven and earth. The 5 declines of heaven and man in the shattered nirvana realm is an immeasurable calamity. It's not that those without shattered nirvana cultivation will be safe. On the contrary, a terrifying calamity hangs over their heads. At this moment, Void Master, breathing heavily, rushed forward, instantly approaching the ice mountain. He opened his mouth again, but this time there was no blood left in his body. What he spat out were only foul-smelling streams of gas, accompanied by many rotting internal organs. On H.U.A. Faye's side, the moment the pitch-black hand, unleashed by the ancient demon tower's divine power, reached her, she gently raised her delicate hand and pointed forward. A sphere immediately appeared at her fingertips. This sphere circled, instantly conjuring many illusory images. Amidst the swirling floral fragrance, the sphere soared into the air. The moment the black hand reached down, it was immediately struck by the sphere. A loud bang echoed, the black hand trembled, then shattered into numerous streams of dark energy that swirled in the opposite direction. The pupils in the eyes of the ancient demon tower elder contracted. He snorted coldly, then his body flashed and he shot straight towards H.U.A. FBI. He formed a hand seal, and with a wave of his hand, the heavens and earth instantly changed color, the wind and clouds swirling. At this moment, the black mist covering the sky immediately condensed, instantly transforming into a cloud of black mist. After the mist appeared, it immediately began to move and wriggle. You must know this divine ability very well. The ancient demon tower elder laughed heartily, then forcefully swung his right hand towards the sky, softly shouting, "Bury the stars." As soon as these words left his mouth, the black clouds in the sky moved faster, and in an instant, transformed into a series of spheres. When these spheres appeared, they immediately burst forth with dazzling streams of starlight. At this moment, the sky was shrouded in darkness, but when the spheres appeared and burst forth with starlight, the ground below was illuminated, becoming incredibly magnificent. This is the star burial technique, one of the 3 divine abilities of my husband, sun, moon, and stars. A complex expression appeared in H.U.A. Faye's eyes. but she shook her head slightly and said, "But your power cannot replicate the power of my husband's divine ability." Ancient Demon Tower laughed coldly, then raised his right hand. Starlight erupted from the numerous spheres formed by black mist in the air, instantly becoming dazzling. When the starlight intersected, no transformation occurred, yet they became tangible, like streams of light intertwining and enveloping the entire space. As Tower raised his hand, many streams of intersecting starlight descended from the sky towards Huafei, as if intending to bury her here. If my husband were to perform the star burial technique, he could draw power from the starry sky to create a colossal divine ability that would encompass the entire star domain. Tan thing ne ko the chin huvvivn giva vvimgvn gi kang na vvimtg vn gi na fi chang lay ttc luck lian ca ten quang trong ten viek. Trong mt ho fi ls ra viev kin mayat, nang chung dem non nung lung ten quang hang jiao tho val now ti tran trgi jiang jun. Te fi nan bien fab quite re hamayong fun ra mt lung ki thi mad. Bin fia quan den the nang lpptic zoot hien chin ki csu. Bin trong chin ki cnn dien gi wuluk liang bin nuyan. Sao ki vong quan den the ho fi the jing nutithen mt tran fab. Kong kiki tran fab zoot hien the ttc tin quan jiao tho a tran bietrgi lpptic fon henriang ti tran gi ho fi. Trong kong kik ho fi gi lpptic turk then ni tin ap trong ttc tin quang long line jtrgi. At the same time, outside the demon spirit land, the cultivators of the Vermilion Bird True Spirit and Vermilion Bird Secret Sect were continuously attacking, causing the seal on the demon spirit land to instantly explode with a loud bang and shatter. At this moment, the entire sky above the demon spirit land began to crumble with a deafening roar, as if the seals on all the heavens were breaking into pieces, shattering into fragments. It was being enveloped in starlight. The Vermilion Bird Secret Sect was advancing. For the first time, Taeyunzi's expression changed slightly. He frowned. The entire situation before him was within his calculations. He knew that the Immortal Emperor's Cave, seemingly simple, concealed the calculations of Qinglin from years ago. Taeyunzi's intrusion into this place had become a part of those calculations. Only now did he realize that he was indirectly competing with the Immortal Emperor. Even Taeyunzi's heart, enchained after millennia of sorrow, began to pound. Ultimately, would the Immortal Emperor's calculations from years ago prevail? Or would Taeyunzi be better? No one knew the answer. But this opportunity was extremely precious to Taeyunzi. If he won, his Tao heart would soar, and his confidence and aura would become immense. After calculating Qinglin's creations, the blows from years ago would be completely healed, and he would take another step forward. Even in defeat, he obtained creations that even the Heavenly Fortune Master could only dream of, perhaps thanks to a battle meticulously planned by the Immortal Emperor over countless millennia, allowing him to comprehend all the necessary elements. For this opportunity, the old man Taeyunzi would spare no expense. What did the ancient demon tower matter? What did the cultivation alliance matter? Even a cataclysmic catastrophe could not stop Taeyunzi's Tao heart. What others desired was merely the immortal techniques and divine powers of the immortal Emperor Qinglin. Or perhaps, if they delved deeper, they could find clues to the third step from Qinglin. But Taeyunzi's purpose was a madman in front of others. He didn't want Qinglin's body, he didn't want the divine powers. So what was he after? He only wanted to have a battle with the immortal Emperor Qinglin. No one could fathom the thoughts of Taeyunzi. If anyone could, it would be only one person, Ling Tianhu. But in the Immortal Emperor's Cave, the Vermilion Bird's first awakening within Wangland was something Taeyunzi hadn't anticipated. At this moment, Taeyunzi felt a surge of pressure. What truly pressured him was that everything up until now had been within his calculations. The old ancient demon tower had followed his suggestion, using illusions to bewitch everyone. The tower elder had implemented a policy of expulsion, inadvertently turning everyone into accomplices in destroying the first layer of the Immortal Emperor's Cave. But Taeyunzi never expected this damned Wonglin to be here, and for the Vermilion Bird to awaken a second time. The moment the Vermilion Bird awakened within Wonglin for the second time, all of Taeyunzi's previous calculations were instantly disrupted by numerous unforeseen events. The sudden changes in the sky at this moment made Taeyunzi's expression turn grim. He took a deep breath, knowing that the time had come for him to act. Taeyunzi's eyes suddenly closed, and in that instant, streams of seven-colored light burst forth intensely from his body. Within these seven-colored streams, gray appeared, so that he had a total of 8 different colors on his body. The 8 streams of light continuously flickered, and immediately 8 clones with different outfits emerged from within Taeyeonji's body. Taeyeonji in gray also appeared among them. Although the 8 Taeyeonji looked alike, the aura they emitted was distinct. Upon appearing, they immediately dispersed in all directions, each heading towards Wang Lin, Yanshan and her companion, and the other cultivators. 3 of the clones shot straight up into the shattering sky. At this moment, HUAFVI was also surrounded by starlight, the light enveloping her entire body, constantly flashing and then exploding with a loud bang, scattering in all directions. HUAFVI was enveloped by 9 spheres, and she advanced effortlessly. The 9 spheres surrounding her body had dimmed considerably, but her expression remained unchanged. Ancient Demon Tower Elder looked up at the sky, a solemn expression in his eyes. He swung his right hand into the void, and the back-bearing saber instantly materialized. Ancient Demon held the demonic weapon in his hand and swept it downwards, creating a blade of light. These streams of light did not face HUAFVI, but instead swept horizontally and shot up into the sky. A smile appeared on HUA's face. In the moment the sky underwent such earth-shattering changes, she understood that the words Qing Lin had left behind years ago had come true. The one who saved me is surnamed Wang. When the heavenly spirit immortal realm shatters, I have hope of awakening. At this moment, the sword light of the ancient demon tower soared straight into the high sky, and HUA's body gradually became transparent until it disappeared. But when she reappeared, she was in the void where the sword light was about to sweep through. HUAFVI took a deep breath, and the 9 spheres surrounding her body immediately swept horizontally, striking directly at the sword light. Loud explosions suddenly echoed, and the enormous recoil force immediately forced HUAFVI to retreat repeatedly. Killing intent blazed in the tower's eyes, and his body flashed as he lunged towards HUAFVI. At this very moment, Wang Lin's position was immediately put in danger due to the arrival of Taeyeonji's clone. Especially with Void Master's frenzied attack, Wang Yan's Ice Mountain was completely unable to stop the old man, shattering into pieces. A look of madness flashed in Void Master's eyes as he charged straight towards Wang Lin. The gray-robed clone of Taeyeonji, moving at top speed, its eyes blazing with coldness, rapidly approached Wang Lin. Besides the gray-robed clone, 2 other clones of Taeyeonji were also close behind, charging straight towards Wang Lin. These 4 powerful figures all possessed earth-shattering cultivation and divine abilities. At this moment, surrounded by 4 powerful figures, Wang Lin's pupils suddenly contracted, and his body retreated like an arrow. In that instant, the sky suddenly shattered with a thunderous roar. As the sky shattered, all the rules of the outer starry sky merged directly into the demon spirit land. The moment the sky shattered was like a broken mirror. Everything shattered into tiny pieces. At this moment, a stream of red fire from outside struck deep in, sweeping all the fragments downwards. The moment all the fragments and the ferocious red fire swept in, a deafening cry of the vermilion bird true spirit suddenly resounded, echoing throughout the demon spirit land. But compared to the danger Wang Lin was facing, he didn't have time to look up and assess the situation. Wang Lin continuously retreated, immediately sensing an extremely familiar force of heaven and earth appearing all around him. This familiar force, which Wang Lin had comprehended while sitting on the mountaintop in the water spirit star, observing the sun and moon, and which was also the first divine ability he had ever devised himself, was the Nightfall technique. At this moment, when Wang Lin faced Void Master and the 3 deadly clones, including the gray-robed clone, he sensed the power of Nightfall. He hastily stopped retreating without hesitation, his eyes flashing with madness. He raised both hands and stared intently at the 4 people in front of him, his body vibrating as the rules of heaven and earth immediately merged with him, as if being drawn towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's body and mind completely merged into a mystical state. All the scenes before him vanished, leaving only what he saw on the water spirit crystal, only the power of the remnant knight. The gray-robed clone of Taeyeonji, who was charging towards Wang Lin, suddenly narrowed his eyes in horror. Not only him, but even the 2 clones beside him stopped, their gazes towards Wang Lin filled with disbelief. This is... Taeyeonji's gray-robed clone took a deep breath. Only Void Master remained unconcerned. His body looked real, but in reality, it was merely a manifestation of the first heavenly human's primordial spirit. His blood, his internal organs, everything was transformed from his primordial spirit. Finally, when his body decayed, his primordial spirit would be destroyed. Void Master was in a frenzy, his mind filled only with the thought of devouring Wang Lin alive, and he charged straight towards Wang Lin. But the moment the old man approached Wang Lin to within 10 meters, Wang Lin suddenly vanished from Void Master's sight, and in an instant, the heavens and earth were plunged into darkness. Even the sea of fire descending from the sky disappeared, as if the place where Wang Lin stood was no longer the demon spirit land but an independent space without boundaries or limits. Not only did the heavens and earth become pitch black, but a series of surging waves also echoed in their ears. At this moment, even the 3 gray-robed clones of Heavenly Fortune Master were trapped in a dark space, unable to discern Wang Lin's whereabouts. As if Wang Lin had completely merged into the rules of heaven and earth, leaving no trace to be found. The surrounding space became silent, only the echoing sound of crashing waves remained, making it feel terrifying. Looking vaguely ahead, they could see that the place where they stood was a vast expanse of sky and boundless sea. The vast sea below wasn't filled with turbulent waves, but rather a gentle, rippling lapping. The sea breeze carried the scent of the ocean in gusts, making one believe everything was real. Void Master roared angrily in the quiet night sky and on the vast sea below. Unable to find Wang Lin, he became even more frenzied. He continuously attacked downwards, causing the sea to erupt in fierce waves. The gray-robed clone of Heavenly Fortune Master surveyed the scene before him, a feeling of terror he hadn't experienced in years slowly rising within him. This feeling was strange, yet uncontrollable. He vaguely sensed something, but the more he understood, the more his mind was shaken, his eyes widening in shock. At that moment, a crimson light suddenly appeared on the distant waves. The instant the crimson light appeared, the gray-robed clone of Heavenly Fortune Masters as revealed a fear he had never shown before. The old man knew this was the kind of rule-based force he himself had never dared to believe before. Almost immediately, the gray-robed clone of Tianzi retreated without hesitation. His scalp tingled, but no matter how he fled, he remained standing on the surface of the sea. The crimson light in the distance gradually intensified, illuminating the eyes of the crowd and creating a scorching fire. This fire was blazing red, and beneath it were towering waves. In that instant, almost everyone experienced an illusion as if their bodies were dissolving into the endless night sky. Even the deranged Void Master stood stunned, his body trembling. He suddenly awoke from his dream, but his pupils instantly revealed a look of terrifying fear. The rules of the beginning. In the mid-stage of the Nirvana realm, he comprehended the creation of the universe, giving rise to the sea sun and the fading night. Currently, Wang Lin's cultivation has far surpassed his previous level. He has reached the peak of the Nirvana realm, with only a very short distance remaining to advance to the pure Nirvana realm. With his current cultivation, the first divine ability he creates, coupled with the manifestation of the initial rule, will be incredibly powerful. Even Wang Lin himself doesn't know for sure. The waves on the sea surface surged incessantly. The sound reached the ears of the 4 individuals. This sound seemed to possess a strange rhythm, as if it also contained the laws of heaven and earth. But at this moment, as the sound of the waves reached their ears, the gray-robed Heavenly Fortune Master suddenly felt his mouth dry and his tongue burning. Not only him, but the 2 clones of Heavenly Fortune Master beside him also felt the same, even more intensely affected. This terrifying feeling was completely uncontrollable, intensifying wildly. Void Master, of course, was now completely awake. At this moment, he stared blankly at the crimson sun gradually rising from the edge of the sea. Only half of the sun was visible, but its radiant light was like a sharp sword wanting to forcefully tear through the night. But he was enveloped in darkness, like the night itself being shattered by this radiant halo, his form and spirit perishing along with the darkness. This was the power of the remnant night, the sun rising over the sea. Time seemed eternal, yet also fleeting. The sun officially rose over the sea. In the instant the sun rose, an unimaginable force of impact emerged. This force was the radiant halo of 10,000 feet, destroying all resistance and revealing the fundamental rules contained within with exquisite precision. The darkness was violently torn apart. This force was powerful enough to reverse the universe, enough to shake the heavenly Tao, enough to cause the darkness to collapse before it. After being reduced to an unbearable fragment, it was scattered into flying debris, replacing the heavens and earth with radiant light. Within this force lay Wang Lin's overwhelming killing intent, the burning rage stemming from his repeated attempts to escape from the immortal emperor's cave only to fall into the schemes of Tia, Yanzi and Gumo Tajia. This resentment, unwilling to be merely a pawn, remained dormant, waiting to erupt. Furthermore, Wang Lin's second awakening of the vermilion bird caused an extremely intense and oppressive heat to surge forth as the sun rose in the heavens. This heat far surpassed all of Wang Lin's divine abilities. This was the primordial sun's principle. Under Wang Lin's twilight divine ability, as the sun rose, the fiery heat contained within it erupted wildly in the heavens. The sun emerged from the sea, instantly unleashing an unbelievable golden light and unprecedented temperature. This was certainly not simply tearing apart the darkness, but rather intending to completely shatter this darkness, this space, this earth. He wanted to forcefully incinerate everything in heaven and earth into ashes. The first to encounter Wang Lin's wrathful divine ability, the blazing sun and the fading night, was Void Master, who was closest to him. The sun's rays swept across the heavens and earth, carrying with them an extreme heat. Void Master was already dying. The failure of the heavenly human's decline had left its mark on him, constantly fading away. If it weren't for the mark of the ancient demon pagoda on his forehead, Void Master would have long since died. At this moment, under the boundless, infinite sunlight, the darkness was torn apart, and Void Master's face turned pale. His body, originally a transformation of a celestial being, suddenly collapsed with a bang-bang sound from his legs, turning into a cloud of primordial mist. This mist almost instantly vanished in the dazzling sunlight, leaving nothing behind. But at this moment, Void Master felt no pain. The only thing in his mind was boundless panic and disbelief. Simultaneously with the dissolution of his legs, the ancient demon mark on Void Master's forehead also crumbled completely with a loud bang. As the mark collapsed, Void Master let out a tragic cry, his body rapidly dissipating and continuously retreating backward. But the vastness of heaven and earth, under the power of the nightfall, could not escape, let alone Void Master. No matter how far he retreated, he could not escape his fate of death. As he retreated, the sunlight spread out, swirling the universe. Void Master's agonizing cries echoed, but his body was pierced by the raging sunlight. His body, like a sieve, dissolved into dust with a tragic and desperate smile. Void Master, a powerful cultivator at the peak of the shattered Nirvana realm, possessing immense physical abilities, a prominent position in the Cultivation Alliance, and the junior disciple of Zhang Xuanzi. His entire life was glorious. Countless heroes perished at his hands, yet ultimately he could not escape reincarnation, could not escape the ultimate downfall of heaven and man, and could not escape the calamity he himself had created. Void Master, carrying boundless regret and a lingering attachment to life, vanished into thin air. Everything happened in an instant, almost in the blink of an eye. As the sun rose into the sky, Void Master suddenly died. But that 10,000-foot-long sun did not stop radiating wildly in all directions, tearing through all the darkness, heading straight towards the gray-robed Heavenly Fortune Master and his two clones. In that instant, the gray-robed Heavenly Fortune Master felt a tearing pain surging from every part of his body. Even his originally independent primordial spirit was enveloped within it. This kind of pain he had never experienced in his life, felt like his body was being constantly torn into pieces. The imminent threat of life and death surged intensely in the gray-robed Heavenly Fortune Master's mind. He suppressed his panic, let out a low growl, and stretched out his hands. Immediately, a surge of heaven and earth's primal energy erupted from his body, soaring to the sky, transforming into countless murderous auras that suddenly appeared in the heavens and earth. These murderous auras were boundless and infinite, almost filling the air. A series of wails echoed, attempting to suppress the sound of the waves on the sea's surface, and even attempting to resist the power of the nightfall, nearly driving him to his wits' end. Not only him, but even the two clones of Tang Yunzi beside him had turned pale. Without hesitation, they unleashed their full divine abilities. One of them, dressed in a yellow robe, spun rapidly, and a whirlwind unexpectedly formed around his body, soaring straight into the sky. The sky instantly changed color, and countless golden ripples appeared in the darkness. At the center of these ripples, the Heavenly Fortune Finger roared forth. This yellow-robed Heavenly Fortune Master is indeed the one who possesses the Heavenly Fortune Finger technique of the original Heavenly Fortune Master. At this moment, under his shout, the Heavenly Fortune Finger appeared in the air, carrying an aura that made all ordinary people who saw it kneel down in worship. Reaching straight towards the sun rising from the sea, it wanted to destroy this sun. Another heavenly fortune master, dressed in purple, clasped his hands in a magical incantation, his divine power overflowing. Immediately, a purple mist appeared behind him. This purple mist instantly rose into the air, merging with the darkness. Even the purple-robed heavenly fortune master's form vanished, merging into the darkness. In an instant, the darkness, imbued with deathly intent, suddenly gave way to a group of ferocious figures. These figures exuded overwhelming killing intent, and their appearances varied, some male, some female. They were like demons imprisoned in hell now released, immediately howling towards the sky. These people were indeed those who had been devoured by the heavenly fortune sect for countless years. However, the divine power of this turtle had just appeared, and immediately, like the night being dispelled by the morning sun, an endless stream of sunlight directly pierced through them with a series of bang-bang sounds. Figures filled with murderous intent, hidden in the darkness, rushed out frantically towards the sun. But under the blazing sun that tore through the heavens and earth, each one collapsed completely, like moths flying into a flame. Some, under the sweeping sunlight, instantly burst into raging flames, disintegrating as if torn apart and scattered in all directions, vanishing completely in an instant. The purple-robed figure of heavenly fortune master twisted and emerged from the darkness, his face pale, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. His pupils contracted incessantly, his heart filled with extreme terror. There was also a heavenly fortune master carrying only a trace of aura, heading straight towards the sun. However, before it could get close, it was swept away by the sunlight. Instantly, a crashing sound echoed through the heavens and earth. As the heavenly fortune finger advanced, the raging flames burned furiously. In just a moment, the heavenly fortune finger, like the darkest night, collapsed with a thunderous roar. The primordial rule, the beginning of all rules in heaven and earth. The yellow-robed heavenly fortune master's face turned pale, and the excruciating pain throughout his body caused blood to gush from his 7 orifices. Another mouthful of fresh blood spurted from his mouth, a tragic smile appearing on his face. Countless streams of killing intent from the gray-robed heavenly fortune master followed closely behind the heavenly fortune finger, like dragons soaring towards the sun. But the rays of sunlight quickly dissipated the chilling killing intent one by one. Even those that didn't dissipate completely were torn apart upon reaching the sun. The gray-robed heavenly fortune master's face was devoid of color, but his eyes revealed a ferocious madness. He possessed an independent mind, knowing that if he didn't risk his life today, he would be utterly annihilated by this divine power. He would risk his life. The gray-robed heavenly fortune master roared, his hands forming a series of incantations, focusing all his energy on the divine power. Immediately, a series of bang-bang sounds erupted from his body. His eyes turned bloodshot, and a crimson hue appeared above his head. From within, a crimson blood sword flew out. This blood sword was the foundation of all the slaughter he had cultivated throughout his life, and the very source of all slaughter. As this blood sword appeared, the heavens and earth were instantly engulfed in boundless slaughter. Following the gray-robed heavenly fortune master's pointing hands forward, the blood sword instantly shot out like lightning. The yellow-robed heavenly fortune master roared in anger, his hands instantly transforming into a shooting star that leapt into the air. In a flash, his head turned into a withered robe, his hands transformed into index and middle fingers, his feet into ring fingers, and his little finger into palms. Unexpectedly, it transformed into an enormous hand. This hand resembled the heavenly fortune finger, but was even more colossal, containing the full power of the yellow-robed heavenly fortune master. This hand emitted a thunderous roar that reached towards the sun, and the giant hand opened fiercely to grab. Meanwhile, the purple-robed heavenly fortune master, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with madness, charged forward. Strangely, behind him, thousands upon thousands of illusory figures appeared. These illusory figures seemed to be afterimages created by his incredibly fast speed. But each of these afterimages was different. As the man in purple continuously approached the sun, these afterimages quickly merged into his body one by one. With each merger, the purple-robed figure's aura grew stronger. With the continuous mergers, the blue-robed figure's aura reached its peak. The 3 of them were fighting desperately, reaching a point like trapped beasts. Unless their divine abilities were broken and their souls and spirits scattered, they had no chance of survival. Under the attack of Void Master and the two clones of Heavenly Fortune Master, the sun gradually revealed a figure within. That figure was indeed Wang Lin. Wang Lin was the sun itself, streams of golden light emanating from his body. The vast sea below, under the ripples of light, revealed the appearance of the demon spirit land. It seemed as if everything before their eyes was a mixture of reality and illusion. Wang Lin coldly watched the three figures charging forward. He raised his right hand and calmly uttered a single word, "Lingering Night." The moment the words "Lingering Night" left Wang Lin's mouth, the heavens and earth roared with a thunderous sound. The sun completely rose from the sea, soaring straight into the sky. A force tearing through the darkness, without restraint, exploded, transforming into endless rays of sunlight that swept across all directions. The primordial rule then moved accordingly, filling the heavens and earth. The sea sun gives birth to Lingering Night. The purple-robed Heavenly Fortune Master, rapidly approaching after merging with countless afterimages, unleashed his full power the moment he directly confronted it. The boundless sunlight and scorching heat impacted everything in its path, tearing apart everything in its way like the night itself. Without exception, the purple-robed Heavenly Fortune Master felt unimaginable pain throughout his body. Amidst a series of rumbling sounds, his hands instantly turned into a mist of blood and dissipated. Immediately afterward, his legs and more than half of his body almost instantly collapsed with a thunderous roar. As his body crumbled, countless afterimages emerged from within. These afterimages still shrieked and attacked Wang Lin within the sun, but immediately they were dissolved by the sunlight like snowflakes, vanishing into thin air. The figure of the yellow-robed Heavenly Fortune Master transformed into a gigantic hand that boomed forward. The sunlight seemed unable to penetrate him. Unexpectedly, he grabbed directly at the sun. Wang Lin's expression remained calm and unchanged. A cold smile played on his lips as he allowed the sky-covering hand to grab the sun that had transformed outside his body. But the moment this hand grasped the sun, a mournful cry immediately emanated from within the hand. The blazing sun, capable of incinerating all matter in heaven and earth, swept across his hand, engulfing everything. The hand trembled instantly, and in a flash, with a resounding boom, transformed back into the golden-robed Heavenly Fortune Master. The golden-robed Heavenly Fortune Master's appearance was as if he were embracing the sun, but in just a few seconds, his body boomed into a sea of fire, leaving only his remains. The gray-robed Heavenly Fortune Master, desperately wielding his crimson blood sword, suddenly attacked, shattering all the sunlight and aiming directly at the sun. In an instant, it pierced the sun. At that moment, the frenzy-killing intent surging from the blood sword collided with the extreme heat of the sun and its boundless light. The gray-robed Heavenly Fortune Master let out another loud cry, and his right eye unexpectedly banged and collapsed. The moment the gray-robed Heavenly Fortune Master's right eye collapsed, the power of the blood sword surged several times, pushing back all the flames above with a single charge. Even the sunlight seemed to be shattered. The blood sword's impact instantly broke through more than half of the sun, its distance from Wang Lin less than a meter. The gray-robed Heavenly Fortune Master roared in anger, his remaining left eye also exploding with a loud bang. Fresh blood flowed from his injured eyes, exchanging it for even greater power. The blood sword then roared out, unexpectedly piercing directly through the sun towards Wang Lin. The desperate attack of the gray-robed Heavenly Fortune Master caused the darkness to unexpectedly condense, swirling around as if preparing to swallow the sun. This blood sword, accompanied by thunderous roars, charged straight into the sun, intending to pierce Wang Lin's chest. But before it could penetrate, Wang Lin forcefully suppressed the blood sword. His body recoiled backward with a loud thud, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. He violently raised his head, revealing a ferocious expression. "Old man, years ago, you harmed my cultivation of the slaughter chair, nearly costing me my life. Today, I will make you die." With a loud roar from Wang Lin, the sun surrounding his body unexpectedly self-destructed, raging wildly in all directions with Wang Lin at its center. This was a self-destructing sun, its power unimaginable. A deafening rumble echoed, the sky seemingly torn apart, and the seawater on the land roared and surged, the ground collapsing completely. The entire power of heaven and earth during the self-destruction of the sun reached a terrifying level. Che Yunzi, bearing the brunt of it, could only manage to curl up like a child before being swept away by this frenzied force. Boom! Boom! The lingering darkness that had just begun to condense instantly collapsed. In that moment, heaven and earth became utterly chaotic, collapsing along with the sun. In a split second, the entire universe vanished into thin air. The vast ocean disappeared, the sun vanished, even the shattered sky vanished completely. What remained before their eyes was the land of demon spirits. It was as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. The sky was still a deep crimson, engulfed in a sea of fire. The sound of the vermilion bird flying swiftly emerged from the flames, growing closer and closer. However, the terrified gazes of everyone on the ground were enough to prove that everything that had just happened was real. The gray-robed heavenly fortune master's entire body continuously dissipated, until finally only a fleeting remnant of his consciousness flashed back into his original form. A single move of the Nightfall technique killed 3 people. These 3 were by no means ordinary people. They were Void Master and 2 clones of Heavenly Fortune Master. Even the gray-robed Heavenly Fortune Master was severely wounded, his consciousness reduced to a mere remnant. Ling Tianhu's body trembled. Previously, he had only slightly feared Wang Lin. Even that enormous palm print only slightly frightened him, but it was far from the same as now. He couldn't imagine that Wang Lin's divine ability could be this powerful. What is his cultivation level? I've never heard of this kind of divine ability. Heavenly Fortune Master's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He staggered back several steps before regaining his balance, then glared at Wang Lin. 2 of his 3 clones had been killed, and even the gray-robed one was reduced to a mere remnant. This was a rare blow to him in countless years, and it had wounded him. However, the injuries to his body and soul were insignificant compared to Heavenly Fortune Master's calculations. This Heavenly Fortune Master had made several consecutive mistakes regarding Wang Lin, and his confidence was severely shaken. His body trembled slightly, unnoticed by anyone. He trembled precisely because of that divine ability. Heavenly Fortune Master recognized it at a glance. It was the origin of all rules in heaven and earth, the primordial rule. This kind of rule was not something a cultivator could master. Its power was unimaginably immense. You destroyed 3 of my clones in a row. Wang Lin, I made one mistake in my life, giving you the opportunity to leave the Vermilion Bird Star when I took you as my disciple all those years ago. Heavenly Fortune Master almost gnashed his teeth, taking a deep breath to forcefully suppress his trembling mind, trying to regain his composure. Not only Tai Yunzi, but also Sijunan, Big Head, and Fu Fengzi were wide-eyed and open-mouthed. Fu Fengzi was somewhat better off. He had experienced this nightfall before, and now seeing it again made his scalp tingle with fear. Even Wang Wei and Hu Quan held their breath. They looked at each other, seeing the astonishment and terror in each other's eyes. In the scene just now, they were also pulled into that illusion. However, they were separated, only able to see but unable to help. Even more terrifying were not them, but the ancient demon Pagoda and Hua Fei's saber soaring straight into the sky. Hua Fei's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment as she looked at Wang Lin, revealing memories and fear. At this moment, she knew clearly that the Wang family, as her husband had said, was definitely this Wang Lin. But what terrified her was the initial divine power of the rules that Wang Lin had just displayed. No one understood this primordial rule better than she did. Years ago, the immortal Emperor Qinglin nearly perished under this rule. In the Wind Realm, it was known as the primordial rule, while in the outside world it was called the primordial force. Ancient Demon Tower, since possessing Wang Lin's body, had never been shaken. But for the first time, his body trembled. He sensed a power within that divine ability that even he found terrifying. Although this power was very weak, with time, once it matured, even an ancient demon like himself would be terrified and retreat. This is the power of a grand elder. Tower's gaze towards Wang Ling narrowed. He vaguely sensed that this person was the final move Qinglin had prepared before possessing Wang Lin's body, a preparation for his awakening. Similarly, at the moment Wang Lin's nightfall divine ability dissipated in the headquarters of the Cultivation Alliance, where the life tokens of the Alliance's important figures were kept. One of the 3 purple jade spirit tokens on the highest floor crashed and shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the ground. In that instant, a bell rang throughout the Cultivation Alliance headquarters. A portion of the remaining cultivators in the headquarters looked up towards the distant location of the life tokens. Since the battle with Luo Tia, deaths had occurred almost daily. However, these deceased individuals did not have the qualifications to place their life tokens at the headquarters. Thus, since the day of the battle, the bell signifying someone's death had only rung a few times. At most, it had rung 5 times. Given the domineering nature of the Cultivation Alliance, they would fundamentally disregard morale. Instead, they would use this method to unleash a revenge. Anyone who kills a key figure in the Cultivation Alliance will become an enemy of the entire alliance. The bell rang 1, 2, 3. When the 5th bell rang, a group of cultivators looked up towards the place where the token was placed. But immediately, the expressions of all of them changed, because the bell didn't stop ringing, but continued to ring. 6, 7 until the 8th bell rang. In an instant, the cultivators in the headquarters, no matter what they were doing, stopped. Almost all of them looked up at the place where the Alliance's powerful cultivator's token was placed. Clang! When the 9th bell rang, almost everyone took a deep breath, followed by a thunderous roar. The middle-aged man who had been sitting cross-legged in the secret room raised his head, his eyes filled with grief and indignation. His body flashed, and immediately thunder and wind surged, echoing throughout the headquarters. In an instant, this man arrived at the place where the token was placed, staring in astonishment at the shattered token of Voidmaster, letting out a deafening roar. The entire Cultivation Alliance trembled under this roar. Only one person outside the Cultivation Alliance headquarters coldly stared ahead, a red light flashing in the eyes of the Extreme Realm representative, and then entered. When the Nightfall Divine ability dissipated, Wang Lin once again stood on the Demon Spirit land. The 18 Hell Immortal Seals in his primordial spirit, in the 18th layer which was originally empty and chaotic, were instantly split open by an unimaginable force. Inside, there were 3 more souls. The soul of Voidmaster trapped in the Heavenly Human First Decline, the split souls of the purple-robed and yellow-robed Heavenly Fortune Master's clones. These 2 souls of Heavenly Fortune Master had unexpectedly undergone a bizarre fusion in this 18th layer. Wang Lin's face was pale, but his figure stood there extremely tall. At this moment, no one here dared to underestimate Wang Lin, no matter who they were. To be able to continuously kill 3 people and leave the 4th with only a remnant consciousness. This kind of divine ability is absolutely not something an ordinary person can accomplish. Wang Lin's face turned pale, revealing a fierce expression. He coldly glanced at Tia Yunzi, whose only remaining clone was still there. The blood sword was still embedded in his chest, only wedged in the flesh, fresh blood staining his clothes red. Tia Yunzi's 3 clones had fought desperately earlier, but Wang Lin had fought even harder. Otherwise, he would surely have died. Although the power of the Nightfall technique hadn't consumed much of his own energy in the early morning, this battle had pitted him against an overwhelmingly powerful enemy. Even without consuming his own energy, his primordial spirit was extremely exhausted. At this moment, the imposing aura in Wang Lin's words caused even Tia Yunzi to fall silent. A profound silence fell over the surroundings, but in that instant, the Vermilion Bird's voice in the air intensified, piercing through everything. As the sound of the Vermilion Bird grew closer, the Vermilion Bird tattoo on Wang Lin's body instantly trembled. It was no longer under Wang Lin's control. It materialized from his body and flew directly upwards. The white Vermilion Bird raised its head towards the flames in the sky and emitted its Vermilion Bird cry. These 2 sounds immediately intertwined, rising and falling throughout the heavens and earth. A hint of cheering was evident in Wang Lin's white Vermilion Bird cry. The white Vermilion Bird circled around Wang Lin, continuously chirping. The shattered sky of the Demon Spirit Land was instantly engulfed in a dense sea of fire, replacing the sky itself. Under the repeated cries of the Vermilion Bird, a gigantic Vermilion Bird head suddenly emerged from the sea of fire. This head was so enormous that, from a distance, it almost occupied more than half the sky. Its body was enveloped in intense flames, seemingly wanting to dry up the earth. The moment this Vermilion Bird appeared, an unimaginable oppressive aura immediately descended upon the ground. The silent group of people, including Fu Fengzi, snapped back to reality, holding their breath. Sichu Nan's eyes widened in shock. Even Ling Tian, whose pupils contracted when he looked up. Tia Yunzi's expression grew even more somber, a hint of bitterness in his gaze. The Vermilion Bird's sharp eyes swept across the area below, finally settling on Wang Lin. It let out a resounding cry, and the gigantic Vermilion Bird leapt out from the sea of fire. As its form unexpectedly emerged, the flames that had replaced the sky immediately surged and rapidly contracted. In just a moment, this vermilion bird's true spirit completely flew out of the sea of fire, the flames that had enveloped the sky now swirling and transforming into feathers on its body. A massive flame behind it also formed a tail. Only then did everyone on the ground realize what was happening. It turned out that this boundless sea of fire was actually a part of the vermilion bird's body. A gasp immediately rang out. The gigantic vermilion bird roared and flew straight towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin frowned, but a sense of understanding dawned on him. This understanding was a familiar and intimate feeling emanating from his own vermilion bird life force. In an instant, the gigantic vermilion bird, which had been approaching and intending to merge with Wang Lin's forehead, changed direction. This enormous vermilion bird spirit transformed into a sea of fire that shattered, heading straight for the wound in his chest and surging into it. In a flash, a raging fire erupted around Wang Lin's body. His body was guided by a strange force, slowly rising into the air. The fire enveloped his entire body, and the vermilion bird life force, which had been circling in the air, returned to his body. But immediately, a crimson armor materialized around him. This crimson armor was incredibly exquisite, adorned with a white vermilion bird, making Wang Lin appear unimaginably beautiful in everyone's eyes. Even the blood sword on his chest gradually retracted, eventually remaining within his body, leaving no trace from the outside. His white hair fluttered in the wind, the white vermilion bird on the crimson armor shining brightly, and a sharp glint appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. This sudden scene left him somewhat uncertain, but the unimaginable power of fire within his body made Wang Lin feel a surge of pure nirvana cultivation. It seemed as if he could completely control all the firepower in the heavens and earth if he wished. Like the primordial thunder dragon, he had the right to wield fire in the heavens and earth. In the sky, after the vermilion bird arrived, nearly 100 more people emerged. Among them, the 6 leading figures each possessed immense power. Their hair was snow white, and they exuded a cultivation level capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. Shattered Nirvana. Behind this old man was a group of Vermilion Phoenix Holy Sect members. Each of them radiated a dense flame power. Upon their appearance, all eyes immediately focused on Wang Lin. Especially the 6 old men. The moment they saw Wang Lin, their faces showed a mixture of excitement and fear. The excitement stemmed from their desperate efforts to protect their awakened clan members from afar. Now, seeing Wang Lin safe, they breathed a sigh of relief. The fear came from the fact that, although they were outside, under the primordial rule, they too had been immersed in the illusion of sea sun and fading night, personally experiencing the terrifying divine power. How could they not be terrified? Within this fear was a hint of apprehension. If they felt this way, needless to say, the nearly 100 members of the Vermilion Phoenix Holy Sect looked at Wang Lin with fervent reverence. They knew that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the person before them was their future Holy Emperor. Protect the awakened vermilion bird. Among the 6 old men, one whose clothes were embroidered with 7 vermilion birds immediately shouted. Following this shout, they instantly moved towards Wang Lin. Nearly 100 members of the Vermilion Bird secret sect behind them scattered in all directions, their eyes filled with murderous intent as they surrounded everyone. Wang Lin's light red armor with the vermilion bird emblem, coupled with his casually flowing silver hair, gave him a peculiar aura. At this moment, although the vermilion bird's true spirit had infused his body with a strong fire elemental force, it couldn't hide his pale complexion. The sea sun gives rise and night. This divine ability was powerful, but it must be said that Wang Lin had only just begun to grasp this kind of primordial rule, and the burden of using it brought him serious consequences. At this moment, Wang Lin unleashed an unprecedented divine ability. It was only when he integrated the primordial rule and the second awakening of the vermilion bird's true spirit flame that he reached his peak, launching a desperate counterattack. If he were to unleash it again, he wouldn't be able to do it. Even if he could, its power would likely be incomparable to what he had just experienced. His primordial spirit was exhausted, and he still bore the brunt of the attack from the gray-robed heavenly fortune master, who had desperately transformed into a blood sword. While the sword's external parts were invisible to Wang Lin, this blood sword remained within him, seemingly piercing his heart and then his primordial spirit. Even with each breath, Wang Lin felt sharp, needle-like pains in his chest, making his face even paler. This severe injury, if not for Wang Lin's ancient god body's incredible regenerative abilities, would have instantly killed anyone else. But even a 5-star ancient god, with his restored strength, could not completely heal the internal injuries. The blood-red sword was permeated with a chilling, murderous aura. This murderous aura was no ordinary one. It was the very essence of murderous intent, the source of the divine power of the gray-robed heavenly fortune master. The pain didn't make Wang Lin fall. He gritted his teeth, not even uttering a groan. His gaze swept over the people of the Vermilion Bird secret sect ahead, settling on Ta Yunzi and Gumo Tajia. The fire elemental power in Wang Lin's body didn't bring him any warmth. On the contrary, due to his weakened primordial spirit, a chilling sensation, like being in an ice pit, gradually enveloped him. We are the first group from the Vermilion Bird secret sect to be guided here. Later, our Vermilion Bird secret sect will send our entire clan here to absolutely guarantee your safety. The old man who had previously shouted softly immediately bowed to Wang Lin. Wang Lin glanced at the old man and nodded. This single action caused a sharp pain in his chest, but he endured it. Regardless of the Vermilion Bird sacred sect's purpose in coming, he would remember this favor. The fact that everyone from the Vermilion Bird secret sect surrounded him didn't give Wang Lin any sense of security. The ancient demon tower elder hovered in midair, his gaze sweeping over them with a sinister light. Hua FBI, Sichuan, Wang Wei, and Hu Huan quickly approached the Vermilion Bird secret sect members, facing the ancient demon tower elder and Tia Yunzi. Everyone who should be here has arrived. The tower elder licked his lips, his eyes glowing red. He stared intently at everyone surrounding Wang Lin. This man, he wanted to kill. Previously, the ancient demon hadn't taken Wang Lin seriously. Even the body of the ancient god royal family was nothing compared to his earlier calculations to obtain the ancient demon inheritance in the ancient ruins. But now Wang Lin's astonishing transformation along the way, coupled with his recent divine abilities, had shaken the ancient demon tower elder's mind, raising his regard for Wang Lin to a certain level. Moreover, the old man vaguely sensed that Wang Lin's appearance was also part of Qing Lin's calculations. Therefore, if he didn't kill this person, he would always have an uneasy feeling. This feeling was mysterious, but it clearly surged strongly in the old man's mind. This Wang Lin has repeatedly disrupted my calculations and become an anomaly in this immortal emperor's cave. Kill him, and the anomaly will be gone. Then all of Qing Lin's calculations will be like a rootless tree. Tia Yunzi's voice slowly reached the old man's ears, further solidifying his idea. The old man let out a bloodthirsty laugh, tilting his head back and letting out a roar. His body moved forward, and the humanoid figure not far away followed his movement, quickly launching itself forward. Tia Yunzi's hands formed a hand seal, and immediately the remaining 6 clones arrived from all directions, charging straight towards the group. As for Tia Yunzi himself, his right hand flicked in the air. Immediately, his robes fluttered without wind, and a black and white aura flashed from his body, shooting straight up into the sky. In the sky, these 2 colors intertwined, unexpectedly forming a bizarre, chaotic scene. Tia Yunzi's left hand formed a hand seal, and he sat cross-legged. His eyes closed, and his lips softly murmured. However, his voice was weak and difficult to hear clearly. But as he chanted, an ancient, mournful sound, seemingly from the primordial chaos, emanated from within. This sound was faint and indistinct, yet it filled everyone's hearts with a sense of dread, as if they had encountered a natural enemy. A powerful pressure descended from the heavens with this sound, causing rumbling explosions all around. In an instant, the ground shook violently. The rumbling explosions echoed throughout the heavens and earth, and countless cracks suddenly appeared. These cracks appeared hundreds of miles away, spreading incessantly and merging into one. Almost instantly, the ground within a 100-mile radius unexpectedly shattered. The 100-mile stretch of land rumbled into the air, like a 100-mile-long pillar hurtling into the sky, directly falling into the black and white chaos in the heavens. Wang Lin's expression was grim. At this moment, the ground was still trembling slightly, and a black and white mist intertwined in all directions beyond 100 miles, impenetrable to the eyes and divine consciousness. The ancient demon tower elder advanced, his speed incredibly fast, almost instantly approaching. The 6 nirvana-shattering elders of the Vermilion Bird holy sect had serious expressions and quickly rushed out. They all formed hand seals, and immediately a sea of fire surged forward, sweeping across the front. The Tower Elder sneered, swinging the thick-backed saber in his right hand. The saber's aura appeared, and the roaring sea of fire was instantly suppressed, unexpectedly being swept back with a boom. While the retreating figure was split in two, the clone of Che Yunzi also approached at this moment. Wang Wei and Hu Qian gritted their teeth and rushed out, while Hua Fei sighed softly and stood up to join. At the same time, except for the 6 old men, nearly 100 members of the Vermilion Bird Sacred Sect, without needing any command, immediately sat down cross-legged and began chanting incantations. A fiery light flashed on each person's head. In an instant, the primordial spirits of these nearly 100 people unexpectedly flew out simultaneously. The moment their primordial spirits emerged, they were instantly filled with intensely hot and dense heat, leaving the Big Head group in disbelief. After leaving their bodies, the primordial spirits of these nearly 100 Vermilion Bird Sacred Sect members quickly merged back together. It's important to note that the primordial spirit is arguably the essence of a cultivator's entire life's cultivation. Each person's Tao thoughts are different, making fusion fundamentally impossible. Once fusion occurs, it represents devouring. Without a heaven-defying artifact, coexistence is impossible. But at this moment, nearly 100 primordial spirits quickly fused in an instant, transforming into a gigantic fire figure dozens of meters tall. As soon as this fire figure appeared, it roared and charged straight towards the ancient demon tower head. Seeing this scene, Wang Lin's pupils contracted, and a hint of curiosity arose in his heart regarding the Vermilion Bird Sacred Sect. 6 shattered nirvana cultivators and nearly 100 primordial spirits transformed into a giant fire figure, engaging in a life-or-death battle with the ancient demon tower. On the other side, Wang Wei, Hu Huan, and Hua Fei fought against the 6 clones of Che Yunzi. There was also Fu Fengzi, Siju Non suppressing the poison, and Big Head assisting in the battle. For a time, the battle was extremely fierce. Hua Fei, in particular, not only had to fight the clone of Che Yunzi, but also had to face the attack of that humanoid creature. A constant rumbling sound echoed across the ground, and all sorts of divine light and power flashed fiercely. Wang Lin sat cross-legged on the ground. His injuries were too severe. The constant pain radiating from his chest made his face even paler. However, the continuous fighting prevented him from healing, so he could only swallow a large handful of medicinal pills to endure the pain. In the distance, Che Yunzi, also sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes and stared intently at Wang Lin, raising his right hand and pointing to the sky. Immediately, the black and white chaos hundreds of miles away erupted with furious roars. The chaos swirled, and from within emerged a headless figure. This headless figure had a robust physique, holding a red spear in his right hand, and his body exuded an aura of ferocity. In an instant, a thick black mist emanated from his body, quickly swirling around him and transforming into a suit of black armor. The headless figure silently charged forward towards Wang Lin. The distance between them was short. In an instant, the headless figure was close, a gust of black wind striking his face. His spear thrust towards Wang Lin. At this moment, Wang Lin was at the end of his rope, but even so, killing him was absolutely not easy. In this critical moment, Wang Lin's eyes turned cold, his right eye flashing with a green light. Immediately, a green light shield materialized, shielding him. Boom! The red spear tip collided with the green light shield. The shield, which already had cracks, didn't shatter but was pushed back several inches. The headless figure was pushed back 3 steps, his full armor flashing with black light as he lunged forward. Taking advantage of the figure's retreat, Wang Lin opened his mouth and spat out an object. This is the 18 Hell Immortal Seal. Without hesitation, Wang Lin's right hand grabbed at the void. Immediately, a cluster of starlight appeared above his palm. He fiercely swung it forward. This cluster of starlight, like a dense mass of stars, filled the area in front of Wang Lin. At this moment, Wang Lin shouted, scattering beams to form an army. As soon as Wang Lin finished speaking, these starlights immediately emitted a dazzling light. From within the 18 Hell Immortal Seal, mournful cries suddenly resounded. A group of trapped souls, unable to reincarnate, struggled out and merged into the starlight, seemingly emitting swirling waves of yin energy. Even more terrifying was the soul of Voidmaster, who emerged from the 18th layer of the 18 Hell Immortal Seal. His eyes glowed with a frenzied red light, emitting a wild beast-like roar, and after rushing out, he charged straight towards the headless figure. Each time Wang Lin unleashed the scattering beams to form an army technique, he was filled with admiration for these geniuses. They could invent such a divine ability to trap the souls of those they killed, preventing them from reincarnating and dissipating into the heavens and earth. This divine ability was clearly against the heavenly Tao, vaguely suggesting an attempt to act on behalf of heaven. At this moment, the soul of Void Master rushed out, instantly unleashing a terrifying aura of killing intent. The headless figure seemed insignificant compared to him. Void Master died harboring resentment, having perished in the heavenly human one decline. He himself was a cultivator at the great perfection of the shattered nirvana divine ability, possessing incredibly powerful and terrifying abilities. Now, rushing out to kill the headless figure, he was aided by countless other souls, almost instantly reversing the course of events. But the price Wang Lin paid was also very heavy. The immortal techniques of Immortal Emperor Bai Fan, especially the scattering beams to form soldiers technique, didn't consume much immortal power in Wang Lin's body. If it weren't for the supplementary primordial spirit of Venerable Zhuan Bao, Wang Lin's immortal power would have long since been depleted. Even with the primordial spirit of Venerable Zhuan Bao, Wang Lin's continuous use of immortal power was still somewhat insufficient. If he still couldn't find the primordial spirit of an immortal, he feared that before long he would no longer be able to use Bai Fan's divine abilities. Only the calling wine technique could be used, but its power was far inferior to using immortal power. Tie Yunzi, watching from afar, raised his eyebrows. He hadn't expected that even at this point, Wang Lin still had a trump card. His eyes turned icy cold, and his right hand formed a hand seal, pointing towards the sky once again. At this moment, the surrounding black and white chaos immediately swirled violently, and suddenly a huge serpent emerged from within like lightning. This giant serpent had horns on its head, and dark scales on its face bore several markings, giving it an aura of ferocity and malevolence. Its icy eyes stared intently at Wang Lin, and it roared as it charged directly at him. It wasn't just this one giant serpent that appeared. Another creature emerged from the chaos. It was a half-rotted black unicorn, its eyes flashing with black light as it roared and lunged towards Wang Lin. Following the unicorn's appearance, 5 headless figures emerged from the chaos, seemingly containing countless living beings. After the unicorn appeared, these 5 headless figures immediately surrounded and relentlessly attacked Void Master. Wang Lin's eyes flickered, intending to summon the Heavenly Fortune Master's split soul from the 18 hells. However, his heart stirred, and he stared at the distant Heavenly Fortune Master, a cold smile playing on his lips. This Heavenly Fortune Master used his divine power to gradually conjure up various creatures to attack, presumably to force Wang Lin to release his 2 clones. Wang Lin didn't care whether his guess was correct or not. The fact that the clones of Heavenly Fortune Master were present in front of his main body made him feel uneasy. Seeing the black serpent approaching like lightning, waves of blood filled the air. Wang Lin decisively closed his eyes, and the armor on his body instantly emitted streams of deep red light. A white vermilion bird suddenly moved from the armor and lunged straight at the black serpent. The serpent's cries and the vermilion bird's calls suddenly rang out. Heavenly Fortune Master's eyes flashed, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He was waiting for this vermilion bird, not just his 2 clones. The moment the vermilion bird appeared, Heavenly Fortune Master suddenly stood up and took a step forward. Unexpectedly, this step brought him close to Wang Lin, and without paying attention to Wang Lin, he raised his right hand and twisted it towards the white vermilion bird. My 4 divine beasts of Heavenly Fortune are only missing the vermilion bird. If I can gather them all today, it would be a joyous occasion, the white vermilion bird shrieked. Flames engulfing the sky. But Heavenly Fortune Master's large hand directly pierced through the flames, grabbing straight at the vermilion bird. The serpent, fighting the vermilion bird, dodged and lunged towards Wang Lin. It opened its terrifying mouth, intending to devour Wang Lin. In this critical moment, although Wang Lin's face was pale, his eyes showed no fear. A vortex immediately appeared on his forehead, and in an instant, his weary primordial spirit emerged from the vortex. The primordial spirit of the ancient thunder dragon, upon appearing, let out a roar. Jiao Qi, with this roar, Wang Lin's primordial spirit became even more weary. But immediately following the roar of the primordial spirit, the serpent that was about to devour him let out a mournful cry. Countless arcs of lightning instantly surged within its black body. The serpent's eyes showed fear, abandoning its attempt to devour him and retreating. At this moment, the chaos 100 miles away from Wang Lin unexpectedly swirled violently. From outside came a series of thunderous roars. This scene stunned even Cai Yanzi. Following the thunderous roars, almost instantly, countless bolts of lightning shattered all obstacles, piercing through the chaos and striking the serpent. It wasn't just one bolt, but countless fragments of lightning. In an instant, the black serpent's entire body was enveloped in lightning. Even Cai Yanzi himself was trapped within. Amidst the thunderous roars, the serpent let out a mournful cry, its body collapsing. Cai Yanzi's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He hadn't expected Wang Lin to still possess such divine power at this point. Cai Yanzi's right hand moved swiftly, grabbing the white vermilion bird. At the same time, his body flashed, and his left hand rose, fiercely striking towards Wang Lin. No one can save you. The 6 old men of the Vermilion Bird secret sect in the distance almost roared anger, wanting to come to his rescue. But the ancient demon tower was powerful. Even the 6 of them attacking together were somewhat insufficient. Even with the addition of the giant fire, they were almost continuously forced to retreat. 3 of them unexpectedly spat out several mouthfuls of fresh blood, their faces gloomy, clearly severely injured. The distance wasn't far, but saving him was too difficult. This palm strike was a killing blow from Cai Yanzi. The moment the palm strike landed, Wang Lin's right eye flashed. The green light shield transformed again, but as soon as it blocked, it immediately collapsed with a boom. The crack in the middle split in two, flying back into Wang Lin's right eye. Using the resistance of the green light shield, Wang Lin's right hand grabbed at the void. At this moment, he couldn't consider his injuries. In the throes of pain, he carved a gash in front of himself. Holding the god-slaying spear, he fiercely thrust it forward, colliding with Cai Yanzi's hand. Boom! The god-slaying spear vibrated, shattering into countless points of light and dissipating. It wasn't that the god-slaying spear was too weak, but rather that it was originally a creation of Wang Lin. Furthermore, his injuries were too severe at this moment, preventing it from unleashing its full power, and it instantly vanished under Cai Yanzi's blow. Cai Yanzi's right hand went numb, and the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. Only today did he truly understand how difficult Wang Lin was to kill. But at this moment, he made up his mind to kill Wang Lin. Although the god-slaying spear had dissipated, it had bought Wang Lin a moment. His eyes showed a look of madness as he angrily shouted, "You will pay a heavy price to kill me." In the roar, a third eye suddenly appeared on Wang Lin's forehead, opening towards Cai Yanzi. These 2 master and disciple, from years ago, were now engaging in a life-or-death battle since their time on Cai Yan Star. One wanted to kill, the other wanted to resist and struggle. They were like fire and water, incompatible. The moment the third eye opened, a crimson light flashed, and the limited primordial power within it suddenly surged out, directly enveloping and engulfing Cai Yanzi's entire body. Even someone as powerful as Cai Yanzi couldn't help but tremble in that instant, crying out, "Origin!" His body, within the origin, immediately dissipated rapidly. Thousands of clones appeared after Cai Yanzi. At this moment, these clones seemed to struggle, emitting angry roars. It was as if a vague balance had been disrupted by the power of the origin. The moment Cai Yanzi's figure stopped, one of the 6 severely injured members of the Vermilion Bird secret sect showed a look of furious determination in his eyes. Their mission was to protect Wang Lin's safety. But now Wang Lin was in mortal danger. If he died before them, it would be tantamount to extinguishing the hope of their Vermilion Bird secret sect. The people of the Vermilion Bird secret sect could never truly understand the sorrow and unwillingness it had accumulated over countless millennia. At this moment, the old man let out a tragic laugh, his body suddenly stretching out, his eyes revealing a look of madness. The primordial spirit within his body suddenly exploded from within. The cultivator of the shattered Nirvana realm self-destructed. This self-destruction was enough to cause earth-shattering destruction, unleashing a devastating force. This old man didn't hesitate to risk his life, not even knowing Wang Lin's name. Yet, he willingly chose destruction for the hope of the Vermilion Bird secret sect. A sudden boom erupted from the ground, and the old man's body shattered into pieces. His primordial spirit formed an unimaginable shockwave, sweeping across the area. Cai Yanzi's eyes gleamed with light, and he clawed at his forehead with his right hand. Immediately, 3 markings appeared on his forehead, one of which he forcefully opened. In an instant, Tia Yunzi's cultivation level surged wildly. The powerful aura formed a whirlwind, blocking the primordial force in Wang Lin's third eye and simultaneously preventing the shockwave from the shattered Nirvana realm cultivator's self-destruction. Taking advantage of the opportunity presented by the old man Siwani's self-destruction, Wang Lin immediately retreated, widening the distance between himself and Tia Yunzi. Tia Yunzi's long hair fluttered in the wind, and after breaking a seal, he instantly looked much younger. At first glance, he appeared to be a man of about 50 years old. The aura emanating from his body caused the surrounding people to gasp. Even the ancient demon tower elders' eyes lingered. This first seal of mine hasn't been opened for nearly 20,000 years, Wang Lin. You have made me open the first seal, releasing my full heavenly human first stage cultivation. With a disciple like you, my life hasn't been lived in vain. At this moment, outside the demon spirit land, a vast army of over 10,000 cultivators roared and charged forward. Leading the charge was an old man in white robes. This old man's body was filled with immortal energy, giving him a very dignified and virtuous appearance. Behind him were nearly 100 immortals. They were the remnants of the ancient immortal realm. The old man in white was second only to the Azure Water Immortal Lord in strength, and also the second only to Zhang Xuanzi in the Elder Alliance. In another direction, an ethereal figure walked through the starry sky. His speed seemed leisurely, but in reality, it was incredibly fast. Often, a single step felt endless. He was none other than the primordial spirit of the Vermilion Bird Holy Emperor. 2 others were also traveling through the starry sky towards the demon spirit land. These 2 were the old man from the Kunsu realm and Mu Bingmi, a boundless and infinite star field, also a forbidden area of the Cultivation Alliance. It was considered strange because, from afar, it resembled a mystical land, with the sky seemingly rising from the earth, and endless green grass stretching as far as the eye could see, giving a surreal feeling. This should have been a beautiful forest landscape on a planet, yet it appeared in the starry sky. Moreover, it wasn't just one place, but an endless expanse, resembling an eternal force that has existed in the starry sky for eternity. A surge of would attribute primal energy permeated this star field, forming a green mist that enveloped the entire area for a long time without dissipating. Any cultivator who approached this place would experience a stagnation of their primal energy. Some even had their primal energy instantly disappear. Even the Cultivation Alliance was somewhat wary of this place, considering it forbidden territory. Only a few ancient masters who had lived for a long time still retained memories of this green mist. These memories, though vague, were never forgotten. Far away in this star field, the land of the Azure Dragon Holy Sect, one of the 4 holy sects, slowly appeared. This person, seemingly middle-aged, showed a hint of nostalgia and melancholy on his face, sighing as he looked at the Azure Dragon Holy Sect ahead. He raised his right hand and pointed forward. Immediately, a phantom image of the Vermilion Bird materialized, letting out a resounding cry as it leapt into the green mist, swirling around the heavens and earth. In about half a moment, several figures flashed out from the green mist. 3 figures at the front had snow-white hair and bore the marks of time, followed closely by 6 old men. Greetings, Vermilion Bird Holy Emperor. 9 old men emerged from the green mist, bowing respectfully upon seeing the middle-aged man. A Vermilion Bird awakened has appeared. We need to borrow the ancient sacred artifacts of your Azure Dragon Holy Sect for a while. Afterwards, we also need your companions. The middle-aged man was indeed the Vermilion Bird Holy Emperor's primordial spirit. To ensure this matter was absolutely flawless, he had successively visited the Black Tortoise Holy Sect, the White Tiger Holy Sect, and finally this Azure Dragon Holy Sect. The 9 elders of the Azure Dragon Sacred Sect exchanged glances. Without hesitation, one of the 3 weathered elders in front respectfully nodded and said, "The Vermilion Bird Sacred Emperor has given the order, and we will obey." Meanwhile, in the Demon Spirit Land, taking advantage of the self-destruction of one of the 6 elders of the Vermilion Bird Sacred Sect, Wang Lin quickly escaped from Tia Yunzi and retreated. His eyes were bloodshot, and the injuries in his body, caused by the violent movements, immediately sent sharp, piercing pains through him. The remaining 5 elders of the Vermilion Bird Sacred Sect, far away, couldn't reach him in time to protect him. Their cultivation wasn't at the peak of the shattered Nirvana realm. Most were in the early or mid stages of the ancient demon tower, making the fight somewhat difficult. A slight distraction would risk serious injury. Flames enveloped the bodies of these 5 elders, each surrounded by a magical artifact. Their artifacts were not ordinary but void-level artifacts that the Vermilion Bird secret sect had hoarded for countless years. Although they couldn't compare to the Void Nirvana with the combined efforts of 5 people, plus the giant fire creature transformed by some strange method, and HUA Aphei being stronger than the humanoid figure, they could barely hold their own against the ancient demon tower. However, due to the ancient demon's ever-changing divine abilities, they were clearly at an absolute disadvantage. Xia Yunzi's expression remained calm. After he opened the first seal on his forehead, his entire body was filled with an unimaginably powerful aura. He took a step forward, approaching Wang Lin. To die under my heavenly human's ultimate decline, you can rest easy in the afterlife. With a single step from Xia Yunzi, thunder and wind erupted. Before anyone else could seal theirs, the thunder and wind swept across Wang Lin. Immediately, it felt like knives were cutting through his body, and a bang-bang sound echoed as he was forced backward. Wang Lin spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face contorted in rage. His entire life of cultivation would have long since vanished into thin air without a struggle and resistance of unwillingness. At this moment, even the might of Xia Yunzi wouldn't make Wang Lin give up. Even if it meant death, he wanted to fight. With blood at the corner of his mouth, he reached into his storage bag. Immediately, more than 10 great swords flew out, and he roared softly, pointing them directly at Xia Yunzi. At the same time, Wang Lin took out the 3rd Divine Archer Chariot from his storage bag. As soon as the 3rd Divine Archer Chariot appeared, it transformed into a butterfly with a thump, its wings flapping with illusory patterns. Xia Yunzi's expression remained calm, his steps unwavering. As he advanced, facing the more than 10 great swords flying towards him, he merely moved his lips as if chanting an incantation. Immediately, the more than 10 great swords hovered in midair. Boom! Boom! Unexpectedly, these more than 10 great swords completely collapsed, shattering into countless fragments that were swept back towards Wang Lin. Among these flying fragments, Xia Yunzi somehow conjured them up, forming a single broken sword fragment that created a giant dragon. The dragon's entire body was covered in sharp scales, and it roared as it flew straight towards Wang Lin, seemingly intending to impale the butterfly in front of it, which had been transformed by the Divine Archer Chariot. The butterfly flapped its wings, and the dragon-shaped sword immediately emitted a series of cracking sounds. The sound was extremely jarring, as if countless pieces of steel were rubbing against each other. In just a moment, Wang Lin felt his scalp tingle at the sight. This was his first time engaging in a magical duel with someone, and he hadn't even understood the opponent's divine abilities, yet he nearly lost his life. If he hadn't retrieved the Divine Archery Chariot in time, he certainly wouldn't have been able to react. The Divine Archery Chariot transformed into a flapping butterfly, and an invisible wind imbued with rules rose straight towards Xia Yunzi. But Xia Yunzi's expression didn't change at the appearance of the Divine Archery Chariot. His lips remained slightly moving. Immediately, a deafening explosion erupted in front of the butterfly. A wave of ripples spread out, causing the butterfly's body to tremble and show signs of collapse. Wang Lin's face showed intense struggle. He clasped his hands together, spitting fresh blood onto the butterfly's body, and shouted, "Open the 3rd seal." The butterfly immediately trembled, its wings flapping again. 4 incomplete petals appeared in the air. As the butterfly flapped its wings, these 4 petals immediately spun and blew forward. Xia Yunzi let out a soft ah, raised his right hand, and pointed forward. Instantly, a large fragment appeared in the void before him. It was as if the sky itself had collapsed, and he had forcefully lifted it up, wildly sweeping it towards Wang Lin. The Divine Archery Chariot transformed into a butterfly, and the 4 petals that hadn't yet unleashed their true power were caught in the swirling sky, then passed by Wang Lin, disappearing in unknown directions. At this moment, Xia Yunzi had already approached, his expression calm. He raised his right index finger and fiercely pointed it at Wang Lin's forehead. If this finger landed even with Wang Lin's ancient god body, he would instantly collapse. His weary primordial spirit would vanish from the heavens and earth in an instant, and from then on, there would be no more Wang Lin. Xia Yunzi's power was like a colossal mountain before Wang Lin. At this moment, Wang Lin felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness, a feeling that could not be overcome no matter how he resisted. But this feeling was immediately suppressed by Wang Lin's powerful force. I am not reconciled. Wang Lin's voice echoed through the heavens and earth, filled with furious rage. In the instant Tia Yunzi's finger descended, Wang Lin took a sword sheath from his storage bag and held it upright before him. In an instant, Tia Yunzi's index finger touched the sword sheath. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded, and the sheath cracked with a series of cracking sounds. Although it didn't collapse, it sent Wang Lin flying violently. Spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, Wang Lin felt dizzy. His primordial spirit was almost shattered, and his body felt as if it were being torn apart. At this moment, he was left with only an unyielding, defiant will to resist. Tia Yunzi stopped. The attack, seemingly calm, had actually caused a terrifying shockwave from the sheath. His eyes flashed with killing intent, and he took a step forward. His speed was incredibly fast, almost instantaneous, arriving in front of Wang Lin in a flash. Tia Yunzi raised his right hand and slammed it down fiercely. At that very moment, a surge of killing intent suddenly erupted from deep within the demon's spirit land. The ground rumbled and shook, and a figure covered in runes burst out from within. This figure's speed was several times faster than Tia Yunzi's. Like a flash of lightning, a deep, resonant roar echoed through the heavens and earth. Whoever harms the master is the sworn enemy of this tower mountain. Almost instantly after Tia Yunzi's strike, the figure covered in runes swung his right hand forward. Immediately, a piece of animal hide appeared and burst into flames, transforming into a cloud of gray smoke that swirled around him, increasing his speed several times. His figure flashed to Wang Lin's side, standing in front of him and colliding with Tia Yunzi's palm with a resounding crash. A loud boom echoed, and the figure covered in runes quickly embraced Wang Lin, retreating backward and spitting out a mouthful of blood. A large portion of the runes on his body crumbled, but his expression became even more ferocious. The gray energy swirling around him quickly penetrated his body, rapidly healing his wounds. A portion also merged into Wang Lin's body. At this moment, a heart-wrenching scream suddenly rang out from Big Head in the distance. Big Head's body, under a single blow from Tia Yunzi's clone, crumbled with a thunderous crash. His primordial spirit was also severely wounded, seemingly on the verge of collapse from another blow from Tia Yunzi's clone. Just then, Lei Ji, already heavily injured, roared in anger. Being closest, he rushed forward to shield Big Head's primordial spirit. His body was struck by a blow from Tia Yunzi's clone. Lei Ji's body collapsed, his primordial spirit nearly annihilated, and he was quickly wrapped up by Fu Fengzi's sleeve. But this action came at the cost of being pierced through the chest by a sword from Tia Yunzi's clone. Fu Fengzi spat out fresh blood, let out a bitter laugh, and retreated, approaching the two severely wounded members of Chen Dao Xinzi. Returning to the battle between the ancient Demon Tower Elder and the 5 elders of the Vermilion Bird Sacred Sect, the ancient Demon Tower Elder stretched out his arms, and behind him, a phantom crescent moon suddenly appeared. A cry of moon burial rang out, and the void-level magic treasures before the 5 elders crumbled with a thunderous crash. The 5 men were swept backward, blood gushing out. The giant fire figure, formed from the primordial spirits of nearly 100 clansmen, collapsed with a thump under the ancient Demon Tower Elder's divine power. Their primordial spirits split apart once more, returning to each person's body. Nearly 100 clansmen simultaneously spat out blood. Tia Yunzi acted as if he saw nothing of this, staring intently at the Tower Mountain figure, its body enveloped in swirling runes, in front of Wang Lin. His expression was calm as he slowly said, "You've been hiding below for so long. I thought you wouldn't show up again." Tower Mountain remained silent. He had indeed been below for a long time. He could have avoided this battle. This matter had very little to do with him. In fact, Tower Mountain had calculated it that way. But just now, seeing Wang Lin in mortal danger, a furious roar erupted from within him. Amidst that roaring sound, his body uncontrollably lunged forward. Tower Mountain Wang Lin's face was haggard, but his eyes were even sharper. He was being supported by Tower Mountain, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Let me go. Go help Big Head." Wang Lin took a deep breath, gritting his teeth. His right hand gripped the sword sheath tightly, staring intently at Tia Yunzi, revealing a murderous aura. At this moment, he seemed to have returned to his former self, a bloodthirsty demon on the Vermilion Bird Star. I, Wang Lin, am a rebellious cultivator. Even in death, I will stand tall and fearless. There is nothing in this life I fear except you." The sword sheath in Wang Lin's hand shattered with a loud crash, breaking into countless fragments that fell to the ground, leaving only the rusty, mottled iron sword. Tower Mountain hesitated slightly, then silently retreated. His gaze towards Wang Lin vaguely shone with the same brilliance as before. He abruptly turned, flashing and heading straight towards Big Head and Fu Fengzi. Wang Lin understood that even with Tower Mountain's inherited Saint Ancestor runes, he was far from enough to stop Tia Yanzi. Although Tower Mountain's desperate attempt to stop him didn't seem to be seriously injured, Wang Lin realized that Tower Mountain wouldn't be able to withstand a second blow. Wang Lin gripped his iron sword, took a deep breath, and looked at Tia Yanzi. A hint of bitterness appeared on his face. "Let me call you master one last time. Without you, I don't know where I would be now. Perhaps I would still be on Vermilion Bird Star. Perhaps I would have chosen a secluded place to live in seclusion. This attack is for my survival. If I die, please, master, bring my remains back to Vermilion Bird Star. Even if there is no reincarnation, let me be buried in my homeland." The people of Sichuan and master are not closely related. "If I die, please spare them." Tia Yunzi's expression was calm. After a moment of silence, he nodded at Wang Lin. Wang Lin let out a long, resolute laugh. His laughter carried a determined spirit. His body ached, his primordial spirit was shattering, but his hand didn't tremble as he slowly raised the iron sword. "Tia Yunzi!" Wang Lin shouted, sweeping his right hand horizontally. The elemental power in his body surged into the iron sword. In an instant, the iron sword let out a resounding clang, a massive, illusory sword suddenly appearing in midair, sweeping towards Tia Yunzi. One sword, two swords, three swords. Tia Yunzi didn't move, calmly watching Wang Lin, watching sword after sword strike. 7 swords, 8 swords, 9 swords. The iron sword swung, and often, before one sword strike dissipated, another would continue to circle around Tia Yunzi's body, forming dazzling sword light that replaced all the radiance in the heavens and earth. 10 swords, 11 swords, until the 19th sword strike, Wang Lin spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his crimson armor dimming. 20 swords, 21 swords, 23 swords. This was the limit Wang Lin could previously unleash. In a flash, the sword descended, and Wang Lin's entire armor dissolved, transforming into a surge of fire elemental power that merged into the iron sword. 24 swords. A series of bang-bang sounds echoed within Wang Lin's body. 2 streams of thin blood flowed from his eyes, his face becoming even more ferocious as he roared and raised his iron sword. Sword light swirled around Tia Yunzi's body, howling, and in an instant, the 25th sword was formed. The moment the 25th sword appeared, the previous wound on Wang Lin's chest reopened, spewing out a mist of blood. His body swayed, but a powerful will prevented him from falling. Wang Lin gave a bitter smile, raising his sword again. The 26th sword roared out, transforming around Tia Yunzi's body, sweeping across. At this moment, Tia Yunzi's expression changed. He looked at Wang Lin with a pensive expression. "Doing this is useless under my heaven human's ultimate power, using your void-shattering nirvana artifact. Unless you achieve 30 or more sword strikes, you cannot stop my advance." Really? Wang Lin's vision remained blurry, but his right hand did not stop. The sword swung again, and the sword light swirling around Tia Yunzi's body immediately roared. The 26th sword appeared. Blood gushed from Wang Lin's 7 orifices, but he let out a loud roar and threw the iron sword. The iron sword instantly circled around Tia Yunzi, transforming into the 27th, 28th, and 29th swords. Tia Yunzi shook his head, but at that moment, the primordial spirit within Wang Lin's body collapsed on a large scale. Although the primordial spirit didn't dissipate, it became even more exhausted, thus gaining even more primordial power. The iron sword instantly erupted with even more dazzling sword light, unexpectedly revealing the 30th sword. But it wasn't over yet. After the 30th sword, the 31st and 32nd swords appeared like lightning. The 33rd sword, Wang Lin roared, his entire body exploding with bang-bang sounds. Another large cloud of blood mist erupted, transforming into this 33rd sword. The 33rd sword circled around Tia Yunzi, and with Wang Lin's final gesture, a sword light instantly appeared, capable of piercing the illusory demon spirit land surrounding Tia Yunzi. The sword light carried a sharp, agile killing intent, heading straight towards Tia Yunzi. The rust on the iron sword dissolved into a piece, merging into the sword light. Boom! 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 Earth-shattering tremors suddenly erupted from Tianyunzi's location. At this moment, everyone around stopped fighting, and under the unimaginable shock, they all looked back. Even the ancient demon tower elder's eyes showed a strange light as he looked over. Master Tower Mountain clenched his fist, his body trembling. Master! Big Head's primordial spirit stared blankly ahead. He existed in primordial spirit form, feeling an unimaginable pain overwhelming him. Little Lindsay Sichunan, battling the clone of Tianyunzi, was covered in blood. He stared blankly at Wang Lin, his eyes wide with terror. A whirlwind of sword energy erupted between Wang Lin and Tianyunzi. This whirlwind connected heaven and earth, instantly causing the demon spirit land to tremble violently. The ground collapsed, the sky receded. A deafening roar resounded, as if the entire sky had been torn apart in that instant, revealing the boundless, starry sky beyond. The whirlwind of sword energy swept across, causing widespread collapse in the demon spirit land. It then appeared in the starry sky, unleashing the boundless power of heaven and earth. This violent tremor created ripples. After the tremor subsided, Tianyunzi stood calmly in place. In his hand appeared a trident emanating a profound aura of ancientness. But his clothes were torn to shreds by the wind, and even a significant portion of his hair was blown away. Wang Lin's body, carrying a hint of unwillingness, slowly fell backward. His body plummeted from the 100-mile-long expanse of land on the horizon to the ground, disintegrating. Am I about to meet my parents? Wang Lin's body continued to fall. His hazy eyes gazed at the starry sky revealed by the tearing apart of the heavens. He vaguely saw the figures of his parents, waving to him. Their faces displayed a gentle smile he hadn't seen in over 1,000 years. This smile existed only deep within his memory, the most precious memory he held. Perhaps this is for the best. A smile appeared on Wang Lin's face. Before him, in the starry sky behind his parents, were Li Muan and Wang Ping. Everyone are waiting for me, Wang Lin's eyes flashed, his body continuing to fall, murmuring. It's just that my promise to Sichunan and Zhuyi cannot be fulfilled. I'm very sorry. Wang Lin closed his eyes, but in the instant he closed them, two figures appeared in the starry sky of the demon spirit land. These two were a man and a woman. The man was an old man from the Kungsu realm. The woman was Mu Bingmi. Mu Bingmi's peerless, icy beauty, upon seeing Wang Lin's body descending from the sky, instantly lost its icy demeanor. A complex, inexplicable feeling arose in her heart. Her body, seemingly uncontrollable, instantly transformed into a rainbow, hurtling towards Wang Lin. The old man beside her frowned, sighing softly. But he didn't stop her. Instead, he looked towards the people of the demon spirit land. Mu Bingmi, like a fluttering butterfly, flashed towards Wang Lin as he fell, catching his body. Looking at the man so close, her heart was filled with complex emotions. The intense hatred had completely vanished. To be precise, this was the first time she had come face to face with him. Mu Bingmi sighed deeply, her delicate hand grasping at the air. Immediately, a crack appeared in front of her, from which emerged a jade bottle. Inside the bottle was only a single pill. This jade bottle was made of the finest immortal jade, containing countless forbidden formations to preserve the medicine within. If the jade bottle was so precious, then the single pill inside was even more so. Without hesitation, Mu Bingmi took the pill and placed it on Wang Lin's lips, her eyes tightly closed. The pill didn't need to be swallowed. Upon touching Wang Lin's lips, it instantly transformed into two streams of ivory-white energy that entered his nostrils and disappeared. In this world, no one but me can kill him. Mu Bingmi raised her head, her forehead capable of making all cultivators' hearts pound. She stared intently at Tianyunzi above, her eyes gleaming with cold light. The Kungsu Saintess, Tianyunzi's expression turned heavy as he took a few steps back, holding his trident. His gaze, however, fell upon the old man in the air. Lu Yundao, Tianyunzi frowned, his voice low. Do you Kungsu realm cultivators also want to participate? The old man glanced at Tianyunzi, then at the ancient demon tower elder, his face grim in the air. Especially when looking at the ancient demon tower elder, a look of reminiscence appeared in his eyes. My target is him, the old man sighed softly, walking towards the ancient demon tower elder. The ancient demon's eyes flashed with demonic flames as he stared at the old man, his expression gradually becoming serious. The thick blade in his hand swept across, and he said in a low voice, "So it's you. I didn't expect you to still be alive. I was originally dead, but fortunately, Brother Qinglin helped me back then. Although I have a deep, age-old enmity with him, since he saved me once, I owe him a debt of gratitude. Today, I will repay this debt of gratitude on you." After speaking, the old man walked step by step towards the ancient demon. His expression was calm, as if this ancient demon tower elder was not worth his attention. The tower elder let out a low growl, his body flashing. Immediately, his entire body was enveloped in a swirling black mist, transforming into a demonic shadow that moved with his movements. The demonic shadow shrieked, opening its mouth to devour the old man. In an instant, the area between the ancient demon and the old man was filled with black mist. The roars of the ancient demon echoed continuously from within, and the rumbling boom resounded loudly. Mu Bingmi dropped Wang Lin's body and flew straight towards Tia Yunzi. Tia Yunzi frowned, stepping back a few steps and calmly saying, "Kungsu Saintus, I do not wish to be an enemy of your Kungsu realm. This Wang Lin is not related to you. If I want to kill him, no one can stop me. You have no right to kill him." Mu Bingmi shook her head, her body soaring closer. With a wave of her right hand, a multitude of illusory figures instantly appeared. These illusory figures were surprisingly similar to Mu Bingmi's clones. However, there were 8 of them. Spiritual void locking origin, refining origin into Che. Mu Bingmi's voice was calm, but the moment she spoke these words, the 8 clones immediately formed hand seals. A surge of heaven and earth spiritual energy instantly poured from the air, transforming into a column of primal energy that descended with a thunderous roar. Tia Yunzi's eyes showed a strange light, his lips slightly moving. Immediately, the column of primal energy descending from the sky showed signs of trembling. Mu Bingmi shook her head, lowering her voice. "Your heavenly fortune technique is useless against me." After saying this, she grasped the air with her right hand. Instantly, boundless heaven and earth spiritual energy condensed into a bamboo scroll before her. This bamboo slip spread out into the sky, and the moment it opened, a 7-colored light instantly emanated from it, reaching straight up to the heavens. Countless symbols flew out from within, swirling around Mu Bingmi's entire body. "Although I am only a celestial being at the peak of my power, all the divine abilities in this Kungsu star domain cannot escape my grasp. If I don't want you to possess the primordial energy of heaven and earth in this Kungsu star domain, you won't be able to take even a single bit." Mu Bingmi pointed her right finger forward, and immediately the seals swirling around her body scattered in all directions, disappearing into the heavens and earth. In that instant, the entire heaven and earth, the entire starry sky, experienced an unimaginable surge of primordial energy, unexpectedly converging towards that pillar of energy. Seal all the primordial energy outside of Tia Yunzi." Mu Bingmi stared at Tia Yunzi, calmly speaking. Her voice was calm, yet it carried a genuine and trustworthy intent. In an instant, all the external elemental energy around Tia Yunzi's body surged outwards. It was as if the energy was repelling Tia Yunzi at this moment, dissipating so rapidly that it was almost gone in a flash. Only the elemental energy within Tia Yunzi's body remained unaffected because of his cultivation. But this unimaginable divine ability surpassed the imagination of everyone around. Even Tia Yunzi's face darkened. "I've long heard that the Kungsu Saintus in the Kungsu realm possesses immense divine power. Generations of Kungsu Saintuses have inherited their power from ancient times. Even during the existence of the immortal realm, their status was on par with the immortal palace. Below the 4 great immortal realms are the 4 great star domains, and in each star domain there is a person who inherited their power from the ancient immortal realm. The Saintuses of the 4 great star domains possess different abilities. Years ago, when I entered the Kungsu realm to cultivate, I heard many rumors about the Kungsu Saintuses. Today, I've met them, and they are indeed true." Mu Bingmi said nothing, her delicate hand pointing at the pillar of primal energy. Immediately, this pillar, which seemed to support heaven and earth, shrunk into a short sword gleaming with starlight. Mu Bingmi held the short sword, raised her head, and her figure, like a butterfly, darted straight towards Tia Yunzi. From beginning to end, she didn't glance at Wang Lin, her heart filled with complex emotions. She was somewhat at a loss as to how to face this familiar yet strange person. No one could understand her thoughts because she herself was still bewildered. She was only certain of one thing: she couldn't stand idly by and watch Wang Lin die. she couldn't remain indifferent when others wanted to kill Wang Lin. A complex mix of emotions, including bitterness, lingered in her heart. This thought held that she would not allow anyone to kill Wang Lin. This idea had been swirling in her mind for a long time, overwhelming her. For years, every time she woke up alone at the highest peak of the Kungsu realm, gazing at the dark sky, the bitter feeling would resurface. That thought would often overwhelm her at this moment. She had endured countless years like this, until today, when she saw Wang Lin, and the complex, bitter feeling filled her entire being. She dared not look down at Wang Lin, wondering if he was still unconscious. She dared not. Mu Bingmi held her short sword, her heart filled with conflicting emotions, and aimed it at Tia Yunzi. It seemed only this could calm her heart. Tia Yunzi's expression was grim. Although he knew a great deal about the Kungsu Saintess, he hadn't imagined she could seal off the primal energy of heaven and earth. Thus, his heavenly fortune technique was fundamentally ineffective against his opponent. The heavenly fortune technique is a technique for communicating with heaven and earth, using this communication to exchange for invisible rules that he can utilize. Heavenly fortune master snorted coldly, the trident in his hand swept across, instantly transforming into 3 streaks of rainbow light heading straight towards Mu Bingmi. A loud boom resounded, and on the ground, Wang Lin opened his eyes and watched Heavenly Fortune Master and Mu Bingmi fighting above. His eyes revealed a complex mix of emotions and an indelible trace of suffering. He never expected to truly meet her so soon. Moreover, at this moment, every time Wang Lin remembered Liu Mi, this kind of suffering far surpassed any physical injury he could endure. This kind of agonizing mental pain, like needles and salt rubbed into a wound, made it impossible for him to forget the suffering he had inflicted on Wang Ping. Wang Lin remained silent, crossed his legs, and took a deep breath. At this moment, his divine power was exhausted, seemingly no longer capable of resisting any other divine power. I still have one more divine power. Wang Lin looked up at the sky shattered by the whirlwind sword. In the boundless starry sky, the dense power of heaven and earth instantly enveloped the shattered demon spirit land, flooding the entire demon spirit land. Although the azure light shield is broken into, it hasn't disappeared. It contains a protective strike from an 8-star ancient god. Its power is unknown, but its absolute power is undeniably formidable. Wang Lin remained silent, his right eye flashing with a blue light. A faint image of the azure light shield appeared in his pupil. The azure light shield was shattered into 2 halves, and at this moment, the 2 halves were rapidly merging in Wang Lin's right eye. Even without merging, he could still unleash the life-saving divine ability of the 8-star ancient god. The first condition was having enough ancient god power. Wang Lin had previously considered solving the ancient god power problem. That was to separate the clone and the main body, and, like in the past, the main body would silently and continuously absorb power until the azure light shield had enough ancient god power. However, this would take a relatively long time. According to Wang Lin's calculations, he would only address it after leaving the demon spirit land. But now, he had no choice but to find another shortcut. But if it was a shortcut, there would inevitably be a price Wang Lin had to accept. Wang Lin looked up at Cai Yunzi and Mu Bingmi fighting, his eyes filled with determination and resolve. I don't need her to save me, nor do I want to owe her this kind of favor. Wang Lin remained silent. The 5 ancient god points on his forehead suddenly transformed, rapidly rotating. A large amount of ancient god power surged out, all entering his right eye and quickly merging into the azure light shield. As the ancient god power continuously infused, the azure light in Wang Lin's right eye intensified wildly, becoming dazzling. Using his own ancient god power to replenish the azure light shield's needs was a huge price for Wang Lin. Although his star didn't shatter, the loss of so much ancient god power caused his 5th ancient god point to gradually dim, eventually losing all light. But as long as the ancient god point didn't shatter, it would one day be replenished. However, the azure light shield required too much ancient god power. As the star point on Wang Lin's forehead continuously rotated, more and more ancient god power merged into his right eye. Gradually, the 4th star point also dimmed. The azure light in Wang Lin's right eye shone intensely, almost covering a 1,000-foot radius. Even Cai Yunzi and Mu Bingmi, who were battling above, noticed this strange azure light. The star point on Wang Lin's forehead spun faster, and the 3rd and 2nd ancient god star points faded, Finally, the last one quickly lost its light and dimmed. But in that instant, the azure light in Wang Lin's right eye shot upwards like sharp swords. Wherever his right eye looked, the 100-mile stretch of land lifted into the sky by Taoyuanzi's divine power instantly collapsed with a thunderous roar, unable to withstand Wang Lin's gaze. In the blink of an eye, a series of rainbows appeared, tearing through the distant starry sky. These rainbows moved at incredible speed, leaping into the torn sky without hesitation, directly into the demon spirit land. Leading the way was an immortal, his entire body enveloped in immortal energy, followed by many other immortals. Numerous cultivators from the Cultivation Alliance quickly surrounded them from all sides. For the Cultivation Alliance, whether it was the Four Sacred Sects, Taoyuanzi, or the Ancient Demon Tower, they were all enemies. Even these immortals absolutely did not want Qinglin to awaken. In fact, they hoped even more that the ancient demon would successfully possess him. However, this ancient demon was someone they absolutely had to eliminate. Qinglin's illustrious reputation in the past was enough to make these remaining immortals tremble. Even the leading immortal lord, in the past, had shown extreme respect and no defiance towards Qinglin. But at this moment, these immortals, who had been worshipped by the Cultivation Alliance for countless years, were now running rampant. If they were to return to their former glory, no one would be able to let go. Therefore, this Qinglin absolutely cannot be awakened. The ancient demon must be killed. Form the array. Almost instantly, leaping into the demon spirit land, the immortal lord of yesteryear immediately shouted loudly. Immediately, the cultivators of the alliance, following the immortals, quickly formed hand seals. In an instant, boundless power of heaven and earth surged forth, unexpectedly transforming into 9 great swords radiating 10,000 rays of light. These 9 great swords stood upright in the sky, encircling a 100-mile radius. Cultivate the Tao. Countless cultivators of the alliance shouted in unison. The sound echoed through the heavens and earth like thunder, instantly causing the array to open wildly. In a flash, the 100-mile radius was unexpectedly enveloped in an endless expanse of sword light. Meanwhile, the group of immortals simultaneously charged forward, heading straight towards everyone below. Most of them rushed directly towards the black mist surrounding the ancient demon and the old man from the Kungsu realm. Some even went straight for Taoyuanzi. In an instant, chaos erupted. But in this moment of chaos, the azure light in Wang Lin's right eye shot up into the sky, and the ground lifted by Taoyuanzi crumbled with a thunderous roar. Streams of azure light surged within, piercing through the towering earth and extending forward. As the azure light passed through, the earth collapsed layer by layer, almost instantly turning into a pile of ruins. Thick dust filled the air, and everyone above scattered. Wang Lin's figure soared upwards, heading straight towards Taoyuanzi ahead. The sudden appearance of the Cultivation Alliance and the display of Wang Lin's divine abilities immediately drew the attention of Taoyuanzi, causing his expression to darken. At this moment, he swung his trident to evade Mu Bingmi's entanglement, shouting, "Since you want to die, I will grant your wish." Mu Bingmi hesitated for a moment, about to step forward. When Wang Lin's icy voice rang out, "I don't need your help. I will find every way to repay you several times over for the medicinal pills you gave me earlier. A life-saving favor will definitely be repaid many times over." Mu Bingmi's face instantly turned pale, and she silently retreated. She bit her lower lip, even drawing blood, and stared at Wang Lin in astonishment, crying out, "I want to see him." Her voice revealed a deep sorrow. This was her most fervent desire. A complex and persistent thought that had lingered in her mind for countless years. He was unknown to outsiders, and even less understood, but Wang Lin's body trembled. How could he not understand? He was none other than Wang Ping. Not mentioning Wang Ping was one thing, but mentioning him caused Wang Lin's heart to ache as if it were being cut by a knife. This kind of pain, if one hadn't experienced it firsthand, couldn't even comprehend a fraction of it. "You have no right." Wang Lin, his heart aching, charged straight at Taoyuanzi. Mu Bingmi smiled bitterly, wanting to say something, but unable to find the words. At this moment, the immortals of the Cultivation Alliance approached. Mu Bingmi looked up at them, her eyes flashing with cold light. Her complex emotions gave way to anger, which she immediately unleashed upon these immortals. Her body flashed, and the short sword in her hand struck out like lightning, directly at them. Leaving aside Mu Bingmi for the moment, Wang Lin's figure flew straight towards Taoyuanzi. At this moment, the green light in his right eye was like a green sun, illuminating everything in heaven and earth, filling his entire body with an indescribable majesty. Yunzi, holding the trident in his hand, unexpectedly felt a sense of dread. Under his gaze, that green light contained a divine power he couldn't comprehend. "This is Yunzi. The battle between us is not over yet." Wang Lin roared softly, the green light in his right eye flashing, and a green light shield flew out from within. This green light shield, originally shattered, now merged together, and upon appearing, it instantly exploded with a loud boom, transforming into countless green light points that scattered in all directions. In that instant, Yunzi's mind was violently shaken. An inexplicable sense of danger instantly filled his heart. This kind of danger was rare in his life, but at this moment, the intense threat made him hold his breath. Without hesitation, he placed his left hand on his forehead and fiercely clawed at it. Immediately, he forcefully tore half of the second seal on his forehead. Before Yunzi could completely tear it open, a huge hand suddenly descended from the sky. This hand clenched into a fist and slammed down directly onto him. A continuous boom echoed. The ground trembled violently, and after the fist retracted, a pair of huge feet immediately descended, crashing to the ground with a loud thud. At the same time, the starry sky outside this demon spirit land suddenly underwent an unimaginable transformation. A frenzied boom resounded in the starry sky, like a massive whirlwind rapidly spinning. This whirlwind was boundless and infinite, encompassing all the planets within it as they rotated. Within this whirlwind, a scene that seemed incredibly real suddenly appeared. Suddenly, densely packed structures rose from the ground, incredibly simple yet imbued with an aura of desolation. It was a piece of land, a land the color of blood. Within these boundless structures, it seemed as if the entire universe had ceased to exist, leaving only these structures supporting it. At that moment, a gigantic foot descended from the heavens, stomping down on the ground with a thunderous roar. The foot's impact caused cracks to appear in the earth, emitting a deafening rumble. The foot landed on top of one of the structures, which instantly crumbled into ruins. Simultaneously, a furious, earth-shattering roar echoed through the void, reverberating throughout the starry sky. Within that colossal vortex, an incredibly realistic scene unfolded. On the ground, the owner of the foot was a giant, approximately 10,000 feet tall. It was an ancient god, an 8-star ancient god. That alone wouldn't be too shocking. But beside that 8-star ancient god, there were nearly 100 such giants. These 100 or so giants were clearly all 8-star ancient gods. Further away, there was an even more colossal figure. The 8-star ancient gods beside it were simply incomparable, like ants compared to an elephant. But even such a description couldn't fully convey the sheer size of this colossal figure. Even further in the distance, demonic energy surged. A horde of ancient demons trampled the heavens and earth, their boundless demonic energy filling the sky with their roars. In the far distance, a horde of ancient demons, their terrifying demonic energy and bloodthirsty, frenzied eyes, attacked. This was the great battle of the three ancient tribes. On the ground, countless figures, like cultivators, also appeared. But these people were far more powerful than mere cultivators. They centered their clan with various life-bearing symbols and totems above their foreheads, unleashing a frenzied slaughter. This battlefield was truly immense. The star field appearing within the vortex was merely a corner. In this starry sky, the people of the Demon Spirit Land suddenly discovered that the Demon Spirit Land had vanished. Everything before their eyes had disappeared, its form gone. Yet they reappeared in this battlefield, the surrounding scene terrifyingly real. However, some still refused to believe it, considering it an illusion. A cultivator from the Cultivation Alliance, though terrified, showed a look of disdain in his eyes. Seeing a shadowy figure suddenly appear beneath his feet, he looked up in shock. Ancient God's right foot lifted and slammed down fiercely. This immortal didn't dodge at all. In an instant, that foot slammed down, causing the earth to tremble violently. After the foot lifted, the immortal was gone. Only a mangled mass of flesh and blood remained, his primordial spirit shattered. This scene instantly caused everyone around to hold their breath. At this moment, darkness suddenly plunged ahead, and a 1,000-foot-long flying bird let out a ferocious cry, soaring past. Boom! Boom! The bird's wings stretched out like wind blades, sweeping across the Alliance cultivators who had formed a formation. Instantly, more than 100 bodies were split in two. Agonizing screams rang out. and blood gushed everywhere, a dream of returning to ancient times. Ancient Demon Tower Elder, the old man of the Kungsu realm, and the Immortal Lord and the other immortals who were fighting immediately stopped, staring blankly at everything. Especially Ancient Demon Tower Elder, after seeing the scene around him, his eyes unexpectedly showed fear. Ancient times. Is this the ancient battlefield? The old man from Kungsu realm took a deep breath of cold air. This was the life-saving divine ability left behind by the 8-star ancient gods in Wang Lin's Azure Light Shield. The life-saving divine ability used by the 8-star ancient gods was absolutely not simple. The ancient god's dream. A dream of returning to ancient times. At this moment, the earth trembled even more violently as nearly 100 ancient gods stomped on the ground, raising their feet and stomping down towards everyone with a thunderous roar. The ancient demon and ancient devil tribes also roared frantically as they approached. It seemed as if the place where everyone stood was the center of the battlefield. Behind those nearly 100 ancient gods, an unimaginably gigantic figure also raised its foot. Everyone on the ground almost instantly felt their scalps tingle, and in an instant, they all scattered. Meanwhile, the ancient devils looked in astonishment at the ancient devil tribe that was constantly approaching, their eyes showing excitement. In the distance, on the ground, Tia Yunzi struggled to get up, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. The calmness in his eyes vanished, and his left hand aggressively clawed at his forehead. Immediately, the second seal was completely torn apart. In that instant, Tia Yunzi roared with earth-shattering fury, his aura unexpectedly several times stronger than before. This aura was so powerful that even the ancient battlefield in this world showed signs of collapsing. Wang Lin, come out here for me. Tia Yunzi looked up to the sky and let out a long roar. At this moment, with the opening of the second seal, he had undergone a tremendous transformation. From a middle-aged man of about 50, he instantly transformed into a young man of about 30. Tia Yunzi's hair had now turned black, and an extremely powerful aura, without any reservation, emanated from him. After tearing apart the second seal, the cultivation of the second stage of heavenly human was already his limit. He didn't dare to easily break through the third stage of heavenly human. This Wang Lin was just a weak cultivator who had repeatedly displayed his divine abilities, causing him to tremble with fear. The initial rule was already extremely powerful. Tia Yunzi thought that was Wang Lin's strongest ability. He didn't expect that Wang Lin, in his desperate fight, would possess such a divine ability. Wang Lin, come out! Tia Yunzi roared angrily. But as soon as he spoke, a buzzing tremor echoed through the heavens and earth. I'm right in front of you. The thunderous sound was countless times more intense than thunder, replacing all other sounds of the battlefield. The sound reverberated in everyone's ears. A few low-level cultivators even had blood gushing from their ears, their screams of agony echoing continuously. Even Tia Yunzi was stunned, looking up at the sound, his face instantly turning pale. In front of Tia Yunzi was a colossal figure far exceeding that of the 8-star ancient gods appearing before him and everyone else. This colossal figure was unimaginably tall. Even Tia Yunzi, standing there, couldn't clearly see its face. He could only see the boundless, endless waste of this gigantic form. In an instant, Tia Yunzi looked up, and a strange, earth-shattering roar echoed in his ears, as if something from the infinite above was descending with such speed that it felt like it was friction. In a flash, a fierce gale descended from the sky. This powerful gale instantly caused the earth to crumble and shatter everywhere. Some cultivators of the Cultivation Alliance also collapsed under this gale. Even the immortals showed expressions of horror. Especially the immortal lord behind Zhang Zhuanzi of the Cultivation Alliance, after seeing that colossal figure, trembled uncontrollably. His eyes revealed an unimaginable terror. With his cultivation and composure, cold sweat poured down his face in an instant. His body trembled as he pointed to the sky, his pupils contracting as if he were about to say something. But then he burst into a maniacal laugh. However, this laughter revealed a madness, as if he had been driven insane by some unimaginable shock. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, but this former immortal lord continued to retreat frantically, gradually disappearing into the unknown. This sudden scene instantly stunned everyone around, but they didn't have time to think much. At that moment, the raging wind descended from the sky, intensifying and blowing towards the earth. Immediately, someone looked up at the endless sky, where a black dot appeared. This black dot grew larger and larger, and in just a moment, the wind intensified, clearly revealing an unimaginably huge fist. This fist was like a piece of the earth, darkness enveloping the sky, descending with a thunderous roar. Xia Yunzi's expression was extremely serious, his entire aura reaching its peak. He swung the trident in his hand and hurled it forcefully into the air in front of him. He formed hand seals, his clothes seemingly inflated with air, unleashing his full heaven-human second-stage cultivation outwards. His entire body transformed into a series of rainbows soaring towards the sky. The enormous fist descended furiously, creating a series of thunderous explosions, instantly approaching the trident. Boom! The trident crackled, about to collapse, but was unexpectedly seized by the fist, which continued its descent, striking the hundreds of thousands of rainbows formed by Xia Yunzi. Boom! 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 The deafening roar and unbelievable impact, like a whirlwind scattering clouds, swept in all directions, as if tearing apart a painting, instantly shattering and destroying the ancient battlefield. Everything in heaven and earth recovered, the vortex of starlight outside the demon spirit land disappeared, and the planet returned to its original position. Even the entire demon spirit land remained unchanged. The only changes were the addition of a madman, the disappearance of many alliance cultivators, and the lingering shock. From within Xia Yunzi's body came continuous cracking sounds as things fell to the ground. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out, accompanied by countless fragments of shattered internal organs. Behind him stood the ancient demon tower. Thank you. Xia Yunzi's voice was hoarse as he spat out another mouthful of blood. The ancient demon tower's face was also pale. In that instant, he had simultaneously resisted alongside Xia Yunzi to survive this unbelievable divine power. In front of Xia Yunzi, Wang Lin's body fell from the sky. The moment he hit the ground, his body flipped slightly, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. A blue light had been in his right eye, but it instantly vanished, as had his blue light shield. The shield was completely shattered and Wang Lin's hand was now an object, Xia Yunzi's trident. At this moment, Wang Lin had no fighting power left. Even standing on the ground, his legs trembled. If it weren't for the unwavering resolve of over 1,000 years, he would have long since fallen. Mu Bingmei watched everything in astonishment. The scene she had just witnessed still shook her. Even the old man from the Kungsu realm looked at Wang Lin with a greatly different expression. Mu Bingmei's earlier words echoed in his ears. He is no ordinary cultivator. The cultivators of the Alliance all around looked at Wang Lin with apprehension and fear. The scene they had just witnessed was something they would never forget for the rest of their lives. The real ancient battlefield, that tragic scene, the colossal figure leaving an indelible mark on their minds. Even though Wang Lin currently possessed no fighting power, none of them dared to take a single step forward. Their hearts trembled violently at the sight before them. Unable to regain their composure in their eyes, Wang Lin's figure seemed to overlap with that colossal silhouette. He stood there, enveloped in an invisible aura of majesty. The old man from the Kungsu realm looked at Wang Lin, sighing inwardly. Looking at the person before him, he couldn't help but remember the white tiger of the four sacred sects from years ago. The white tiger of yesteryear was just like this man, using his personal strength to stop many powerful figures from the Alliance and Kungsu, brazenly refusing to fall. Even after his death, he still made his enemies hesitant to advance for a long time. This battle in the demon spirit land made Wang Lin completely famous, entering the ranks of the powerful figures of the Star Alliance. Although his cultivation wasn't the highest, no one dared to easily offend him. Wang Lin, you must die. Xia Yunzi stared at Wang Lin, raising his right hand. But before he could unleash his divine power, wind and clouds suddenly rose in the sky. A middle-aged man emerged from the starry sky. This middle-aged man was only in the form of a primordial spirit, but a strong aura of majesty permeated the surroundings. Behind him were dozens of people. Among these people were the Azure Dragon Sacred Sect, the Black Tortoise Sacred Sect, and even the White Tiger Sacred Sect. Behind these people were numerous clansmen from the four sacred sects. Their arrival caused the heavens and earth to tremble as if thunder and lightning had erupted, and everyone on the ground looked up. Who dares to kill our future sacred emperor in front of me? The middle-aged man was indeed the Vermilion Bird Sacred Emperor. His voice was calm, but the moment he spoke, the demon spirit land trembled. Many people on the ground simultaneously recoiled, as if unable to bear this sound. Many old acquaintances have arrived. The middle-aged man's gaze swept over everyone. Vermilion Bird Sacred Emperor Cha Yunzi's expression darkened. Compared to the Vermilion Bird Sacred Emperor, he was considered a junior. In this star alliance, except for a few, no one was of the same generation as the Vermilion Bird Sacred Emperor. The middle-aged man took a step and appeared before Wang Lin. He glanced at Wang Lin, a smile of praise gradually appearing on his face as he nodded and said, "Good, good." Although it was only 2 words, it was enough to express his satisfaction with Wang Lin. In fact, he had arrived here long ago, and the reason he hadn't appeared was to use this opportunity to test Wang Lin. The truth proved that Wang Lin had made him extremely satisfied. Now this dispute should end. The Vermilion Bird Saint Emperor's eyes flashed, revealing a sharp and agile expression. He raised his right hand, and immediately a white stone appeared in his hand. As soon as this stone appeared, an extremely hot aura slowly emanated from it. The surrounding void immediately twisted as if the object shouldn't be there, showing signs of repulsion. The moment the stone appeared, it instantly dissolved, transforming into a burning drop of fresh blood that floated above the palm of the middle-aged man. All eyes were fixed on this burning drop of blood, as if everyone present had swallowed a flame, their minds experiencing an intense heat. Ancient sacred artifact of the Vermilion Bird Sect. The old man in the Kungsu realm stared at the object in the Vermilion Bird Sacred Emperor's hand, his voice low and deep. In the blink of an eye, as the crimson curtain of blood appeared, a towering, earth-shattering flame erupted from within, sweeping across the sky and engulfing the heavens and earth in a crimson glow. Finally, this eternal flame condensed in the southern sky, transforming into the form of a vermilion bird. Its voice echoed, carrying a noble aura as it looked down upon all beings in the world. At the same time, the several elders of the Azure Dragon Sacred Sect beside the middle-aged man exchanged glances. The old man wearing robes embroidered with 9 azure dragons sighed, clasped his hands in a gesture before his chest, and let out a low growl. Immediately, a colossal aura erupted from him. At the same time, an expression of agony appeared on his face, and the clothes on his chest seemed to melt, revealing the skin underneath. A blue light flashed from that skin, and an object flew out from his body. That object was a block of blue wood. The moment the block of blue wood appeared, a dragon's roar echoed throughout the heavens and earth. In the boundless void, a blue dragon tens of thousands of feet long materialized. Its image covered the sky, and earth-shattering dragon roars continuously emanated from it. Waves rose and spread everywhere, and a raging storm seemed to destroy the world. Finally, in the eastern sky, several blue dragons condensed into one colossal blue dragon, its cold dragon eyes sweeping over everyone. Similarly, the 7 old men from the White Tiger Secret Sect all sat down cross-legged, their positions forming a formation. They chanted incantations, and immediately golden light flashed from the tops of their heads, and 7 fragments of gold flew out from above each of them. The 7 fragments of metal, upon appearing, instantly merged together, transforming into a strange golden mass. The moment this metal appeared, an unusual phenomenon arose in the air. A tiger's roar shook the heavens and earth, filled with an overwhelming aura of killing intent. The cultivators with insufficient spiritual power nearby were nearly terrified to death upon hearing the roar. Following the roar, an enormous white tiger appeared in the sky. Its appearance was incredibly ferocious, as if it could devour everything. It hovered in the air, its eyes glowing red as it looked at everyone, its body flashing as it ascended to the western sky. Among the 4 sacred sects, the last to appear was the Zhuanwu Sacred Sect. After the betrayal of the Sacred Emperor, this sect had split into 2 factions internally and furthermore had been attacked by the Cultivation Alliance, leaving it with very few remaining forces. Even after a period of development, its strength was still very sparse. This time, only 3 old men were present. The old man standing in front closed his eyes, and immediately a wave of energy surrounded him. In an instant, this wave surged to the heavens, sweeping across the air, and a gigantic black tortoise slowly materialized. This black tortoise's complexion was somewhat pale. After appearing, it tilted its head back and let out a long howl. Immediately, the waves beneath its feet quickly dispersed, propelling the black tortoise towards the north. However, compared to the other 3 sacred beasts, the black tortoise's aura was clearly a notch lower. The four sacred beasts returned to their positions, the azure dragon to the east, the white tiger to the west, the vermilion bird to the south, and the black tortoise to the north. Well, this sounds lengthy. It actually happened in a very short time, with the four sacred beasts circling the heavens and earth. Jia Yunzi's expression was grim. He stood beside the ancient demon tower, staring intently at the four sacred beasts in the air, his eyes gleaming with cold light. The Vermilion Phoenix Holy Emperor could be said to have prepared in advance. At this moment, he raised his right hand, and a drop of blood flew out from his palm, heading straight towards the southern Vermilion Phoenix, merging with it. Immediately, the Vermilion Phoenix let out a long cry, the flames around its body intensifying, and it charged straight towards Jia Yunzi and the ancient demon tower. At the same time, the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise, the three holy sects, roared and rushed downwards. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color, and an unimaginable force surged forward to attack. Jia Yunzi's face darkened. He pressed his right hand together, chanting a spell, pointing forward, and softly shouted, "Heavenly Fortune Seven-Colored Tiger Spirit." As soon as he spoke, a seven-colored light flashed in front of him, and from within it, a seven-colored tiger unexpectedly appeared. This seven-colored tiger was as large as the white tiger, and after appearing, it roared and charged towards the white tiger. Heavenly Fortune Seven-Colored Dragon Spirit. Heavenly Fortune Seven-Colored Black Tortoise Spirit. Following the sound of Jia Yunzi's voice, a seven-colored dragon and a seven-colored Juanwu appeared one after another, transforming and charging out with roars. Jia Yunzi also clasped his hands together, chanting a spell, and soared straight into the air. Gumo Tajia stared at the four sacred artifacts, a hint of fear vaguely visible in his eyes. The appearance of these four sacred artifacts was very familiar. It was vaguely etched in his memory, as if he had seen them before. This was not Gumo's memory, but the memory of the Qinglin Immortal Emperor. Gumo raised his right hand and pointed into the air, softly shouting, "Sun, moon, stars, three burial technique." The moment these words were spoken, four fragments of starlight appeared in the air around the four sacred artifacts. This starlight appeared so suddenly that it instantly rushed towards the four sacred artifacts. After the starlight appeared, moonlight descended from the sky, as if from the primordial chaos of creation. This moonlight appeared invisibly, without any warning, as if it had never existed. After the starlight appeared, in the endless starry sky outside the demon spirit land, when the ancient demon unleashed his divine burial power, countless rays of light flashed from the void in the air, converging towards this place. More and more rays of light filled the sky and earth, converging into a single, ever-growing point of light. The light, like daylight, covered the sky, seemingly illuminating everything around it. After absorbing countless rays of light, the point of light grew larger and larger. In just about half an hour, it reached a size of several thousand feet. The light was so dense that if a mortal saw it, their eyes would be instantly destroyed. Even cultivators with insufficient cultivation would have their eyes pierced and suffer excruciating pain. At this moment, the 1,000-foot-long point of light resembled a sun, carrying a mournful cry, hurtling straight towards the land of the spirit realm where mortals flew. Jia Yunzi, with a flick of his sleeves, charged straight towards the four saints in midair. The Vermilion Bird Saint sect calmly said, "Look here." The ancient sacred artifact of our Vermilion Bird Saint sect actually only has 3 seal techniques. But these 3 seal techniques are enough to ensure the eternal existence of the 4 saint sects. His words were clearly directed at Wang Lin, who was standing beside him. At this moment, Wang Lin's body was weakened to the extreme, but he still gritted his teeth and looked up. The east is the azure dragon wood, the west is the white tiger metal, the south is the vermilion bird fire, the north is the black tortoise water. My Vermilion Bird Saint Sect's 3 heaven and earth spirit seal techniques are Bing and Ding fire. The Vermilion Bird Saint Emperor pressed his right hand, chanted a spell, and calmly said, "Bing spirit." At the same time, a voice immediately rang out from the other 3 saint sects. Jialing, Jingling, Renling. As soon as the words were spoken, the roars of the 4 saints erupted in the air. Unexpectedly, they transformed into 4 divine artifacts. The azure dragon became a green spear, the white tiger a golden saber, the vermilion bird a crimson sword, and the black tortoise a large black axe. The 4 saints, transformed into 4 artifacts, immediately charged towards the 3 7-colored spirits of Jia Yunzi. The dragon spirit was instantly pierced by the spear and shattered with a resounding crash. The other two spirits suffered the same fate. They were completely unable to withstand the transformation of the first seal and were swept away by the Four Saints' artifacts like a whirlwind, dissipating in all directions. The starlight emanating from the ancient demon tower intensified, surging forward with a resounding bang, but the four sacred artifacts still pierced through, completely neutralizing it. The starlight only held out for a moment before vanishing with a loud bang. The four sacred artifacts roared and charged straight towards the ancient demon tower and Tia Yunzi. At this moment, a dazzling light suddenly flashed in the sky above. In midair, the ancient demon burial technique transformed into a 1,000-foot-long light point, roaring and rushing forward. This 10,000-foot-long light point burst forth from the demon spirit land, instantly engulfing the entire demon spirit realm. This burial light was an extremely powerful divine ability of the immortal Emperor Qinglin. Although the ancient demon tower's execution of it was somewhat flawed, its power at this moment was considerable. Amidst the surging light, the four sacred artifacts immediately charged forward, instantly unleashing a frenzied attack that collided with the light. A rumbling sound suddenly arose. At this moment, the Vermilion Phoenix Holy Emperor's eyes flashed with cold light. He pressed his right hand together, chanting a spell, and softly shouted, "In the name of the Vermilion Phoenix Holy Emperor, the ancient holy artifacts unite!" Simultaneously, the controllers of the other three holy sects roared, "Yi Earth, Din Earth, Gui Earth." In that instant, the four holy artifacts flashed with light, unexpectedly merging with each other, condensing entirely into the Vermilion Phoenix Holy Artifact, forming a crimson long sword. In a flash, the sword grew wildly larger, instantly resembling the creation of heaven and earth. Behind it, the illusory images of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise appeared. The crimson sword slashed downwards, directly towards the ancient demon. Even from a few meters away, the ground of the demon spirits rumbled, the ground sinking into a basin. Ancient Demon Tower's eyes blazed with red light, but he couldn't hide his fear. This scene caused the surrounding alliance monks to gasp in fear, their eyes revealing a look of dread. Some of them had heard of the sacred artifacts of the four sacred sects from the ancient era, knowing that these artifacts possessed the power to create and destroy the world, and that even the Kunsu realm was extremely wary of them. Now, seeing them firsthand for the first time, their minds were shaken. Mu Bingmi stared at the four sacred artifacts in the sky, gradually frowning, but after seeing Wang Lin behind her, her complicated expression eased, and she no longer paid attention to the four sacred artifacts. The old man from the Kunsu realm, however, only stared at the horizon, his eyes showing apprehension. He knew clearly that these four sacred artifacts were not perfect but flawed, and that flaw was the Zhuanwu sacred artifact. The true Zhuanwu sacred artifact must be in the hands of the Cultivation Alliance, and the corpse of the former Zhuanwu sacred emperor is in their possession. The old man Kungsu's eyes suddenly flashed. The entire body of the ancient demon tower was enveloped in a frenzied surge of demonic energy, transforming into a massive demonic figure. This figure looked ferocious, poised to leap upwards. But under the oppressive force of the crimson long sword, the figure immediately let out a groan, its entire body suppressed. Just as the long sword was about to strike, the figure raised its hands in resistance. However, with a loud bang, its hands shattered, as if it couldn't stop the long sword at all. The ancient demon tower's eyes showed fear. He didn't know the origin of the four sacred artifacts, but after observing them, he began to speculate, and now he was completely certain. This is an ancient heavenly treasure. The ancient demon gasped. At this moment, the thunderous roar from the demonic figure above couldn't stop the long sword. The long sword roared, bypassing the demonic figure and hurtling straight towards the ancient demon tower. At this moment, Tia Yunzi, standing beside him, his eyes revealing determination, waved his sleeve, and 7 colored lights swirled around his body. He took a deep breath, pointed forward, and softly shouted, "Heavenly Fortune 7 colors, obeying the will of heaven, 11 kills." As soon as he finished speaking, Tia Yunzi's body trembled, and the 7 colored streaks around his body immediately split and rushed straight towards the ancient demon tower above the long sword. Orange! The remaining 6 colors outside his body separated, and the orange color split apart. Following Tia Yunzi's soft shout, in an instant, 7 different colored lights, red, orange, green, blue, indigo, and violet, all withdrew and rushed forward, transforming into a 7-colored beam of light. 7 colors unite, forming the Heavenly Fortune hexagram. Tia Yanzi's black hair automatically fluttered, and with a soft roar, these 7 colored streaks immediately rotated and merged into a whirlwind. Inside the vortex, 3 wooden armor pieces gradually appeared. Tia Yanzi grasped them in his hands and threw them forward. The 3 pieces stopped in front of him, colliding to form a divination symbol. Tia Yanzi stared intently at the symbol, his eyes wide, and he chanted a spell, pointing towards the wooden armor pieces. Borrowing fortune, achieving enlightenment. As soon as he spoke, the 3 wooden armor pieces immediately emitted an indescribable aura. This aura caused even the crimson longsword to freeze. It seemed as if a powerful force within the 3 pieces was about to awaken, surging forth with a thunderous roar. The moment this force erupted, the surrounding crowd was instantly shaken. The old man Kungsu narrowed his eyes, glancing at Tia Yanzi, a strange glint in his eyes. It turns out that Tia Yanzi's Tao is not the Tao of heaven itself, but rather borrows the movement of heaven's destiny to create his own Tao Si. This person unexpectedly used this kind of concept to cultivate, and it led him to achieve this state of mind. Even nearly reaching it, ancient demon tower elder had now figured something out. He took a deep breath, his gaze towards Tia Yanzi revealing a look of terror. Wang Lin raised his head and stared at the aura emanating from within the 3 wooden armors. This aura was deeply etched in his memory. In his storage bag, he had a technique he obtained from the depths of the immortal burial cave, the crystal on the wound on the head of the 8-star ancient god. The aura emanating from that crystal and from the 3 wooden armors was identical. Seeing the aura on the 3 wooden armors growing stronger, the Vermilion Bird Saint Emperor's eyes narrowed. Without hesitation, he pointed forward, unleashing the 3rd technique of the Vermilion Bird Saint artifact, softly shouting, "Fire Heaven!" The dark, gleaming sword emitted a resounding clang, and the flames on it suddenly scattered in all directions, instantly filling the entire space. It seemed as if it were the very source of the heaven and earth's fire. The flames filling the starry sky merged into this place through the rift created by the demon spirit realm, and in an instant, almost half of this star domain was engulfed in flames. And within the sword, unexpectedly, a powerful aura emerged, similar to that of the wooden armor, but even stronger. Following the Vermilion Phoenix Holy Emperor's finger, the sword directly slashed down, striking the 3 wooden armors with immense force. Boom! 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 A deafening explosion resounded throughout the heavens and earth, the 3 wooden armors shattering instantly. Immediately afterward, the 7-colored whirlwind also dispersed like a gust of wind. Tia Yanzi spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his entire body flying backward. The long sword suppressed and cleared all obstacles, then directly stopped at the top of the Demon Tower Elder's head. In that instant, the Demon Tower Elder roared, the black mist at his forehead quickly condensed, and the ancient demon's true spirit appeared, rushing out from his forehead carrying a heaven-defying will straight towards the long sword. He was an ancient demon, one of the 3 ancient clans, a heaven-defying tribe. At this moment, oppressed by the long sword, the ancient demon's roar echoed throughout the heavens and earth. But at the very moment the true spirit appeared, a flash of light suddenly emanated from the crimson long sword, and a drop of primordial sacred blood unexpectedly flew out from the sword, flashing and directly stopping at the true spirit at the forehead of the ancient demon's true spirit. This blood is not the primordial Tao. The ancient demon's true spirit cried out in agony, his forehead seemingly dissolving as the blood seeped into it. His true spirit reversed, returning to Qinglin's body, intending to retreat. But the drop of blood directly stopped at his forehead, forming a bright red seal. The ancient demon's body trembled, and he immediately fell to the ground. The Vermilion Bird Holy Emperor's body was ethereal. He was originally formed from a primordial spirit, and the consumption of the primordial Holy Cha was immense. Opening the 1st and 2nd stages was easy, but to open the 3rd stage, only he among the 4 holy sects could do it, and this came at a very high price. Even if he could endure it, he would still pay a great price. His body became increasingly faint, but his right hand swung up, and a long sword flashed, hurtling straight towards Tia Yanzi behind him. In an instant, the sword was almost aimed at Tia Yanzi's head. The moment this flash descended, the Azure Dragon spear materialized, along with the White Tiger saber and the Black Tortoise halberd, all descending simultaneously. Clearly, the Vermilion Bird Holy Emperor had unleashed his killing intent. Tia Yanzi's expression was ferocious. He raised his head, and in this critical moment, his right hand tore open his forehead, also tearing the 3rd seal in half. Almost halfway through, an unimaginably powerful surge of energy erupted, counteracting the attacks of the four ancient sacred artifacts of the four holy sects. A deafening roar erupted, forming a relentless barrage of attacks. The impact caused Tia Yunzi to spit out another mouthful of blood, his body flying rapidly, instantly shattering space and disappearing. The crimson longsword hovered motionless in midair. The Vermilion Phoenix Holy Emperor pondered, his body becoming even more transparent, watching Tia Yunzi flee, shaking his head and saying, "I am old." If it were in his prime back then, Tia Yunzi wouldn't have been able to escape the second stage of the four holy artifacts. He sighed, glancing at everyone around him. Finally, his gaze settled on the old man Kunsu. He slowly said, "Old friend, if you join my four holy sects in eliminating demons, today." The old man Kunsu pondered for a moment, glancing at the ancient demon pagoda sealed on the ground, then at the ancient holy artifacts still suspended in the air. With his cultivation, if he were to act now, his only concern would be that ancient holy artifact. "I did this to repay a favor to Qinglin from back then. Now that you have sealed the ancient demon with the ancient holy artifact, the matter is settled. Farewell." After careful consideration, the old man abandoned all calculations. He was very wary of the four ancient sacred artifacts. The power they emitted today was vastly different from what it was back then. Only by using blood energy to offer sacrifices could he avoid the four sacred sects. The old man sighed inwardly, his body flashing as he soared into the air. In midair, he turned back to look at Mu Bingmi. Mu Bingmi pondered for a moment, then looked at Wang Lin, biting her lip, and lowered her voice, saying, "Let me see him once, okay, just once." The Vermilion Bird Sacred Emperor was startled, his gaze fixed on Wang Lin, but he said nothing. Wang Lin's face was pale, his internal injuries had reached an unbearable level, and his primordial spirit showed signs of dissipating. Mu Bingmi's words made Wang Lin tremble, his entire body filled with pain, which was evident in his eyes. Wang Lin didn't turn around, nor did he answer Mu Bingmi's question. Instead, he went to the Vermilion Phoenix Holy Emperor and said, "Can you take me back to the Vermilion Phoenix Holy Sect?" The Vermilion Phoenix Holy Emperor nodded. "Take all the injured friends with you. Help them recover. Can you meet my conditions with the Vermilion Phoenix Holy Sect?" The Vermilion Phoenix Holy Emperor smiled and nodded, saying, "Yes." After he finished speaking, the people of the four holy sects around him immediately dispersed to help the injured. The people of the Cultivation Alliance retreated to the back, their eyes showing apprehension. "Many of my friends have lost their bodies. The four holy sects will help them regenerate. My elder brother, Sichu, died from the strange poison of the Yin sect. I will take responsibility. My benefactor, Qi, wants Qinglin to be resurrected. Then I will give you Qinglin's body. If you need anything, the four holy sects will provide full support. In this land of spirit beasts, I have a successor. I will have someone bring him to the Vermilion Bird Sacred Sect. The Cultivation Alliance previously tried to kill me. I want their immortal souls." A cold glint appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. He never showed mercy to these people, treating them like demons. The immortals all around immediately retreated without hesitation, fleeing frantically. A cold light flashed in the Vermilion Bird Sacred Emperor's eyes as he nodded, saying, "This is not difficult." He waved his sleeve, and the primordial sacred Che in the air instantly vibrated, splitting into four, sweeping outwards. Screams of agony echoed. Facing Wang Lin's coldness, Mu Bingmi only bit her lip, blood oozing out. Her eyes showed anguish as she cried out, "Wang Lin! I want to see him, please. Let me see him once." Her eyes were filled with pain, but Wang Lin didn't look at her. He knew the suffering in his heart would never dissipate in this lifetime. He closed his eyes and calmly said, "I owe you a life-saving pill, and even more so, a life-saving favor." The Vermilion Bird Holy Emperor smiled and said, "I will find a way to compensate you for the Kungsu realm. Is there anything else?" Wang Lin shook his head and lowered his voice. "Let's go." The Vermilion Bird Holy Emperor waved her sleeve, and Wang Lin's body immediately soared into the air. The power of the Holy Emperor surged, heading straight towards the gap in the demon spirit's ground. "Wang Lin, he is my son. I want to see him." Mu Bingmi's face turned pale, her body trembled, and she stared at Wang Lin, her hands clenched tightly. "You don't deserve it." Wang Lin forcefully turned around and shouted loudly. He had always suppressed his emotions, but at this moment, he finally couldn't restrain himself. His roar unleashed the pain he had endured for hundreds of years. He was already severely injured, and now the pain he had suppressed for centuries erupted. His mind was affected, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Everything went dark before Wang Lin's eyes. The four sacred sects are gone. They took everyone away. Tears streamed down Mu Bingmi's face. With a throbbing pain in her heart, she spat out a mouthful of blood at Zhao Basheng before collapsing. The old man succumbed, his right hand carrying Mu Bingmi as they moved far away. Only the mournful sounds echoed in the void. Accursed fate. This battle, it can be said, resulted in devastating and serious losses for the Cultivation Alliance. Void Master perished, Immortal Lord Fan Dian's whereabouts were unknown, and many other immortals were lost. Ultimately, only a small number were able to return to the Alliance headquarters. News of that battle spread like wildfire. Nearly 2 months later, almost everyone in the Star Domain Alliance knew about it. Some were disbelieving, others terrified, and some harbored various other thoughts and calculations. The majority couldn't believe that the incredibly vast Cultivation Alliance could suffer such a devastating blow. However, as time passed, rumors of the events of that day grew, and after another 3 months, people had no choice but to accept the reality. What terrified these cultivators even more was the reappearance of the four sacred sects. According to rumors, the Vermilion Bird Sacred Emperor of the four sacred sects descended, wielding the ancient four sacred artifacts, severely injuring a member of the Heavenly Fortune Elder Alliance and sealing a newly awakened immortal emperor. This earth-shattering event shocked all cultivators, revealing disbelief and deep-seated fear. The shadow of the four sacred sects gradually appeared in the Star Alliance. Its presence slowly etched into everyone's hearts as rumors spread. The former overlord, like a beast slumbering for millennia, had awakened once again. At the same time, the Luoxia side unusually halted their attacks, seemingly considering the veracity of the news about this event. Almost all the cultivators outside the Star Domain Alliance headquarters, under this unbelievable news, silently awaited a response from the Cultivation Alliance. Since the founding of the Cultivation Alliance, anyone who provoked it would inevitably meet a gruesome end, facing the Alliance's relentless wrath and revenge. However, while almost everyone was waiting for the Alliance's action, it remained silent, not issuing any statement. Time slowly passed. Another 3 months went by. Gradually, more and more cultivators began to feel uneasy. The unusual silence of the Cultivation Alliance signifies that, following a previous earth-shattering upheaval, the Alliance headquarters may have suffered an unimaginable blow, and now the Chi Tag Raid formation outside the Alliance headquarters has been activated, cutting off all internal and external communication, thus immediately stirring up a storm. The Luoxia side immediately launched an attack. Countless Luoxia cultivators furiously assaulted all resistance from the Star Alliance, surging like a tide. A month after the Luoxia army launched its large-scale attack, the extremely mysterious and unfathomable Yin sect in the Star Alliance suddenly issued a declaration stating it would absolutely not participate in the war between Luoxia and the Alliance, but would instead occupy a portion of the Alliance's southern Star Domain. Furthermore, it completely blockaded the area, preventing any cultivators not belonging to the Yin sect from entering. Anyone who entered the southern region would face the Yin sect's destructive attack. The Yin sect's neutrality immediately caused a storm in the Star Alliance, plunging everyone into fear. However, at this time, the headquarters of the Cultivation Spirit Alliance remained silent. Without orders from headquarters, the entire Star Alliance's forces were unable to single-handedly counter the Luoxia side's frenzied attack in a short period. However, even so, it was very difficult to form genuine resistance. Under the relentless and fierce attacks of the Luoxia cultivators, the Alliance suffered repeated defeats. Finally, after a year of intense fighting, the entire northern part of the Alliance Star Domain became Luoxian's territory. Luoxia successfully occupied the west and north, uniting them into one. Approximately 2 years had passed since the rumors about the Immortal Emperor's cave appeared. During these 2 years, no news had come from the Alliance headquarters. The Grand Formation was completely sealed, preventing anyone from entering. From afar, the Alliance headquarters no longer had the bustling and captivating appearance it once had, but resembled a desolate wasteland. Rumors spread everywhere about the Alliance headquarters being completely eradicated, with no one left alive, continuously circulating for the past 2 years. Gradually, those who had once had extremely high expectations for the Alliance star domain became disillusioned. In their desperation, they formed alliances of varying sizes, becoming independent factions and creating their own power bases. Countless new sects sprang up everywhere like mushrooms after the rain. These forces either occupied 3 cultivation planets, gathering all the cultivators to form a single entity, or occupied more than 10 cultivation planets, establishing their own sects. Even more numerous were former 7th-level cultivation nations that, having lost the control of the Cultivation Alliance, immediately became independent, like the case of the Cheyenne sects. Among these forces, the most powerful were 4 factions, including 2 new forces within the Star Alliance, almost to 8th-level cultivation nations, Suju Nation and Ludi Nation. The strength of these to 8th-level cultivation nations was almost perfectly preserved, and after the Cultivation Alliance went into hiding for a year and a half, they both declared independence. 2 other forces, in the context of the Cultivation Alliance's inactivity, merged and consolidated into new powers, the Heavenly Human Palace and the Earthly Evil Sect. Besides these 4 main forces, there were also several smaller, scattered forces. The entire Cultivation Alliance's power was concentrated in the center of the Star Alliance. After occupying the west and north, Luo Chao was not satisfied. Their immediate targets were the Yin sect in the south, the Cultivation Alliance in the center, and the Mysterious Alliance in the east. Luo Chao did not want to clash with the Yin sect unless absolutely necessary. As for the east, according to Luo Chao's analysis, it had become the territory of the 4 sacred sects over the past 2 years, though their base was still unclear. Luo Chao is even more wary of the 4 sacred sects than of the Yin sects. Therefore, the headquarters and the remaining alliance in the central region were clearly the best options. Just as the Luo Chao cultivator army was preparing to attack and about to launch its assault, the grand formation outside the alliance headquarters suddenly rumbled and activated after 2 years of closure. The alliance headquarters opening immediately caused a storm in the alliance star domain, halting Luo Chao's attack. Even the Yin sect immediately took notice. Not to mention the cultivators who had previously belonged to the Alliance and had now formed new sects. While everyone was watching the Alliance headquarters did not simply reorganize and allow these new sects to exist, but instead issued a kill order. Kill Wang Lin. This person used the alias Sumu in the Luo Chao star domain with the Taoist title of Demon Taoist, a genuine Thunder Immortal. He is currently a member of the Vermilion Bird Sacred Sect, one of the 4 sacred sects. Whoever obtains his primordial spirit will obtain the immortal realm inheritance of the Cultivation Alliance from back then. Besides the pursued order, the Alliance headquarters also issued a decree. Cultivators of the Cultivation Alliance who form a new force, if they guard the headquarters for a full 60 years before the Luo Chao cultivators, can enter the Alliance Elder Council and inherit a portion of the immortal realm's power. If anyone flees without fighting, their soul will shatter at the moment the Cultivation Alliance collapses. In addition, when the Alliance headquarters opened, a large number of magical artifacts and immortal technique jade slips flew out, obtained by the cultivators of the former Alliance. These magical artifacts and immortal techniques can be said to be the accumulation of countless millennia of the Cultivation Alliance. Their current outpouring shows the imminent danger to the Cultivation Alliance headquarters. After the 2 decrees and a large quantity of jade slips and magical artifacts were released, the grand formation outside the Cultivation Alliance headquarters opened again, completely sealing off the Cultivation Alliance headquarters. But that brief opening sent chills down the spines of all the former cultivators of the Alliance. Their souls were no longer in their own hands. The higher their cultivation, the more powerfully the Alliance would seize their souls. Resistance would only lead to death. This is why the Cultivation Alliance had dominated this star domain for countless years. Similarly, at the very moment the Cultivation Alliance's decree was issued, the 4 sacred sects rose to power in the eastern part of the Alliance star domain. Just as predicted by the Luo Chao star domain, in the past 2 years, the 4 sacred sects had completely occupied the eastern part of the star domain, eliminating all forces except those in the Kungsu realm. In a short time, the entire Alliance star domain was fragmented into numerous factions on the battlefield. Although it was said that Luo Chao was the strongest, the mystique of the Yin sect, the prestige of the 4 sacred sects, and the remaining alliance, after obtaining magical treasures and immortal techniques, were still unable to resist Luo Chao due to weaknesses in their soul essence. creating a delicate balance among these forces. However, Luotian's Yin Lacey had a long-standing feud with the Cultivation Alliance and would not stop because of this balance. The footsteps of Luotian's cultivators once again advanced towards the remaining alliance in the center of the star domain. The flames of war raged again, and casualties increased continuously as the battlefield expanded. Meanwhile, in the four sacred sects in the eastern part of the alliance, a piece of the star domain was burning. Deep within this star domain, on a giant white rock, a young man sat cross-legged. This person wore a white robe. His appearance was ordinary, but he exuded a strange aura that made him seem like a wise and virtuous immortal. He closed his eyes, his chest rising and falling, to streams of energy flowing out from his nostrils, circling his body several times before re-entering his body through his nostrils. During this process, a large amount of white flames from the stone beneath the young man were drawn into his body by the energy streams. He had been sitting cross-legged here for 2 years. In these 2 years, he had never left this place, calmly sitting and breathing, absorbing the fire energy from the stone, healing the injuries to his primordial spirit and body. Behind him sat an old man. This old man was extremely old, seemingly having lost most of his vitality. In these 2 years, he occasionally raised his hand and touched the back of the young man in front of him. Each time his fingertips touched, the old man's body trembled, as if the boundless primal energy in his body flowed into the young man's body through his fingertips. The young man was equally shocked, his silver hair spontaneously flying up, and the intense heat within his body intensified. The Vermilion Bird Sacred Sect, throughout history, has required the cultivation of a divine ability called the Vermilion Bird 9 Transformations. This ability has been passed down from ancient times and is one of the most powerful divine abilities in the world today. This young man is indeed Wang Lin, who left the Demon Spirit Land 2 years ago. 2 years ago, in the Demon Spirit Land, Wang Lin suffered serious injuries, his body was severely damaged, and his primordial spirit was on the verge of dissipating. Adding to that, a period of intense grief related to Mu Bingmi caused his injuries to flare up, and he fell into a coma. When he awoke, he was sitting cross-legged on this white stone. The old man behind him is the Vermilion Bird Holy Emperor. For the past 2 years, Wang Lin's clone and main body have been separated. The main body is deep within the Vermilion Bird Holy Sect planet, while the clone sits cross-legged here, healing separately. Over the past 2 years, the fire elemental power within Wang Lin's body has suddenly increased dramatically. While in the Demon Spirit Land, he had already sensed the aura of pure nirvana. However, between insightful nirvana and pure nirvana, a breakthrough in the realm of profound understanding is still needed. Min realized that this state of mind could not be forced, nor could he be impatient, otherwise he would only stagnate and be unable to progress. During these 2 years, Wang Lin's spiritual platform became clear, continuously absorbing fire elemental power. At this time, the elemental power within his body was boundless, reaching its peak. The 9 profound transformations of the Vermilion Bird, through these transformations, greatly increased the power of the divine ability. However, the 9 profound transformations were extremely profound and mysterious. Throughout history, very few Vermilion Bird Saint Emperors have been able to cultivate them to their peak. The old man behind Wang Lin raised his right hand and pointed at Wang Lin's back. Immediately, a surge of elemental power flowed from his finger and merged into Wang Lin's body. The flames surrounding Wang Lin surged outwards, emitting a continuous series of booming sounds that echoed in all directions. It was like thunder reverberating across all the planets in this burning star domain. On a cultivation planet within the Vermilion Bird Sacred Sect, there was a towering mountain. This mountain was engulfed in flames, seemingly burning incessantly, yet strangely, vegetation still survived beneath the fire. Although the plants were not green but crimson, they covered the entire mountain. A gentle breeze carried a wave of heat, causing the leaves to rustle, merging with the thunderous sound to create a subtle atmosphere. On the mountaintop sat a figure cross-legged. This person had a large head, a short stature, and closed eyes, slowly breathing in and out. The moment the thunderous sound reached him, he opened his eyes, looked up at the sky, his expression calm. The master is still cultivating. I must also quickly adapt to this new body. He is indeed Big Head. Big Head's physical body collapsed in the Demon Spirit Land. After entering the Vermilion Bird Sacred Sect, with the help of several Nirvana-shattering elders, he used fire as his body, wood as his bones, and heaven and earth's primal energy as his bloodline. And once again condensed a body exactly like before using Big Head's thoughts. This body needs Big Head to constantly familiarize himself with and refine it before it can withstand even more powerful divine abilities than before. Big Head is not alone on this mountain. In a hollow not far away, Lei Ji, with a head full of hot sweat, is sitting cross-legged, meditating. In front of him is a small red jade bottle containing elixirs for him to absorb. The booming thunder in the air gradually faded away, spreading into the distance, filling the scorching star domain. On an even more distant planet, a planet without any discernible pattern, stretched a vast expanse of red desert for thousands of miles. A raging storm howled relentlessly. This storm obscured the sky, swirling up massive amounts of dust and sand, swirling in all directions. The collision of dust and sand created countless sparks, harboring extremely high temperatures. Even the wind itself felt like a heat wave. The moment the thunder rumbled in the air, the storm paused briefly, then instantly transformed into a swirling vortex, expanding outwards to reveal a figure seated cross-legged deep within. This figure was tall and broad, resembling a mountain of flesh. Despite its muscular body and glistening sweat, there was no sign of muscle contraction. Wiping the sweat from his face, the muscular old man looked up at the sky, a wry smile appearing on his face. He shook his head and said, "Since encountering this Wang Lin, I've been plagued by misfortune, from near-death experiences to serious injuries. Fortunately, he's not a heartless person. The Vermilion Bird secret sect is much safer than the outside world." Wang Lin's previous seal was removed 2 years ago, but after the battle in the Demon Spirit Land, even without the seal, I wouldn't dare confront him. His divine abilities are too terrifying. Just remembering Wang Lin's display of divine abilities in the Demon Spirit Land was enough to fill Fu Fengzi with dread, let alone his longing to return to the distant past. Recalling the enormous fist he witnessed that year, Fu Fengzi's fear deepened. The rumbling of thunder spread in all directions. On a planet outside the scorching star system, the planet wasn't large, its surface enveloped in a crimson flame forming a formation. As this formation operated, flames arose sky-high, like a blazing campfire. At the center sat a man with his legs crossed. His sinister expression concealed an overwhelming dominance. As he breathed in and out, a palpable aura of killing intent emanated from him in all directions. Above his head hovered a block of mystical ice, continuously emitting a chilling energy. Under the operation of the formation, a portion of the condensed flames merged into the ice. After undergoing a transformation within the ice, it flowed out for the man below to absorb. As he absorbed it, his injuries gradually healed, and he became considerably stronger than before. Most importantly, the toxins in his body were steadily diminishing under the combined pressure of ice and fire. A rumbling thunder echoed through the air, and the man's eyes snapped open, sweat pouring down his forehead. Even with the mystical ice above his head, the extreme temperature here had drenched him in perspiration. "I can't take it anymore," he shouted, leaping up and clinging to the block of mystical ice. He immediately relaxed, a look of relief on his face. However, his relief was short-lived, as a cold snort came from afar. "If you don't want the poison to take effect and kill you, get down here. This place of yours is too hot. If it weren't for my brother being here, I would have left long ago." The man hugged the block of mystical ice even tighter, absorbing the icy air within. Just then, a beam of red light tore through the air from afar, instantly transforming into an old man who was one of the shattered Nirvana elders of the Vermilion Bird secret sect. He frowned, his right hand striking the void. With a loud bang, the man instantly detached from the block of mystical ice and fell to the ground. "Sichunan, since I have been ordered by the Holy Emperor to do my utmost to help you remove the poison, you must obey all my commands. Otherwise, don't blame me for disciplining you." This man was Sichunan. After being severely injured in the Demon Spirit Land, the poison in his body erupted. If it weren't for the Vermilion Bird Holy Sect, he probably wouldn't have survived for more than 2 years. However, those 2 years had been extremely painful for him. And the root of all this suffering was this extremely hateful old man before him. No matter what Sichunan's attitude was, it had no effect. This old man was extremely resolute, almost always staying within 100 yards of him, and the slightest distraction would result in a divine attack. "So you think you're so great at the Shattered Nirvana technique? Just you wait." Sooner or later, I'll make you experience what it feels like to be distilled. Sichuan, unwilling to give up, got up, crossed his legs under the mystical ice, and continued his cultivation. The old man's face showed a smile. For the past 2 years, he had indeed held Sichuan in some regard. Although he had intervened to prevent him from absorbing the mystical ice, it was all for Sichuan's sake. Moreover, when he did intervene, he did so with restraint, not harming Sichuan. Hearing this, he smiled and said, "All right, I'll wait for that day." "You wait." Sichuan rolled his eyes. In truth, he understood perfectly well that the old man was only doing it for his own benefit. However, this temperature was unbearable. More importantly, his freedom had been restricted for the past 2 years. Every time he remembered his former life as a king, Sichuan sighed with regret. "That little girl on Phoenix Star, just wait for me." The thunder roared through the starry sky, gradually fading away. Wang Lin took a deep breath, his hands forming a hand seal and waving outwards. Immediately, the white stone beneath him instantly emitted an extremely high temperature, powerfully entering his body. The old man behind Wang Lin's face turned even paler. The death aura around him intensified, and he said hoarsely, "I'm afraid I can't hold on much longer. I hope that before my life force is extinguished, I can witness you successfully cultivating the first transformation of the 9 profound techniques. Only then can I rest assured entrusting the Vermilion Bird's secret sect to you. Only by mastering the first transformation of the 9 profound techniques can you control the ancient sacred artifact of the Vermilion Bird's secret sect." While Wang Lin sat cross-legged, he withdrew his hands and waves of heat entered his body, circulating through his meridians. He exhaled a deep breath of hot air and opened his eyes. It was impossible to describe what kind of eyes they were. One could only say that these eyes shone with brilliant light, seemingly encompassing all of heaven and earth. These eyes were so bright that anyone who looked into them had to bow their heads. Within them lay a wisdom capable of understanding everything. "Holy Emperor, please rest assured, I will do my best," Wang Lin said calmly. "You previously mentioned your suspicion that the Azure Dragon Holy Emperor is trapped in the martial immortal realm. This is a huge matter, however. Opening the martial immortal realm is in the hands of the Cultivation Alliance. After all, the Cultivation Alliance has obtained the vast majority of the inheritance. Without the martial immortal crystal, it cannot be opened with the current strength of our for holy sects. We are not yet able to contend with the Cultivation Alliance. I will find a way to obtain the martial immortal crystal. However, once it is in our hands, finding a way to rescue the Azure Dragon Holy Emperor will depend on you." The old man's voice betrayed weariness. He had survived until today, both mentally and physically exhausted. It was only because he was worried about the 4 sacred sects that he had gritted his teeth and persevered until now. Every day he endured endless physical suffering. "But is there any news about my senior brother Qing Shui?" Wang Lin fell silent, continuing to meditate with his eyes closed. Even with the 4 sacred sects deploying all their resources, they could only find out that he is currently in the center of the Star Alliance, within the Star Alliance headquarters. I suspect that the 2-year blockade by the Alliance headquarters is closely related to this Qing Shui. The old man pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke. Wang Lin fell silent, a profound sadness welling up in his heart. No one could stop Qing Shui's actions. Sighing softly, Wang Lin closed his eyes again, immersing himself in his breathing exercises. "I know about your relationship with Qing Shui. After you cultivate the first transformation of the 9 profound realms, and when I obtain the immortal essence of the martial arts, I will likely receive accurate information about Qing Shui." The old man glanced at Wang Lin, his eyes showing kindness. This young man before him was his hope, and also the hope of the Vermilion Bird's secret sect. For this person, he would spare no effort. Despite the dangers in the land of spirits, he didn't forget his friends. Now that he's at peace, he still hasn't forgotten Qing Shui. Such a person deserves my trust in the Vermilion Bird's secret sect, and even more so in imparting this essential divine ability. The old man nodded silently, then raised his right hand and pointed at Wang Lin's back again. The primal energy in his body surged into Wang Lin's body, merging with his primordial spirit and swirling around the fire seed within it. Time passed slowly. Another year had gone by in the blink of an eye. During this year, the situation in the Star Alliance remained largely unchanged. Conflicts persisted, and the flames of war raged on. The four sacred sects in the eastern part of the Star Alliance were not overly involved. However, due to a decree from the Alliance headquarters targeting Wang Lin, some daring individuals infiltrated the four sacred sects' territory. These individuals, however, were unable to cause any significant trouble and were all killed by the four sacred sects' guards. Even those with profound cultivation who managed to evade the patrols were quickly eliminated by the four sacred sects' elders once they ventured deeper inside. The war between Luo Che and the Alliance continued relentlessly, but the Yin sect remained calm, with only occasional appearances of its members on the battlefield. They appeared to collect corpses or remaining body parts. On the other hand, it was also to establish contact with forces on both sides, giving rise to the trade in human bodies. The incessant war greatly welcomed the Yin sect, and a large number of bodies were constantly being sent to major forces in Luo Che and the Star Alliance. Similarly, immortal jade, magic treasures, materials, and bodies also poured into the Yin sect. Within the entire Star Alliance, only the Kungsu realm and the four sacred sects seemed relatively peaceful, as if isolated from the world. In this year, Wang Lin's breathing speed had increased rapidly. The booming sounds emanating from his body, like thunder, constantly echoed throughout the Vermilion Bird sacred sect, leaving a lasting impression on all the clan members, many of whom had never witnessed it before. All the clan members knew that the one emitting this thunderous sound was Wang Lin, the hope for the position of Holy Emperor that the entire Vermilion Phoenix Holy Sect was waiting for. However, wherever there are people, there will be conflict and power struggles. The same was true within the Vermilion Phoenix Holy Sect. Not everyone approved of Wang Lin. On the contrary, many clan members had conflicts with him, especially those whom the Vermilion Phoenix Holy Sect had chosen to cultivate into Holy Emperors. From countless clan members, 3 were selected, and these 3 were extremely unwilling. Even some cultivators from the previous generation were somewhat dissatisfied with the Holy Emperor's arrangements. However, the Holy Emperor's authority was so great that these people dared not disobey. For 3 years, day and night, Wang Lin seemed to never stop absorbing energy, especially the Vermilion Phoenix Holy Emperor behind him, constantly channeling his own elemental power into Wang Lin's body. Moreover, the extremely high temperature of the rock where the two sat caused Wang Lin's cultivation to advance even further. The injuries to his primordial spirit had completely healed. The fire seed, under the continuous absorption of flames, seemed on the verge of melting, dispersing boundless power that permeated Wang Lin's entire body. 7 flame totems flickered on his right arm. The boundless power circulating within his body was the cause of the thunderous banging sounds. With continuous absorption, the fire elemental power in his body had reached its limit, as if it were about to explode. A sudden, numbing sensation spread throughout Wang Lin's body. In that instant, Wang Lin forcefully opened his eyes, his hands rapidly forming hand seals and repeatedly pointing at his body. Each time his fingers touched, the boundless elemental power in his body dissipated slightly in a flash. The first strike landed 7 times, and the primal energy that was about to explode within his body instantly dissipated almost completely. The numbing sensation in his body also disappeared, leaving only sweat soaking his clothes, turning into white mist that floated into the air. This is the 8th time. Wang Lin exhaled deeply, speaking slowly. In the past 3 years, Wang Lin had experienced a scene like this 8 times. Each time, the primal energy in his body reached its peak, his body couldn't withstand it, and he was about to self-destruct. He quickly and continuously compressed the fire primal energy throughout his body, allowing his body to withstand even more primal energy. The first 4 times were all due to the Vermilion Phoenix Holy Emperor suppressing and sealing the primal energy within Wang Lin's body. The subsequent times were done by Wang Lin himself. The moment the primal energy in his body was suppressed, 7 flame totems appeared on Wang Lin's right arm, adding another one. 8 totems circled around, only 1 more missing to form a complete circle. The first transformation of the 9 profounds, using the cultivation intent of 9 lifetimes, requires you to continuously absorb fire energy and suppress it into 9 flame totems. The intent of these 9 flame totems symbolizes your 9 lifetimes of cultivation. Then they will all explode, borrowing the power of these 9 lifetimes that can cover the heavens, all concealed within one body, proceeding to seal, becoming the first transformation of the 9 profounds. The word transformation here doesn't mean change, but rather strengthening. This will allow you to unleash immense power in the first transformation. Only then can I rest assured that you will become a holy emperor. And I can confidently let you go to the Cultivation Alliance. The aged voice of the Vermilion Phoenix Holy Emperor echoed from behind Wang Lin. However, my time is running out. These past few days, I felt death looming over me many times. I need to make you absorb the 9th generation primal energy faster. This process will be extremely painful. You must endure it. Do you agree? Wang Lin remained silent, then after a long while, he nodded, his eyes showing determination. Okay. The admiration in the Vermilion Phoenix Holy Emperor's eyes deepened, but there was also a hint of regret. He lowered his voice and said, if it were my clone from back then who passed on the Vermilion Phoenix mark to you and made you awaken the Vermilion Phoenix a little earlier, alas. The Vermilion Phoenix Holy Emperor shook his head, saying no more. He took a deep breath and slammed his hands down on the stone. With a resounding crash, his entire body soared into the air, upside down, his head pressing against Wang Lin's head. He then performed a series of hand gestures, sweeping them outwards. Amidst the rumbling sound, the fire elemental power within the Vermilion Phoenix Saint Emperor's body surged wildly through Wang Lin's spiritual core, forcefully entering his body. Additionally, the white stone beneath Wang Lin emitted an extremely high temperature, transforming into a gentle flame, its powerful energy surging into Wang Lin's body. As a result, Wang Lin's elemental power increased to an unimaginable degree. However, this overwhelming power brought with it unbearable suffering. Even Wang Lin's entire body immediately emitted a thick white mist. This mist was his sweat. As the elemental power surged into his body, the agonizing pain caused Wang Lin's face to contort. He let out continuous low growls, as if trapped in a raging sea, writhing in agony. As time passed, Wang Lin's growling grew louder and louder, eventually turning into a roar. Veins bulged all over his body, as if about to burst. The elemental power within him suddenly surged, becoming increasingly intense. Loud, thunderous bangs continuously emanated from his body, spreading in all directions. At this moment, the entire star domain was ablaze, and everyone could clearly hear his agonizing cries. Facing this suffering, Wang Lin could neither escape nor sever his connection to the pain. He had to use all his mental faculties to channel the enormous elemental power relentlessly surging into his body, otherwise, his body would explode. The Vermilion Bird Saint Emperor had also been forced to do this. For the past month, he had truly felt the brink of death. He knew he probably wouldn't live for more than 3 months. 3 months later, the third stage of the heavenly human tribulation would erupt again, and he would undoubtedly die. The extreme suffering caused Wang Lin to roar with earth-shattering intensity. By the 7th day, the primal energy in Wang Lin's body had once again reached its peak. The Vermilion Bird Holy Emperor above him aged even more, and amidst the overwhelming death energy, he fell behind Wang Lin. What does death matter? The Vermilion Bird Holy Emperor's face was ashen, but his eyes gleamed with anticipation as he stared at Wang Lin. He wasn't afraid of death. What he feared was dying without being able to rest in peace. He feared that the Vermilion Bird Holy Sect would have no successor, that the Vermilion Bird Holy Sect would perish, that he would be ashamed before his ancestors, ashamed before the entire Vermilion Bird Holy Sect. I must succeed. At this moment, Wang Lin was his entire hope, the hope that would allow him to smile in the afterlife. Amidst the roars, his entire body's primal energy surged outwards in a frenzied explosion. From within him, a thunderous rumble echoed. Under the overwhelming surge of boundless primal energy, the suffering was unimaginable. Wang Lin raised his right hand, intending to strike his own chest to seal the primal energy. The Vermilion Bird Saint Emperor's eyes showed disappointment, but he didn't stop him. He knew that very few could endure such suffering and use it to break through the first transformation of the 9 profound realms. Even so, doing so would greatly increase the chances of success and significantly reduce the time required. Perhaps my demands on him were too high after all. He's just a young man who has only cultivated for a little over 1,000 years. If anyone is to blame, it's my own limited time. The Vermilion Bird Saint Emperor's expression showed weariness as he sighed inwardly, closing his eyes. But in the blink of an eye, as his eyes closed, Wang Lin's right hand, which was about to seal his own primal power, suddenly stopped. His eyes showed unwavering determination, a resolute resolve never to turn back. 8th Fire Totem, activate. Wang Lin shook his head violently, letting out a low roar. Immediately, the eighth fire totem on his right arm burst into flames. In this burning star domain, it seemed as if a fiery flower had bloomed. Wang Lin leapt up, letting out an earth-shattering roar. The fiery flower immediately shot towards Wang Lin, forcefully penetrating his body and affecting all the flames in this star domain. At this moment, the entire burning star domain of the Vermilion Bird Holy Sect fell silent. At this moment, all living beings in this star domain were shaken. Looking up 9 profound first transformation. Inside the Vermilion Phoenix Sacred Sect, most of the elders showed signs of unease upon learning of the Vermilion Phoenix's awakening. The awakening of the Vermilion Phoenix doesn't necessarily mean becoming a sacred emperor, but the first transformation of the 9 mysteries will certainly make one a sacred emperor. It symbolizes the transition between two sacred emperors. Wang Lin hovered in the middle of the starry sky, surrounded by a sea of fire. This burning heat radiated waves of intense heat and howling sounds that echoed throughout the starry sky, enveloping the entire Vermilion Bird Sacred Sect. On Wang Lin's right arm, only 7 flame totems remained. The flames surrounding his body unfolded into a net-like structure, blooming like sunlight. A dense stream of fire elemental power rapidly surged into Wang Lin's body. Inside him, the fire elemental power was so concentrated it felt like a raging storm. The continuous banging sounds echoing throughout the heavens and earth, clearly audible to everyone in the burning star domain at this moment. The intense pain was excruciating, paralyzing Wang Lin's heart. His body was like a vessel being compressed by 9 times its normal amount of elemental power. Therefore, one can imagine the extent of the suffering. The 9 transformations of the Vermilion Bird is achieved by simultaneously unleashing 9 worldly primal forces, continuously compressing and forcing one to cultivate, thus unlocking the first transformation of the 9 transformations. The pain in his body caused veins to bulge on Wang Lin's face. He had barely acknowledged two worldly primal forces, yet his meridians felt as if they were about to burst. But to give up like this would be unbecoming of Wang Lin. He gritted his teeth, ignoring the sweat pouring down his body, and struggled to raise his left hand, once again touching the flame totem above his right hand. The 7th flame totem immediately ignited, directly blooming on Wang Lin's right hand, transforming into a fiery flower. At the same time, within Wang Lin's body, a booming sound reached its peak, like thunder, frantically spreading in all directions. A wisp of blood mist instantly spurted from Wang Lin's hair, swirling around him. However, as soon as this fresh blood appeared, it was immediately incinerated by the surrounding flames, turning into a cloud of blood mist and dissipating. The 3 streams of primal energy merged into his body, intensifying the feeling of his body about to burst. Wang Lin trembled all over, continuously roaring towards the sky. Roar! With this roar, crimson light flashed around his body, and a crimson armor instantly materialized, enveloping him. The moment this armor appeared, the immense primal energy within Wang Lin's body found an outlet, immediately surging into the armor, causing the crimson armor to emit an even deeper crimson light. On a nearby rock, the Vermilion Phoenix Holy Emperor stared intently at Wang Lin, his expression a mixture of anticipation and anxiety. His right hand was raised. If Wang Lin couldn't endure it any longer, he would strike first. While the first transformation's failure disappointed him, the second awakening of his clansmen was far more important. I was too hasty. This person's aptitude is ordinary. Forcing him like this has only harmed him, alas. He decided that if he saw Wang Lin acting erratically, he would immediately intervene to save him. The appearance of the Vermilion Phoenix armor eased the pain in Wang Lin's body. He took a deep breath, his left hand touching his right, and the 6 fire flowers suddenly appeared, its primal energy surging forth. No matter what, I must endure this suffering, absolutely. A fierce glint appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. After opening the 6th flame totem, he didn't stop, but continued to open 3 more in succession. The 5th totem, the 4th totem, the 3rd totem. He opened them all at once, almost simultaneously opening 4 flame totems. In an instant, 4 world-shattering primal forces, burning the entire star domain. This frenzied display of Wang Lin's power caused even the Vermilion Bird Saint Emperor's pupils to contract. In his eyes, Wang Lin harbored a rebellious and crazy idea deep within his heart. This person has only cultivated for 1,000 years to reach this level. His second Vermilion Bird awakening is no coincidence. A rebellious and defiant nature is deeply connected to his current achievements. The 4 world-shattering primal forces, in addition to the primal forces within his body and armor, totals 7 world-shattering primal forces that suddenly surged through Wang Lin's body. With a loud bang, Wang Lin spat out a mouthful of immortal blood, raising his right hand and touching his forehead. Immediately, a white vermilion bird flew out from his heavenly spirit. The vermilion bird's appearance instantly emitted a vermilion bird cry. Most of Wang Lin's internal energy flowed into the vermilion bird, causing its body to instantly become enormous, almost obscuring the sky. Back then, the vermilion bird had been captured by Tianzi, but when the vermilion bird Saint Emperor arrived, how could he allow Tianzi to take the vermilion bird's spirit away? As the vermilion bird appeared, Wang Lin gritted his teeth, enduring the pain throughout his body, and let out a roar. His left hand touched one of the 2 remaining flame totems. In an instant, this flame totem transformed into a surge of internal energy, powerfully merging into Wang Lin's body. At this moment, Wang Lin felt as if his body, inside and out, was being burned, as if he were placed in a furnace of heaven and earth, constantly being refined. In reality, Wang Lin didn't know that within this burning star domain, all the people of the Vermilion Bird sect were unleashing their divine consciousness, using a unique clan-based method to witness the rise of a new generation of Saint Emperors. A group of people familiar with Wang Lin were also paying close attention. At the mountain where Leiji and Dato were, they were no longer cultivating to heal their injuries, but were looking up at the sky. They could sense that Wang Lin was like a phoenix rising from the flames, undergoing a rebirth through nirvana. Master! Inside a whirlwind in a desert, the whirlwind had gradually subsided. Fu Fengzi looked up at the sky in astonishment, muttering, "The power of heaven and earth is so strong." Could it be that he has reached the end of his 3 years of cultivation? On another cultivation planet, Sichunan didn't continue his breathing exercises, his eyes flashing with brilliance as he stared intently into the sky, his expression showing a hint of tension. Beside him, the elder of the Vermilion Bird sect didn't urge Sichunan to cultivate either, but also gazed into the sky, his expression filled with anticipation and excitement. Even his aged heart couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. On the cultivation planet where Sichunan was sitting, there were 2 people Wang Lin knew. One of them resided in the northwest, in a forest of flowers. In this extremely hot place, incredibly rare flowers could appear. In a nearly entirely sea of red flames, a woman sat cross-legged. This woman wasn't the Flower King, but the silver-robed woman. At this moment, the woman looked up into the sky, her expression revealing a strange light. 3 years had passed, and she vaguely remembered something. Another person was also on this cultivation planet, his dwelling being a dried-up swamp. His body was naked, covered in countless talismans. Around him were several ferocious beasts that had survived in this extremely hot place. But now all of these beasts were dead, their skin torn from their foreheads. This person was none other than Tower Mountain. He was drawing on a piece of animal skin with his fingertips, but suddenly looked up, his fingers stopping. "Master, you've come out of seclusion." At the same time, within the Scorched Star domain, on a nearby cultivation planet, atop the highest mountain stood a black stone statue. The statue looked exactly like Wang Lin. Beneath the statue sat a young man with his legs crossed. For the past 3 years, more than 2,000 days and nights, this young man had remained there, motionless, his mind as still water. He raised his head, hearing a deafening roar like thunder in his ears, and a flicker of excitement appeared in his expression. "Master, he is 13. The soul refining sect was located on a cultivation planet. In the city of the Vermilion Bird secret sect, an old man with a sorrowful expression sat atop the city wall, holding a wine gourd and sipping slowly. His face showed bitterness. For the past 3 years, he had remained the same. A rumbling thunder echoed in the sky, the heavens filled with crimson, causing the old man to look up. After a moment, he lowered his head and continued drinking. "Second brother, third brother, I'm sorry." The old man shed tears, draining the entire gourd in one gulp. "Linger, bring me some more wine." The old man tossed the gourd into the city. Behind him stood a stunningly beautiful young woman. She bit her lip. Back then, when she was sent here by the Vermilion Bird secret sect, Chen Daozi had already looked like this. With a heavy heart, the young woman silently turned and left. "I'm so sorry, second brother, third brother." The old man's pained voice slowly reached the young woman's ears. Within this scorched star field, there was another place. This place was also filled with high temperatures, but it was also filled with an invisible vortex that caused the flames to spin. Great Demon King Wang Lin, you killed the Heavenly Blade. I have no enmity with you, so why are you making me suffer the torment of this fire poison here? Brother Wang, please spare me. Little Su, this place is truly agonizing. King of Slaughter, if you anger your grandfather Su, I'll fight you to the death. These mournful curses and pleas seem to have never stopped for the past 3 years. Occasionally, agonizing screams could be heard, causing members of the Vermilion Bird secret sect passing by to choose to avoid the shouting. In the center sat a person cross-legged. This person was surrounded by flames, constantly using their divine abilities to resist. Even the slightest carelessness would result in being burned to death. This person was Sulaguo. His appearance was extremely disheveled, but the light in his eyes was countless times brighter than it had been years ago. For the past 3 years, he had been engulfed and oppressed by the flames, forcing him to frantically absorb the inherited sword intent he had acquired. Only in this way could he continue to fight for survival. Sulaguo would often sweep his sword, and the flames in front of him would dissipate a little. At the same time, curses would erupt from his mouth. This had become a habit for him over the past 3 years. Wang Lin, you little brat, if your grandfather comes out, he will fight you to the death. His voice echoed far and wide, and his body suddenly trembled involuntarily. He violently turned towards the distance, his eyes revealing a hint of terror. This heaven-slaying Blade King Lin wants to come out of seclusion. Heaven must have eyes and make sure he can't come out. Make sure he can't. No, if he can't come out, how can I? Come out, you must come out of seclusion. In the fiery star domain, Wang Lin's agonizing roar echoed. When he activated one of the 2 remaining flame totems, it unleashed an immense amount of primal energy, causing him unbearable pain. A full-body crimson armor enveloped Wang Lin, and behind his flowing silver hair, a massive white vermilion bird circled, continuously absorbing the primal energy within his body. Even so, the fusion of 8 generations of primal energy was unbearable for Wang Lin. The intense pain intensified. But this suffering did not subdue Wang Lin. Instead, it ignited a rebellious spirit within him. He tilted his head back and let out a maniacal laugh, his ferocious expression revealing a hint of madness in his laughter. It's just the first transformation of the 9 profound techniques. I, Wang Lin, will definitely succeed. With this roar, Wang Lin's left hand fiercely pointed at the final flame totem on his right hand. In an instant, a surge of primal energy erupted. In that moment, Wang Lin was enveloped in a ball of fire. The extremely high temperature was something even he couldn't bear, and his body began to burn. You've reached your limit. I know you've tried your best. The Vermilion Bird Holy Emperor sighed softly, raising his right hand, intending to point at Wang Lin. He understood that at this moment, forcefully attempting the first transformation of the 9 profound techniques was unbearable for Wang Lin. He could barely resist the previous 8 surges of primal energy, but as soon as this 9th surge was unleashed, Wang Lin would likely be burned to death, body and soul annihilated before he could even succeed. Just as the Vermilion Bird Holy Emperor was about to stop Wang Lin spun around, disregarding his burning body, and looked at the Vermilion Bird Holy Emperor. His hoarse voice, piercing through the flames, rang out, I haven't reached my limit yet. The Vermilion Bird Holy Emperor gazed into Wang Lin's blazing red eyes. Those eyes displayed a madness, a spirit of defiance, of unyielding defiance, of defying heaven. It was like a supremely ferocious demon suppressed and sealed in the 9 underworlds by the heavenly Tao. No matter how many years passed, its roar remained eternally unyielding. This scene made the Vermilion Bird Holy Emperor understand that Wang Lin before him was a defiant figure. Defying cultivation to achieve enlightenment, defying the Tao to become heaven, defying heaven to change destiny. His burning body didn't deter Wang Lin from his struggle. He raised his right hand and pointed at his forehead, his primordial spirit instantly traveling to his forehead. The moment a whirlwind appeared between his eyebrows, the primordial thunder dragon's spirit instantly materialized. The primordial spirit burst forth from the center of his forehead, instantly letting out an earth-shattering roar. Roar! The primordial thunder dragon possessed the power to wield all the thunder of heaven and earth. In an instant, throughout the entire burning star domain, a surge of heavenly thunder energy was unleashed, and arcs of lightning instantly filled the entire starry sky. At this moment, all the cultivators in the burning star domain felt a dense aura of heavenly thunder. The true thunder roared, instantly overpowering all other sounds in the heavens and earth, transforming into a deafening howl. Each lightning bolt materialized, like a dancing silver serpent, converging frantically towards Wang Lin from all directions. This lightning was so fast that all the cultivators in the star domain could only see flashes of lightning filling the air. If viewed from the outside, the burning star domain would appear as an endless stream of lightning descending. The boundless lightning bolts, like a forest of thunderbolts, simultaneously converged towards Wang Lin. It was as if a thunderbolt storm was sweeping across the entire scorched star domain. At the center of this thunderbolt storm, Wang Lin's body, constantly being burned, was being penetrated by countless lightning bolts, instantly turning him into a battleground of lightning and fire. In that instant, the white vermilion bird behind Wang Lin immediately lunged towards him, merging into his body and transforming into the totem on his outer armor. At the same time, the primal energy within the vermilion bird surged into Wang Lin's body. Similarly, the primal energy absorbed by the armor also instantly jumped into Wang Lin's body. At this moment, all 9 generations of primal energy hidden within his body completely erupted, the very primal energy he had suppressed through 8 seals over the past 3 years. With a thunderous roar, Wang Lin transformed into a fiery figure. The raging flames spun rapidly around his body, forming a massive vortex of fire. At the same time, all the flames within the star domain seemed to be summoned and propelled, unexpectedly converging towards Wang Lin like lightning. The eternal, immortal flames, which had existed in the star domain for eternity, immediately triggered a violent transformation upon moving, shaking the entire domain. Flames and lightning clashed, crimson and silver intertwining, creating a fusion of fire and lightning. In the eastern part of the Star Alliance, the flame star domain, occupying nearly 3/4 of the area, suddenly erupted. A sea of fire surged forth, its raging light illuminating the entire star domain. Inside the Azure Dragon Sacred Sect, a swarm of colossal beasts resembling the spirit beasts flew back and forth through the vast forest, emitting a constant rumbling sound. Leading them was a purple spirit beast, its body as prominent as a small mountain. As it flew, this spirit beast paused briefly, gazing towards the distant vermilion bird sacred sect, its icy eyes revealing a hint of excitement. Not only it, but almost all the clansmen within the Azure Dragon Sacred Sect instantly noticed the change in the vermilion bird sacred sect. Inside a green planet at the center of the Azure Dragon Sacred Sect stood a towering giant tree. 3 old men sat cross-legged on its summit. In that instant, the 3 old men almost simultaneously opened their eyes. The Vermilion Bird Sacred Sect is about to produce a new emperor. The 3 looked at each other, their eyes filled with a mixture of joy and fear, and leapt forward, rushing towards the Vermilion Bird Sacred Sect. Similarly, changes were also occurring within the Zhuanwu Sacred Sect. Inside the Zhuanwu Sacred Sect, in a swampy area, lay a giant, 10-jang-tall, monstrous beast. This beast was extremely lazy, refusing to move. Occasionally, it would stick out its tongue, wrapping around a small animal that had just passed by and pulling it into its mouth. But at this very moment, the beast's eyes suddenly widened, and a furious light instantly surged through its entire body, instantly transforming the 100-jang radius around it into a hellish expanse of lightning. It raised its head and looked towards the direction of the Vermilion Bird Sacred Sect, its expression like that of the one beast, revealing great excitement. At the same time, several great elders from the Zhuanwu Sacred Sect rushed out, heading towards the Vermilion Bird Sacred Sect. The Vermilion Bird's new emperor is about to be born. This is a momentous event for our 4 sacred sects. These elders moved swiftly, transforming into streaks of light and flying away. At this moment, several figures from the White Tiger Sacred Sect, filled with both astonishment and joyful smiles, flew into the starry sky. The entire Vermilion Bird Sacred Sect seemed to be in turmoil. Countless clan members rushed out from various planets, filling the entire starry sky. Most of them were extremely excited, but there were also some whose expressions were uncertain. Among them were 3 individuals who had been groomed to become Saint Emperors, 2 men and 1 woman. They were all exceptional individuals. Their appearances were naturally unquestionable, and their cultivation levels were around the Nirvana and pure Nirvana stages, especially the man in the middle. This man, named Randao, appeared to be around 40 years old, and his cultivation had reached the early stage of pure Nirvana. Behind him stood an old man, his face also gloomy as he gazed into the sky. Rendao's expression was as somber as water. He clearly sensed the flames in the starry sky rushing towards the depths at an extremely fast speed. So what if he's the first transformation of the 9 mysteries? Liao Yan, Feng Shan, have you two made up your minds? Beside this man of about 40, the two, a man and a woman, who had been groomed for the Holy Emperor, fell silent. Senior brother Ren, 3 years ago I participated in the battle in the Demon Spirit Land. I absolutely will not provoke this Wang Lin. Liao Yan raised his head, his eyes firm, speaking with unwavering conviction. His expression, seemingly unintentionally, revealed a hint of disdain for Rendao's overconfidence. Liao Yan was inherently arrogant and possessed exceptional talent. Among the younger generation of the Vermilion Bird Holy Sect, his reputation was almost on par with Rendao's. He had never truly admired Wang Lin, but the events in the Demon Spirit Land 3 years ago still sent chills down his spine whenever he recalled them. His initial aversion to Wang Lin had instantly transformed into fear. Over these 3 years, as Datao gradually learned about Wang Lin's situation, he developed a fervent admiration for him. In his eyes, Rendao's calculations were like a grasshopper trying to overturn a chariot, a complete lack of self-awareness. The only woman among the 3, Feng Shan, fell silent, shaking her head and saying in a low voice, if he cultivates to the 9 profound realms, Feng Shan will honor him as the Holy Emperor. If he fails, everything will be arranged according to senior brother's wishes. A sinister glint appeared in Rendao's eyes. He was about to speak further, but at that moment, the flames in the starry sky suddenly intensified, emitting a roaring sound like an explosion, merging with the lightning. And their speed suddenly increased by several times. Deep within the star domain, endless flames condensed, continuously merging into Wang Lin's body. His body was also filled with lightning. He single-handedly led the entire sea of fire in the star domain, influencing all the heavenly lightning in this star domain. Not far away, the Vermilion Bird Holy Emperor showed a rare expression of excitement. His eyes, as he looked at Wang Lin, were filled with joy. As the sea of fire merged, Wang Lin closed his eyes and raised his right hand to his chest. Seal 1. In an instant, a rumbling sound suddenly arose. With a single downward gesture from Wang Lin, the speed of condensation of the sea of fire accelerated. Behind Wang Lin, beneath this single gesture, a phantom figure appeared. Its appearance was surprisingly identical to Wang Lin's, except that this entire phantom was formed from invisible flames. The moment this phantom appeared, the sea of fire within this star domain seemed to be subdued, all suppressed. Wang Lin's right hand did not stop, quickly pointing again. Seal 2. Seal 3. Almost instantly, Wang Lin struck 9 times in quick succession. The speed of the surrounding sea of fire increased. The illusory figure behind him also became much clearer. Finally, Wang Lin whispered, 9-fold profound wind, first transformation. The illusory figure behind him became completely clear. This was Wang Lin. This was not a clone, but the spiritual body transformed by the 9 profound wind's first transformation. This spiritual body took a step forward, merging into Wang Lin's body, instantly merging into the fiery pool within his primordial spirit. Unexpectedly, another primordial spirit had appeared within Wang Lin's primordial spirit. Time seemed to stand still. Wang Lin opened his eyes, and a scorching light suddenly shot out, causing the surrounding flames to roar and dance, as if welcoming it. His gaze contained an extreme lightning power, causing thunder to rumble wherever his eyes passed, perfectly merging with the flames, becoming one. Holy Emperor! Holy Emperor! The unique intuition of their clansmen caused their minds to tremble instantly upon the appearance of the new Holy Emperor. All the members of the Vermilion Bird Holy Sect erupted in excited shouts. Only Rendao managed to suppress the panic in his heart, his expression becoming even more somber. At this moment, all the forces in the Star Alliance, the Luotia Star Domain, the Xiaoyan Sect were all shaken. The 4 sacred sects have existed to this day, and the appearance of each sacred emperor has always aroused the interest of countless people. It's important to know that the 4 sacred sects originated from a very ancient time, with a long history. They existed even before the collapse of the Immortal Realm. Although the martial Immortal Realm is considered supreme, during its heyday, even the martial Immortal Realm had to show the 4 great sacred emperors some respect. No matter which sacred sect's new sacred emperor appeared, the Immortal Realm had to offer a tribute. At that time, the Cultivation Alliance hadn't even emerged yet. Only the Kung Fu realm existed. It can be said that before the collapse of the martial immortal realm, the Kungsu realm was merely a subordinate branch, dependent on the immortal realm, solely responsible for all cultivators in the lower realm. However, due to the immense power of the four sacred sects and some specific reasons, the immortal realm still allows the Kungsu realm and the four sacred sects to coexist within the Kungsu star domain. The appearance of successive sacred emperors has always caused the boundless primal energy to undergo transformations. This transformation is especially perceptible to cultivators with great divine abilities. At this time, as Wang Lin cultivated the first transformation of the Ninjuan, the primal energy of heaven and earth, centered around the Vermilion Bird sacred sect, fluctuated outwards in all directions, gradually spreading throughout the entire Star Alliance. Luotia occupied the northern and western sides of the Star Alliance, and the presence of the Thunder God Palace's envoys could be seen everywhere. After successfully taking over these two major regions, the Thunder God Palace became the supreme ruler. In particular, the massive black palaces resembled mountains suspended in the starry sky, slowly drifting forward. Almost every one of these palaces was surrounded by a large number of Luotia cultivators. From afar, hundreds of such palaces formed an endless army. Their direction of movement was towards the Alliance forces in the center of the star domain. Despite the large number of cultivators, there was no human sound, only the echoing sound of flying swords tearing through the air. After years of fighting, it could be said that the Luotia cultivators had undergone a great transformation. Their former naivety had vanished, replaced by a fierce determination. At this moment, the fluctuations of the heaven and earth's elemental energy reached this place, spreading across the surrounding cultivators. However, these cultivators were not very powerful, making it difficult for them to detect this subtle change in elemental energy. But in the back, in a grand hall 10 times larger than the others, Yan Lezi, who was sitting cross-legged, also opened his eyes wide. When he opened his eyes, more than 10 other old men in the hall also opened their eyes blazing with brilliance. The fluctuations of the heaven and earth's elemental power are coming from the Eastern Star Alliance, one of the old men said slowly. Could it be that some great treasure has appeared in the Eastern Star Alliance? Yan Lezi's expression showed contemplation, and he shook his head, saying, "These fluctuations don't seem like a great treasure has appeared. The eastern part of the Star Alliance is the territory of the four sacred sects, or has a new sacred emperor emerged?" The brilliance in Yan Lezi's eyes flickered, vaguely confirming something. After all, it had been too long since he had left the Cultivation Alliance. The four sacred sects. Even the Cultivation Alliance is no match for us, a mere small sect. If our Luotia army were to advance, it would surely collapse. A red-haired old man in the palace said with an arrogant and disdainful expression. The four sacred sects aren't as you think. This fluctuation could very well indicate the birth of a new sacred emperor. But I wonder which sect's new emperor it is. Yan Lezi glanced at the red-haired old man and said in a low voice. For some reason, under this fluctuation of heaven and earth's elemental power, he felt a vague sense of unease. This feeling was subtle yet extremely clear. Another person also sensed this fluctuation of heaven and earth's elemental power. This person was an old man dressed in black, emerging from the entrance between the Western Alliance star domain and the Luotia star domain. But immediately, he raised his head, looking into the distance, his gaze seemingly able to see through the entire star domain, revealing a hint of contemplation. The new emperor of the four sacred sects. This fluctuation contains a trace of fire elemental power. Surely it's the Vermilion Bird Sacred Emperor. This makes the battle even more significant. Wu Jizi, I don't believe that with the Star Alliance in such chaos, you still won't show yourself. In the south of the Star Alliance, within the territory of the Yin sect, deep inside lies a large black coffin. A chain connects this octagonal coffin to another coffin below. Below are many coffins, forming a dense, spiderweb-like mass. Outside this coffin, a cultivator, using some unknown divine ability, has moved here. At this moment, the fluctuations of heaven and earth elemental power reach this place. A coffin in the deepest part of this mass immediately emits a very faint sound. At this moment, the four sacred sects have a new sacred emperor. Interesting. As his voice rang out, a rustling sound immediately emanated from all the coffins on all four sides. This sound was so powerful it felt like it could tear apart the very soul, and even the surrounding starry sky seemed to crack. The major forces in the Cultivation Alliance also sensed the fluctuations of the heaven and earth's primal energy. Leaving aside the other three, the most powerful force among the four was the 8th-level cultivation nation, the Zhuanyun Kingdom, which controlled more than 10 planets, forming a formation around them. Above the main planet was the headquarters of the Zhuanyun sect. The entire Zhuanyun sect was under the control of the Zhuanyun Kingdom. In a secret chamber behind the Zhuanyun sect, a white-haired old man sat cross-legged. The old man had a benevolent face, appearing extremely compassionate. At this moment, amidst the swirling inscriptions, the old man opened his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he softly said, "Mozi." As soon as the old man's words echoed, ripples appeared in the void before him. A bald-headed man in coarse cloth robes emerged from the rippling waves, bowing respectfully to the old man and saying, "Mozi greets his master." The 4 sacred sects have a new sacred emperor. You bring 5 top-grade immortal pills, 100 ordinary immortal pills, 1,000 immortal treasures, and the spirit essence that I refined 500 years ago as gifts. Spirit essence. Mozi looked up at the old man, seemingly about to speak, but then nodded. That spirit essence is extremely precious, but the gifts from our Suyun kingdom must include it. I figured you and the new sacred emperor have some close acquaintance. This friendship is extremely important for our Suyun kingdom, the old man said softly. Close acquaintance? Mozi had very few friends in his life. Hearing this, he didn't ask many questions and stepped back to take his leave. At this moment, within the 4 sacred sects territory, a figure flew rapidly towards the Vermilion Bird sacred sect. Entering the flame jade pool of the Vermilion Phoenix sacred sect, the shouts of Holy Emperor echoed continuously. Wang Lin took a deep breath, raising his head to look at the starry sky filled with lightning and fire above. Not far behind him, the Vermilion Phoenix sacred emperor's eyes showed excitement, nodding and laughing heartily as he said, "Good. I, the Vermilion Phoenix sacred emperor, finally have a new holy emperor. I can finally leave with a smile." He raised his right hand and grabbed at the void, and immediately a crack appeared in front of him, from which 3 streams of light flew out. Wang Lin, to become the holy emperor of the Vermilion Phoenix sacred sect, you need 3 items. First, the robes of the successive holy emperors. The stream of light in the old man's right hand paused for a moment before flying straight towards Wang Lin. Approaching Wang Lin, this stream of light flashed and transformed into a white robe. 9 vermilion birds surrounded the robe, emanating an aura of majesty. I took off this robe at the 3rd stage of heavenly humanity, and I never thought I'd have to wear it again. Today, you inherit it. The old Saint Emperor's expression showed a hint of reminiscence. Wang Lin's right hand touched the robe, and it immediately flashed with light, enveloping his entire body. After the light dissipated, it was worn by Wang Lin. Wang Lin originally had silver hair and crimson armor. Now, after putting on this robe, he possessed a strange aura. On this robe, Wang Lin could clearly sense a sense of ancientness, as if it had existed eternally through the ages. The second item is the symbol of the lineage of generations of Saint Emperors of our Vermilion Bird Saint sect, the Vermilion Bird Saint Spirit. The old Saint Emperor raised his right hand, and immediately a second stream of light flew straight towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin grasped it, and it instantly transformed into a flame-shaped token. The moment Wang Lin held it, he felt waves of fire elemental power emanating from within. Like the cloak, it was filled with the aura of the passage of time. The third item is the most important thing of our Vermilion Bird Saint sect, an ancient sacred artifact. The third stream of light stopped in Wang Lin's hand and instantly transformed into a white stone. Observing the Vermilion Bird Saint sect's ancient sacred artifact at close range, Wang Lin immediately noticed countless markings continuously flashing on the stone. Each time it flashed, the stone's temperature rose slightly. The markings on the stone seemed to never cease, causing a look of solemnity to appear in Wang Lin's eyes. His mind was in turmoil. He took a deep breath and picked up the stone. He vaguely sensed a trace of aura similar to that of a heaven-defying being on this stone. This aura was extremely faint but very real. If he hadn't personally touched it, Wang Lin feared it would be very difficult to detect. There's still a sacred blood artifact on the forehead of Qing Shuang's corpse. You can remove it anytime. The old sacred emperor looked at Wang Lin, his eyes showing joy. These 3 items were left behind by the first person to assume the position of sacred emperor. Only successive sacred emperors could inherit them. You must preserve them well. The old sacred emperor struggled to stand up. His body was extremely weary. Even the simple act of standing was incredibly painful for him. But at this moment, his eyes were filled with excitement and joy, making him forget all the pain. After standing up, he looked straight at Wang Lin, his gaze filled with kindness. Wang Lin silently walked to the side of the old Saint Emperor. The old man looked at Wang Lin, placed his right hand on his head, and lowered his voice, saying, "From today onwards, you are the Saint Emperor. Go out and let your clansmen know. I must meditate one last time in my life. Come back here to see me in 7 days." Wang Lin looked at the old Saint Emperor, opened his mouth to say something, then stopped, but finally chose to nod, giving him a deep look before turning and walking away into the distance. His crimson armor, white cloak, long white hair, and the white vermilion bird totem, all of these things gave Wang Lin a very unique aura. He walked into the distance, gradually disappearing from sight. The old man, filled with joy, closed his eyes and began to cultivate.